I declare open this hearing of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee has fixed Thursday the 9th of April 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate and enabling services of the education portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has the discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Before I welcome the ministers, I will just let all senators know that at this stage I don't believe, I believe it may be possible to release a CARA later in the day, so senators could alert me by 10:30 at the morning tea break if they still require a CARA, but for the moment we do. I welcome now the Honourable Senator Dr Jess Walsh, Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth, who is representing the Minister for Education. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. No, I don't.
Thank you. I now also welcome Mr Tony Cook, PSM, Secretary of the Department of Education, and I understand, Mr Cook, you do have an opening statement.
That's right, Chair. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Department of Education, I begin by acknowledging the profound loss of life resulting from the Bondi Beach terrorist attack on the 14th of December 2025. Our thoughts remain with the 15 people who lost their lives, those who were injured and all who were affected by this devastating event. I extend my sincere condolences to the families and friends of those who died and to everyone who responded with such courage and compassion in the immediate aftermath of the attack. I also wish to acknowledge the deep and enduring impact this attack has had on the Australian Jewish community, who are the intended targets. As has been clearly stated across the Parliament, there is no place in Australia for anti-Semitism, racial hatred or intolerance of any kind. While the whole of government response to anti-Semitism extends beyond education alone, Australia's education system has a particularly important role to play. Our schools and universities are central to shaping understanding, fostering respect and equipping learners with the knowledge and values needed to understand and reject anti-Semitism and strengthen social cohesion. Addressing anti-Semitism across the education system is therefore a clear priority, and my department is fully committed to supporting this work. As announced by the Prime Minister on the 18th of December 2025, Mr David Gonski AC has been appointed to lead a national anti-Semitism education task force. The task force has been tasked with supporting Australia's education system to prevent, address and respond to anti-Semitism. Mr Gonski brings to this role a long-standing commitment to education, inclusion and community cohesion. The task force, which includes Ms Gillian Segal AO, the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, has already met twice and will continue to meet on a monthly basis. Its initial focus is on 4 key streams of work: a targeted review of the Australian curriculum after endorsement by Education Ministers in February, teacher training and professional development, strengthening the powers of TEXA, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, and the development of a university report card, an initiative of the Special Envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism, to assess how universities are responding to anti-Semitism. My department is supporting the task force in progressing the education measures announced as part of the government's response, including by providing advice on any additional actions that may be required. Thanks, Chair. We look forward to assisting the committee with questions today. I've got that statement, which I will now table.
Thank you, Mr Cook.
Thank you.
If we can get that distributed, that would be great. I am handing the call to Senator Kovacic. We're beginning with questions in relation to corporate and enabling services. Senator Kovacic.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by asking some questions about the portfolio additional estimates statement. It notes $358.7 million cut in my info measure education reprioritisation. Can you confirm that that means that the overall funding profile for the department as a result of the MyEFO is a cut of $86.4 million over the forward estimates? That is my understanding. If I could just have a confirmation of that. I'm happy to repeat if needed.
Senator Craig Boyd, First Assistant Secretary of Financial Management Division. Senator, the reprioritisation comes from two things. That's lesser reduction. One of them is saves. There's $285.6 million over 4 years from 2025-26.
In saves?
Through additional integrity activities in relation to strengthening the childcare subsidy program.
Right.
So it's actually work that's underway, including through the implementation of the new regulatory powers in relation to that program. The other component of the amount you mentioned is $73.1 million over 3 years from 2025-26, which is the redirection of unallocated funds in relation to the Australian Economic Accelerator program.
Okay, all right. So it's a movement of the funds. Is it a reduction? Is there actually a reduction of that $86.4 million over the forward estimates, or just a redistribution?
So redistribution, Senator, essentially those funds have been used to pay for the measures fund the measures within pays.
Okay, thank you.
So the first measure, Senator, I'll just make sure I'm right, is actually recovering money from the childcare sector where there's been inappropriate use of that money. So part of our integrity measure is to say childcare services might have claimed for particular government funding. They might not have been entitled to that because the number of children of that service may not be accurate. Yep. So part of what we're doing is actually bringing back money into the budget as a result of the activity of the department.
Okay, so we've got the 285 odd million to 25.6, I think I wrote down, through integrity measures to the childcare subsidy.
That's right.
And 73.1 from the accelerator program. None of that's being reinvested into a research capacity, though, is it?
Senator, I think in terms of research, there's the numbers will be in the pays as well in terms of the additional research funding that goes on. So I'm just trying to find outcome 2.
So what I'm trying to actually understand is that actually an overall cut of $286 million to childcare, and what that actually looks like in practice? I'm just trying to work out if it's actually a reduction there. There's no material increase anywhere else.
So certainly not to cut to childcare, Senator. The childcare expenditure is going up significantly every year. It's a recouping of money that shouldn't actually have gone to services because of how they've claimed that money.
Right.
So it's an integrity compliance measure.
Overpayment.
It was an overpayment based on the data that they had provided.
Right.
When we undertook various exercises to check the data, we identified that they incorrectly claimed that money.
Right.
And so we have a compliance activity.
Yeah.
I think there was a little bit of chat at ASQA last night that talked about the Fraud Fusion Task Force.
Yeah.
It's the activity that's part of that Fraud Fusion Task Force. We're across government. We're finding providers that may be inaccurately claiming money, and we're claiming that back or getting that back. And that's what that's about.
Thank you. I have a document to table, document 0. If we could do that. And once everyone's had an opportunity to look at that, I just want to ask about the measure under the Permanent Migration Program 2025-26 planning levels, which includes significant variations to outcome 1. And I'm just trying to understand the reallocation of the funds here.
So, Senator, as a result of, and I'll turn to my experts to help me, but we've had this question before. So as a result of decisions that are made in relation to migration, that impacts on the number of kids that are going to childcare or schools.
Yeah.
And if there's fewer people coming in or fewer people with families, then this is simply a reconciliation of that.
Okay, so basically you're saying if you've allocated X as a forward estimate,
Yep.
and then you've had, let's say, 15% lower uptake than required,
Yep.
then it's basically you haven't utilised those funds, so it's not actually a cut, it's actually just a reduction in the amount of money that you budgeted for.
You projected would be in the school system
correct.
or the childcare system. And this happens every single year. There's nothing unusual about this. I think it actually happens every budget cycle as well. It's just the updated, anticipated number in relation to migration.
Okay, so there's no reallocation, for example, of programs from schools being reallocated.
No, Senator, this is not a program that we run. It's simply a reflection of, in terms of the totality investment around childcare and in schools, as a result of updated parameters that flows through to many departments.
Yeah.
We're one of those departments where migrants might come in with young children and kids who are going to schools or universities too, probably as well. Yeah.
So there's no impact to families, there's no impact to public schools, to private schools, none at all. It's just expenditure that hasn't been utilised, that's been reallocated elsewhere.
Yeah, so
well, not it's
updated parameters,
provisioning
updated
that hasn't
projections.
been used and it's been allocated elsewhere. Yeah. Okay. MyEFO also rolled over almost $10 million from the Community Childcare Fund and allocated it to current and future year. What were the circumstances or delays that made that rollover necessary?
Yep, Senator, broadly it was due to delays, so where there have been decisions taken in relation to payments under the program, particularly the delays related to things like adverse weather events, floods, drought, those kind of things, as well as being able to get some of the services in very remote type areas.
Yeah.
So the delays are predominantly of that kind of nature.
Okay. In terms of total expenditure on outcome 1, could you confirm, because it appears that there is a cost blowout of some $544 million between the 25-26 budget and the revised estimates, and that's from pages 26 in PBS and page 32 in PAYS. Is that correct? Are those figures accurate?
Senator, I don't have my PBS with me, but I would note that Outcome 1 has a number of special appropriation funded programs.
Yeah.
So by their nature, they're demand driven.
Gotcha.
So the funding flows depending on the level of demand.
Yeah.
So if the level of demand goes up, then the expected outlay in relation to that program would go up and the funding increases accordingly.
Okay. And could you give me an example of the type of program where that might occur?
Yeah.
Sorry, you go. As I say, schools is a classic example, Senator. So as a result of increased numbers of students with disability, or as a result of more students going to the non-government sector versus the government sector, the other example would be childcare. As a result of more families taking up childcare, the parameters change every budget cycle, and this is what's happened again.
Okay. So the $500 million figure, that's a large figure. Is there anything significant that sort of caused that? And I note that it's demand driven, but that is a lot. That's sort of seen that, increase or blowout or whatever somebody would want to call it.
Senator, without being able to step through the specific programs there, it's hard to say what the apart from we know there's a number of large demand-driven programs there. The specifics, it's hard to actually go to what each of those are. In relation, though, the relevant outcome officers from the relevant outcome might be able to talk to their specific areas in there, so the schools people might be able to describe why there's a change, for example.
Are you able to provide the breakdown and perhaps a brief explanation on notice? Is that...
Senator, I can probably help with some of that. I've got both documents in front of me now. So
yeah, sure.
In the PBS, in terms of non-government school support, in the PBS it talked about roughly 19.9 billion.
Mm-hmm.
In pays it talks about 20.5 billion.
Okay.
So you can see there's a big increase there around the non-government,
Yep.
and that would be a combination of both more students choosing or families choosing non-government schools and also the increase in the number of disability in non-government schools as well.
Sure.
So again, not unusual, this happens
Yeah.
every budget cycle, but that gives you an example of a relatively significant change
Yeah.
in terms of our parameters model. What we had anticipated would be the take-up of both government and non-government schools.
And
There's
what
one
kind of
example.
other, and I don't need the specific numbers, only if you have them, like what other segments would be in there? So obviously non-government is one of those. What else would be in there
So,
as a large shift? Because that's sort of, I think you said 19 million
billion.
of the,
yep.
sorry?
Oh, sorry, I thought it meant your million or my billion?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Was it my million or my billion or your million you were talking about? I talked about 19 billion.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an understanding of where the variance of the 544 million came from.
Okay, so Mr Markovic can help because I think the detailed explanation is actually in my info.
Yeah.
So, Marcus Markovic, Deputy Secretary Corporate Enabling Services. Senator, pages 67 and 68 of my EFO talk to the, I think you're asking for what are the significant contributions.
Correct, yes, yeah.
They list those.
Yeah.
The most significant for our portfolio in 25-26 is, as the Secretary has mentioned, payments to non-government schools of 505 million in 25-26. There is also another item for our portfolio listed, which is a minor reduction in the childcare subsidy program of 149 million.
Yeah.
There will be some other non-material ones, but the material
They're the
items
material
to really
ones.
question to the CFO are listed, your pages 67 and 68 of my info.
Thank you. In terms of expenditure on outcome 2, could you confirm for me that in the 2025 budget there was 8.63 billion allocated to core Commonwealth funding for teaching and learning in higher education, but in my EFA that has been reduced to 8.27 billion. So that's a drop of 356 million in core Commonwealth funding for higher education. Is that accurate? Have I understood that correctly?
The figures I've got in front of me, Senator, is 8.6. I think that's the figure you gave me.
8.63, correct.
8.63, and I've got for pays 8.27.
Yep, so it is a drop of 356.
And again, this will be projection in terms of student numbers and what that looks like going forward, as it would normally be.
So to clarify, that's not a drop in funding, that's a drop in the amount of money that has been required to be spent based on the amount of students that have taken it up.
That's my understanding, and I think we'd have a total budget, which CFO might be able to help me. Total amount for outcome 2. Do we have that at all? In terms of all funding we give outcome 2?
Yes, $27.6 billion for outcome 2 is the current revised estimate.
And what was it at budget?
And at
Sorry,
budget,
I shouldn't
yep,
ask
no, no.
It's your job. Sorry, I'm taking over.
At budget, it was $15.6 billion.
So there's a $10 billion increase. Now, obviously, part of that's about help debt, but there's just been a significant increase in outcome 2 between budget and pays as well.
Okay. All right. So you're basically saying that there's no impact, that there is no actual cut there.
So, Senator, we can go into a bit more detail on higher ed if you want to go into the detail around some of these things.
Yes, please.
But in terms of managed growth and needs-based funding, I think it would be good for that level of detail in the higher ed section, if you're okay with that.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Because my officers are well prepared for those questions later on.
I'm just having a think about the Commonwealth, the core Commonwealth funding for teaching and higher learning in higher education.
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding, and again, you're talking about it being demand-driven and that there's actually no cut. Can you take me through that again and explain how that has not been reduced and how the funding has not been reduced? So you're saying it's demand-driven in reverse. So does that reduce the overall pool in the future, or does that then increase?
So,
no.
As you'll be aware, the Minister has indicated there's a 9,500 additional Commonwealth supported places this calendar year, up to 16,000 additional Commonwealth supported places next year.
Yeah.
So part of what we've done, and part of this was through the University Accord reforms and the work of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission.
Yeah.
And again, they'll be here later for higher ed if you want to go into detail, Senator, was there were decisions made that where universities had not reached their MGBA, their maximum grant allocation, that they would not receive indexation because, in fact, they didn't have the students enrolled and they were receiving more money than the number of students they have enrolled. In the past, so they'll get the same they got this year. Sorry, they'll get the same this year as they got last year, but indexation won't be applied. And so there's some changes in terms of the methodology. Again, very happy to go into that level of detail because we've got to add needs-based funding, then we've got to add managed growth. Higher ed's probably a little bit easier, if that's okay with you, Senator, to ask the detail of what that looks like, because the people that actually look after the funding of universities will be here for that item.
Yeah, so just to confirm, so you don't call the reduction in spending of that $356 million as a cut effectively on the basis that it's a demand-driven thing, so you're not cutting it, they haven't taken it up, so you haven't cut it because there's no demand for it.
That's right.
So you don't need to spend it.
No university will get less
Yeah.
than they received last year on the basis of their student numbers. A number of universities will get more, and there's an allocation of the 9,500 additional Commonwealth supported places. But in terms of, there's a guarantee that a university will not get less funding than what they got last year, so effectively there's no cut.
Yeah, yeah. So effectively, the spending on the core Commonwealth funding for teaching and learning in higher education, even though it's dropped by $356 million, it's because there is no demand.
So again, effectively, because the projections were based on a particular parameters in terms of what we thought the domestic load would be. Yeah. That domestic load has been different than what was anticipated. That's right. The
domestic load has been $356 million less.
Effectively, because as a result of...
What does effectively mean? Just so I understand.
Effectively, because some universities haven't enrolled the number of students that we had anticipated, they're not getting the increase that was factored into the parameters. Right. Okay. They will get the same amount of money they got last year, so there's no cut to those universities, but they won't get an anticipated increase that they would have got if we anticipated that they enrolled more students than they actually have. So that sort of projection, or, let's just call it that $350 million that was anticipated that would be utilised in resourcing that wasn't, how was that number derived to begin with? How did we end up $356 million lower in demand than we had budgeted for? Sure. Senator, it's the same sort of question that you'd have for childcare and schools. Any demand-driven program, we have parameter models where we effectively put into the model, this is what we expect the increase would be in terms of student demand, either in childcare or schools or higher ed. Yeah. That goes into the model, it goes over the forward estimates. Those parameters are changed every budget update to reflect any latest data that we've got. Okay. So basically, based on the modelling, there was an estimate of the number of children that would go through to university, and that didn't eventuate. That was $350 million less than expected. And they might have gone to vet, they might have chosen into the workforce, whatever the case may be, so that's effectively correct. Yep. Okay. Has the modelling, is that an unusual variance? Is that sort of in the standard range that you would normally have? Yeah, I don't think it's unusual. No one's raised it with me as being unusual. My costs and boffins tell me it's not. Again, we try and just get as much up-to-date information as we can about behaviours. Yeah, and that could be cyclical variances or something else. Okay. Exactly. All right, thank you. Do you have any insights on sort of what changes, apart from obviously cyclical elements, on what might be drivers of changes in demand, in different years or in different periods? On universities? Yes, yeah. It could be the job market, Senator. So Students may decide if the job market is quite buoyant.
Yep.
We often find that students take a gap year, they might go
Yeah.
straight into the job market.
Yeah.
Where we find the employment market is a bit challenging, we often find students come into university at a greater rate than we might have anticipated. So it's those sort of things
Yep.
are the kind of the main factors in relation to it as well.
Okay, thank you. Did you need to rotate the call, Chair?
No.
Okay, thank you. A quick question on average staffing levels. The average staffing levels grew from 1,633 last year to 1,700 this year, according to the portfolio additional estimate statement. The average staffing level in October 2022 was 1,292. Just sort of on a rough cut, that's about a 30% growth of staff in the department in just over 3 years. Can you sort of give me some insights on that and the requirements around that and the sustainability of that as well?
Senator Mr Markovic has a step-by-step breakdown on that.
That would be great, thank you.
So, Senator, I can talk through each of the changes in ASL. It's about a page and a half worth, or would you like me to pick out perhaps some of the major items?
If you could pick out some of the major items, talk to them and perhaps table the document, that would be great.
Yeah. So, Senator, probably the major items have been an investment in childcare integrity measures, which the Secretary spoke to earlier.
Yes, yeah.
That has been a significant focus across the department, and there are a few different measures over the 3-4 budget updates that contribute to that.
Yep.
There are a couple of things that have happened and then reversed out of the process, but that's a significant one. The department has received additional resourcing to support the implementation of the ECEC wage subsidy. That was a grant program, and we do have some additional resourcing for that. Just trying to pick out. There's a long list. Trying to find things over 20.
Yeah, that's good.
as a parameter.
Child safety.
Yeah, child safety in the most recent budget update. So between the 1,633 that you mentioned and the 1,700, 99% of that resourcing was for child safety work that the Minister announced last year, and other than that, there's one ASL that isn't that.
Okay.
So they're the key areas, but certainly we have an itemisation of all the ons and offs that we can provide to you on notice.
Okay. And sort of looking at that sort of 30% growth in that period of 3 years, is that something that is expected to sort of stabilise at this point? Is that something that's because we've required that additional safety in the childcare integrity measures and the child safety, particularly with what we've seen occurring in childcare centres? Is that something that we sort of believe we have covered now, or do you think there's going to need to be a further investment in resourcing, particularly if we move to a universal childcare model?
Sure, Senator. They're really questions for government to make decisions out of every budget.
Have you been
cycle,
asked to do any modelling on that?
Modelling on?
On what your capacity will need to be over time to manage that?
We don't model as such, Senator, on those sort of things. We're always planning for that.
Yeah,
I mean, child safety is in our childcare area.
What I'm asking you is, have you been speaking to government about whether or not you will need to increase your resourcing in the department, particularly as it relates to child safety and childcare integrity measures, as we move, if that's the case, to universal childcare?
It's a bit of a hypothetical for me because it's a matter of the government as to whether we're moving to universal childcare, Senator. That's not for me to comment on. But in terms of our resourses...
Okay. So you will deal with that at such a time as if that becomes policy and then you need to deal with it?
As would be the normal process.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got, as Mr Markovic says, we got almost 90 additional ASL for quality and safety from the government. They responded very strongly to that.
Yeah.
I think it was an investment of almost $200 million, as well as the investment for the Attorney-Generals. We're working with states and territory very closely around that. You might have questions later on in childcare portfolio outcomes, Senator, but we have the resources that we need to do the job the government has asked us to do at the moment. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. My next set of questions relate to the Thriving Kids program. Is that something that you want me to deal with in schools or here in cross-portfolio?
Probably schools, if it's schools related, because Thriving Kids has impact on both early childhood and schools.
Yeah, look, I think it kind of covers across both, but I just didn't want to get there and then for them to say there are no departmental people.
Very happy to take the
assist.
question and then see whether most of my corporate staff won't have the knowledge of Thriving Kids.
Are you happy for me to do that?
Yeah.
Perfect. So, and again, with the Chair's guidance on whether it's appropriate in this section, I want to ask about planning around schools and childcare centres and the work that is being done in the portfolio to adapt the Thriving Kids program. So the program was announced in the health portfolio to move children with autism off the NDIS, and the model discussed by the Thriving Kids Advisory Group final report specifically lists the critical role of ECE in schools as early identifiers. Are you able to sort of talk me through how that is actually going to work in practice?
So, Senator, that will be policy, so it will be childcare and schools, I'm sorry, rather than corporate. Because corporate will be about money, this is about the policy of how those things will be implemented, so it would be schools and early childhood
I'll
outcomes.
just check that none of my questions relate to money, but do you have, and look, again, I'm happy to ask that, I just don't want to miss the opportunity to ask the question. Have you, do you have some information or insights you can share with me around what additional resources will go to schools to implement the program, the Thriving Kids program?
So, Senator, my understanding is that information will be included in the bilateral agreements between the Commonwealth and states. I understand the Minister for Health, and I'm sort of straying into their portfolio, indicated he'd like those bilateral agreements, I think, signed by the 20th of February. So that level of detail, because it's predominantly on the state side, so most of the money in relation to Thriving Kids has gone to states, and states will decide how that money will be used to support schools and early childhood services. That's my understanding. So my department will have limited knowledge on that.
Okay.
It's really a health issue.
All right, thank you. I have a couple of questions in relation to AI. The government announced their AI plan for the APS in November 2025 with targets in mid-2026, noting each agency and department appointing a senior executive as Chief AI Officer, all agencies tracking and reporting their AI use. Could you give me an overview of how the department has responded to the government's AI plan and its goals to date?
Thanks, Senator.
Senator, I might start and then see if Ms Kovacevic wants to add anything else. So we're obviously aware of the plan, the government's AI plan, and we are doing our own planning internally. We have as not yet appointed a Chief AI Officer, which is one of the things that we do need to do by June. We are developing a plan and engaging with our own internal executive board around the governance arrangements we put in place, the senior officers that we need to put in place, and perhaps some further detail consistent with that plan about our rollout. And so a good example of that is our approach to training staff, adoption of whole of government training, what are we doing internally against the three pillars that are in the plan. One of those is about sort of capability and people, and so we are working through that plan as we speak and intending on engaging with our internal executive board. I might see if Ms Kovacevic has anything else to add.
Thank you. Karen Kovacevic, First Assistant Secretary of the Education Funding System. Mr Markovic has covered most of it, but I know last time, Senator, we ran through the things that we have done to date, so I won't go over those again, but just to add to...
Yeah, if there are any material changes.
Yeah, just to add to Mr Markovic's comments, as he said, we are developing an AI strategy, and that will include a roadmap, and that will align very closely with the APS AI plan. The Chief AI Officer, as he mentioned, we will be appointing by June. We are also progressing to work with the Department of Finance on the GovAI platform, so a beta will be available from the middle of this year, and we will participate in using the tools available through GovAI. We are currently updating our AI transparency statement as well. That's a requirement each year. And of course, we're always updating our guidance to reflect changes, etc. There's also some work happening that will begin soon to just promote and communicate the APS AI plan across the department. It's really important that all staff understand the requirements and are working towards it. So we'll continue to do that, continue to enhance our training. There's a whole lot of activity across whole of government, so we actively participate in that and will continue to do so. And of course, at some point, as we introduce, we already have a range of tools, but we'll continue to sort of measure the benefits, or just try to measure the benefits that come from using those tools, and really importantly, consulting with staff along the way. So if we make changes, introduce new tools, etc., there's always a need to consult with staff. So they're the key things that we're working on.
Thank you. And just to double check one thing, I think someone said that the Chief AI Officer was due by the end of the financial year.
Yes, correct.
My understanding was they were scheduled to begin in December 2025. Is that correct, or am I mistaken?
We currently have a AI accountable officer, but the Chief AI Officer needs to be in place by the 30th of June. That's a new requirement under the
That's a new one.
plan.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. I'll be pretty much finished up. Chair, I do have one more question, sorry, on the PAYS, which I missed, if that's okay. There's, on page 23, there's a piece that says other variations, which is listed in the lines under the permanent migration program. Could you tell me a bit about what they are? What are those other variations? And I'm not talking about changes in parameters, just what the specific other variations are.
Thanks, Senator. There'll be a note explaining, but I'll see if my CFO can...
Excuse me. Senator, that includes things like the updates we were talking to estimates.
Yeah.
So some of the expense estimate updates, they flow through that line as other variations. So above it, we've got the information on the measures through the MyEFO decisions of government, and then the other variations are some of the expense movements, so adjustments both up and down, like we were talking about earlier, where there might be demand-driven programs, there's a greater level of demand, so therefore the expense estimate goes up, or the expense estimate has gone down. That's all incorporated in those lines.
Okay, so like on the surface, it kind of looks like there's a movement of monies between programs, but what you're actually saying is they're unutilised allocations that are just being reallocated somewhere where those funds are required.
Or probably less than unutilised for that line, more where there's, I think as described earlier, there was an estimate at a point in time of how much expense would be relevant to a program. Where that estimate has changed, that's flowed through that line.
Yeah.
So it's not that there's necessarily unallocated. It's just estimate at a point in time. Right. The estimate has changed. The combination of all of those, it makes up. Yeah,
unallocated is probably the wrong word, given I'm not an accountant. Unutilised. Yeah. So money that wasn't utilised for something is just now being put somewhere else.
Well, it may not even have been allocated.
Right.
So in terms of the way that we pay, we base payments to government schools, non-government schools, and also the childcare system based on data that comes in throughout the year.
Yeah.
So the money might actually even have been allocated. So it's not as if the money has gone out and we're bringing it back. It's how estimates of variations effectively work every year. So if you look at the programs we're talking about there, it's 1.2, 1.3 and 1.4. So it's all the programs we've talked about. It's variations in childcare subsidy, variations in government school support, variations in non-government school support, where the budget, because remember this budget goes through till end of June this year.
Yeah.
Some of the funding has not actually even been allocated yet. So the parameters have actually changed, what we normally do. So it's not as if we've taken money back and it's being utilised for something else. It's just how the budget operates in terms of the way that we actually plan for the expenditure.
I just need to authorise media. So if everyone's happy to have media in the room taking photos, thank you.
I'll finish this question.
Great. Thank you, Senator.
Just that that second last line on that page 23. Can you just sort of talk me through that?
Sorry, the net decrease 1.4?
Yeah. What does that, like, can you give me some detail around
So 1.4 is non-government schools national support, and because it's in brackets, is the brackets an increase to the decrease?
It's a reduction.
So it's a reduction, yeah, it's a decrease.
So it's what was actually projected in terms of, again, national school support, so it's 1.4.
So, Senator, I wouldn't mind I believe the net increases and net decreases are programs 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 rather than just 1.4 is how that line's represented. If I'm wrong, I'll correct my testimony. An example of the reduction in there is the item that I spoke about earlier, the decrease in childcare subsidy of 149 million that I spoke of in my EFO would flow through into that line item.
Right.
Okay.
So basically, it looks like a $1.3 billion reduction in the forward estimates to non-government schools.
That's my fault. So the net increase refers to 1.2 and 1.3 and 1.4 together.
Yeah.
So if you take those three programs together, there's been an increase of 757 million.
Yeah.
But there's been a decrease of 285, and that's, I think, what Mr. Markovich is saying is the decrease in childcare subsidy. I got that right?
Okay.
Yeah, because that's a program 1.2. So that sort of the presentation of those three numbers relates to both the increase and the decrease, and the two specific examples I called out would have flowed through into that item, as well as some, we talked about significant items and less significant. The significant ones are sitting in there that I spoke of previously.
So has there been a reduction in spend of $1.3 billion over the forward estimates in non-government schools?
No, Senator.
There hasn't?
No. Because again, it's all those
If you could
programs
table
together.
that detail for me,
Sure.
that would be great.
And to a large degree, it is in my EFO, as Mr. Markovich says, but we're happy to assist.
Lovely. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Okay, that concludes our questions for corporate. So officials who are only relevant to that section are free to depart. And we will now be moving to outcome 1, schools and youth. We will also be dealing with closing the gap outcome 5 in this section.
Chair, my staff are just downstairs in the...
No worries, we'll just suspend for one moment
Sure.
and we'll resume in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Committee will now resume. And we are in Outcome 1, Schools and Youth. I'm going to come to Senator Dlager for the call first, and then I'll come to Senator Kovacic.
All right. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. I have questions in relation to closing the gap and the First Nations teachers strategy. Sorry?
Very relevant today.
Yes.
Thanks,
Sorry, Senator.
You know, you're right. Harry.
Revenue.
All right, thank you very much. In the 2024-25 budget, the government announced the funding for the First Nations teachers strategy. Can you tell the committee what the policy is intended to do?
Thanks, Senator. Meg Brighton, the Deputy Secretary of Schools and Youth. The First Nations teacher strategy, which actually we will be naming the First Nations teacher and school leader strategy, the whole focus of that body of work is to strengthen First Nations teachers in schools. So it's a combination of attracting more people into the profession. It's about making schools safe and inclusive places for teachers. And it's also about the career paths for teachers. So the department is working very closely with NATSIPA, who is the First Nations Teachers and Principals Association, as well as NATSIAC, which is the First Nations Education Corporation, on the development of that strategy. Consultation is well advanced, and perhaps Ms Samuelson could just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we've consulted extensively with First Nation stakeholders and with other parts of the education sector, and we've got to the point where we've actually had a fairly solid draft, and we're just working on finalising the language particularly with NATSIPA and NATSIAC, the two peak, the principal association and the peak body. And we anticipate sharing that with the senior officials in the states and territories shortly before it goes to EMM around the middle of the year, with the hope that it is endorsed by ministers around that time.
Excellent.
Senator, there is a companion piece of work that's directly relevant to the First Nations teacher strategy, and that's the First Nations education policy. And perhaps Mr Mugford could just talk about the relationship between those two things.
Thanks, Ms Brighton. Chris Mugford, Assistant Secretary, First Nations and Closing the Gap Branch. So the First Nations education policy we spoke about briefly last hearing, which is looking to sharpen the aspirations for the national aspirations for First Nations education outcomes. Similarly, we're working with NATSIPA and NATSIAC, but also with SNAKE from an early childhood perspective, with the National Indigenous Youth Education Coalition to represent youth perspective, and with the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Higher Education Consortium. So we've undertaken a public consultation process that just closed and had approximately 160 submissions that the department is working through analysis of now, and the First Nations partners that I mentioned commencing their engagement activities. They'll run over February and March to ensure that we have First Nations perspectives at the heart of the policy development.
Excellent, and it's great to hear that there's so much consultation going on, and I have to say, compliment you again, Mr Mugford, on your fabulous tie that you're wearing for closing the gap today. I did try and wear one just to be as brightened as you we spoke about it last.
I did notice, Senator. It's a lovely tie.
Can you tell me how does our strategy relate or compare to more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander teachers initiative that was launched under the Gillard government?
You're talking about the MATSIT?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're actually building on that, so the idea is to take the learnings from that particular strategy, which was very well received, but my understanding is it wasn't implemented fully. So the idea is to take the learnings from that and actually expand on it and make sure, but this time we're really working very, very closely with the First Nations stakeholders and the teaching profession particularly, as represented by NATSIPA, to make sure that it actually is going to deliver the things that they need around so that we can attract and retain teachers, particularly around making sure that they feel safe in the workplace and that they can contribute effectively.
Excellent, and we absolutely want to stress that people should absolutely feel safe in their workplace, and that strategy sounds great. And how does it intersect with the Better and Fairer Schools agreement?
Senator, there's a couple of dimensions in terms of that intersection. One is that the delivery of the First Nations Teachers Strategy and the First Nations Education Policy is expressly referenced in the Better and Fairer Schools agreement. But more importantly than that, under the agreement, we've got 3 areas of reform, which is about equity and excellence, it's about wellbeing for learning and engagement. And the third area is around the workforce, making sure we've got a strong, capable workforce, and a subcomponent of that is very specific targets around increasing the number of First Nations teachers. So a combination of the First Nations Education Policy coupled with the First Nations Teachers and School Leader Strategy, those 2 elements combined with what states and territories are doing in their own jurisdictions is all around meeting the outcomes under the agreement.
And what are some of the actions that the Australian Government is taking to build the pipeline for First Nations people studying to be teachers?
So the government, as part of the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, the government invested over $330 million in that plan. And that was everything from additional places in teaching education to, importantly, a Commonwealth teaching scholarship. That teaching scholarship there's 5 rounds, so over 5 years there is 1,000 scholarships awarded, and part of the criteria of those scholarships is we are particularly trying to also attract diversity into the profession. It's that adage of you can't be what you can't see, and it's really important for our First Nations students to see First Nations teachers. So a proportion of those scholarship awardees are First Nations, and that will continue to build. We're assessing round 3 of those scholarships at the moment. We have also, the government's also invested in a teacher workload reduction fund, and that actually is also about relieving the pressures on the workforce, which has a direct correlation into how our First Nation staff feel about working in schools.
So just to add to that, Senator, for the first round of the Commonwealth Teaching Scholarships, there were 26 First Nation recipients, and in the second round there were 31.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Delegas. Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you very much. My questions will be about thriving kids in the first set.
Thanks, Senator.
Thanks, Senator. We're ready when you are.
Okay. The program, the Thriving Kids program, announced in the health portfolio to move children with autism off the NDIS. The model discussed by the Thriving Kids Advisory Group final report talks to the critical role of ECE and schools as early identifiers. Can you sort of talk me through how this is going to work in practice?
Thanks, Senator. What I might do is contextualise this and then I'll ask one of my colleagues to take you into some of the details. So the Thriving Kids Advisory Group that was co-chaired between Minister Butler and Dr. Frank or Professor Frank Oblade, that advisory group reflected both experts in the field as well as school leaders in the education system as well as early childhood specialists. And the model that they developed was very particularised around the roles of early childhood, the roles of maternal health nurses, the opportunities for schools. The Thriving Kids model quite expressly recognised that early childhood educators and teachers are working in those settings and exercising their professional capabilities. And the Thriving Kids Advisory Council or group were very minded not to put additional work onto teachers. So part of the model was about how do you provide access to families to the Thriving Kids models from a safe place that families are comfortable. And I'll get my colleagues to talk in a little bit more detail about how that will work.
Hello, Esmeralda Rocha, Assistant Secretary, Inclusion and Disability. So as Ms Brighton said, we worked really closely and are continuing to work really closely with our health colleagues as they to inform their work as they land the model and the finer detail with states and territories. Being really mindful of what the proper role of ECEC leaders and school teachers is, and working out what is needed to support that workforce without adding to their workloads and keeping them in their proper sphere of professional expertise. The finer detail of exactly what actions will be produced to support the model is still being worked out through the bilateral negotiations that the Department of Health is leading with their state and territory counterparts. But certainly we've been working to ensure that it doesn't duplicate or leave gaps with what's already in place, and there is quite a lot already that schools are doing around the country to support students with autism or developmental delay. So on top of the student with disability loading, we're investing about $35 million over the forwards specifically to help students with autism. So there's the Positive Partnerships program. We're creating an autism micro-credential to support teachers, and we're also looking at the available resources that we already have developed and evaluating those under the National Autism Strategy to ensure that they align with good practice but also complement what's going to be delivered under Thriving Kids as the finer detail is landed over the coming weeks.
Okay. So the finer detail, you're expecting that over the next few weeks?
Yes, so the indication is that the bilateral agreements are still being worked through, and of course there will be different models in different states depending on what they already have in place and what additionality needs to be
where they need to build up capability.
That's correct.
So can you tell me then, is there a concern there, or you know, in reality, are we seeing a shift in the responsibility of identifying and effectively responding to autism to schools themselves?
I wouldn't categorise it as a shift. I think schools already do this work. It's acknowledging that work is being done, trying to work out what further supports are there, and creating an ecosystem outside the education sector to provide the supports for children and their families so that is not sitting fully within the education sector.
So you're saying they're already doing a load of that work, so it's just shifting all of that, like putting it all in one place rather than having it occurring in different places. I'm trying to understand what the impact and burden to schools will be from the core function of teaching if they are now required, you know, to identify and respond, perhaps in some cases, from a health perspective, not an educational perspective as well.
Senator, and thank you, these are good clarifying questions. The advisory group, their recommendation on the Thriving Kids model, as Dr Rocha said, was expressly around preserving the role of early childhood educators and teachers in their professional stream. So just as parents are often the first people to identify when something might be going on with their child, often an early childhood educator or a school teacher, even today, will identify something is going on and they'll have a conversation with the parents. What Thriving Kids will enable them to do is there will be a service system able to respond. So it is absolutely not about putting more work onto, or a greater role or a different role onto teachers or early childhood educators. It's actually about having a service system that can respond around the need. The detail of what that looks like, states and territories will be the majority service provider, and the bilateral negotiations that the Secretary mentioned earlier on and that Dr Rocha just referred to, that will work out the detail in each jurisdiction between the Federal Health Department and that jurisdiction about what their service model will look like, so as to not only do families get the supports they need for their little people, but also educators and teachers can have somewhere to refer students to.
Okay, so if there's no change for teachers and schools in terms of their core functionality of educating children, then why is the department participating in these working groups? Like, what is the purpose of doing that if it is just a facilitation or a referral to services at an initial point rather than, a child having to go to a GP, for example, for that referral or to a specialist or a paediatrician or something like that. Senator, just to get an understanding of how this all connects together.
So, Senator, schools are safe places for children and for their families. Schools often operate as a hub in the community and connecting young people and their families to different sorts of services. It's important for education to be at the table because education does have a role in making sure that children and young people can access their learning in a way that's going to work for them. And the more we're involved in the discussions and the design around these new service models, the better the models will be because there's clarity about the different roles the various actors play in that service system.
There must be an additional expectation, though, surely on schools and their resourcing and on teachers. Otherwise, if this is shifting to schools away from the NDIS, how are children with disability going to be better supported than they currently are?
As part of the service design, the advisory group looked at both early learning centres and schools as possibly facilities whereby services could be offered. Now, that's going to vary across the country depending on the availability of space in a school. And if that's the case, the jurisdiction that sets out that model, they will work to support the local school or schools about how that might be executed.
Right, so I'm assuming that those services or facilities would have to be standalone because even if it's a facilitation or a referral, unless it is standalone, then surely the school will be involved somehow in that support. And then there's an impact to the school. So, if the school is currently functioning as it is to teach children and to educate children, and if we add this additional layer, whether it's a facilitation or a referral, that resourcing has to come from somewhere. I understand that in some cases, as you say, it is already occurring, but obviously it's going to be occurring on an even greater scale. So that surely that has to be an impact to those schools.
And Senator, that's the sort of detail that the state and territory will work through between their health departments and their education departments. These models are not dissimilar to things that are happening at the moment. In some primary school settings, if the primary school also offers an early learning setting, you will often have maternal health nurses working out of that school for a few hours a week or several days a week to provide an intersection and support with families. So schools operating as hubs linking into other services, it is something that we've pointed to in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement as an opportunity for schools and a way that families can be more connected to the different services that will help their young people learn.
Yeah. And I'm just thinking from a very practical level now. Obviously, schools have limited space and limited facilities. One would assume that these are, obviously going to have to be very specific rooms and spaces. Then obviously there's that element that schools need to allow for as well, if it's going to be occurring on site.
Senator, I think you can be very confident that education departments in states and territories, while they work through this with their health, their primary focus will be on learning and classrooms, and if a school doesn't have the physical capacity to offer a space, then the learning will take priority.
Okay.
So we also know NDIS services currently do occur in schools already.
Oh, I'm aware.
So it's not as if there's new and different.
Now it's all going to be aware. So all occurring there. So we do have some occurring now, but now all of it will be occurring there through the Thriving Kids
Not
program.
necessarily. Remember, Thriving Kids is not for a number of children with autism. A number of children with autism will remain on NDIS.
Yeah.
So not all children with autism are going to Thriving Kids.
I'm aware of that.
This is the lower moderate.
The entirety of the Thriving Kids component is what I'm talking about. So everything that's been moved to Thriving Kids, that will all be... that is all done through the school system,
No,
correct?
not necessarily, Senator.
Okay.
Because remember,
can you explain the distinction?
Because some of the program around Thriving Kids is actually family support.
I'm aware of the family support, the education piece, yeah.
So that means not all Thriving Kids is done through the school, because some of it will actually be family support and things like that. And as Ms Bryden said, having been, working in a school and large schools, we had speech therapists, we had physiotherapists we had in our schools all the time. So it's not as if this is something new or different for schools to plan for.
But
having said that, sorry.
Yeah, I think we're misunderstanding each other. I'm not talking about the package of the program, but from the early identification piece for thriving kids, will that primarily occur through schools? And early education centres?
Not necessarily. It really depends on the state plan. This is why the states have received $1.4 billion to support the planning around that, and we'll know more detail around that once the bilateral agreements are signed. So, sorry, Dr. Roger, did you want to add to that?
I was just going to add, it is expected that it would be a variety of professionals, primarily health and allied health professionals, who would be part of that early identification piece. It's more about recognising the role that, as Mr Cook and Ms Brighton have said, that the schools are already playing. So rather than having teachers doing what they do, identify a student that might need some additional support and having kind of an unclear pathway as to where to refer them, Thriving Kids is kind of trying to streamline that referral process that is already occurring to provide additional support to educators.
Okay, I think I understand. So I think before the statement was schools will become facilities where services are offered, as well as being places for early identification and referral. Is that correct? Did I understand that clearly?
Senator, services could be offered in schools, subject to the state and territory bilateral agreement, subject to space, subject to agreement with individual schools.
Okay, but that is part of the plan. That is part of what a future state will likely look like, that schools could if they choose to, or that it's part of the plan that schools will offer that, and they won't necessarily take it up, but that's part of the proposal.
It'll be something that as the states and territories are working on their design and implementation of their model, they will work with the education departments around, in a region, in a location, is a school the right place for this service? Could it be delivered elsewhere?
Okay.
Senator, the work is, given the negotiations are still in place with health and their counterparts in states and territories, the detailed work is still in flight. We will know more over the next couple of months.
Okay. Because where it confuses me is we sort of have some statements that are kind of a little bit conflicting, like, schools are already doing it, it's not like it's something new or different for schools to plan for, but then we've got this whole planning for how schools will plan for it.
Senator, the schools today provide a range of services so young people can access learning. The Thriving Kids model is more expansive than that. As Mr Cook touched on, it goes to family supports, clinical interventions. The speech therapists or the hearing specialists that might operate in a school today, that is around supporting the child to access their learning at school. Thriving Kids is much more holistic about the totality of that young person's world, which is why the connection with family and the other allied health providers is so critical to the execution of the model. And as I said, the detail we work through with states and territories over the coming months.
Okay, so just so I understand, it is additional service or additional work or additional programs or additional referrals that will be facilitated or provided through a school.
Possibly.
In some cases.
In some cases. And
in some cases.
As you indicated, there's a
not
whole range.
Not every single case, but in some cases that will be happening.
But the parenting programs, for example, may not be offered through the school.
Yeah.
But that's part of Thriving Kids. It's part of the $1.4 billion.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand the scale of what is going to change.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we don't understand yet, and it's important to understand, particularly as it relates to teachers who already report significant workload issues and burnout concerns. I mean, is the department modelling how this will impact them and what will happen to them?
Sure. No, appreciate that question, and that's something that I think Ms Brighton said that the working group was very, very focused on, because it actually had educators on that working group. This really is something that the states are responsible for in terms of the work that they're doing. So their plan, that's why they've got, as I said, $1.6 or $1.4 billion of the $2 billion. Is very much focused on the states having an implementation plan as to the various components of Thriving Kids. I don't want to labour it, but One of those components is about parental support. A big component is about parental support, and so they'll work out what they do around that. In relation to students that might be in early childhood or school settings, they will develop those plans as well, which might be enhancing existing services that exist in current schools. They might be doing hub and spoke models, as Ms Brighton indicated, where a particular school is identified where parents may bring those students to that school, and there'll be pathologists and speech pathologists and physios and things based at that school. Often these physiotherapists or these health professionals can be based in a school hub.
Yeah.
I certainly had that model when I was a teacher. We had those people on site, but other schools and other students came. So they're all the sort of things that states are working through at the moment. The finalisation of those plans, I understand, as we indicated, will be over coming weeks.
Thank you.
Great. I just need to rotate the call to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I've got questions from previous estimates. Question number SQ 25-00718 of Senate Supplementary Budget Estimates 25-26, which related to Year 12 completers. If you want, I can circulate it for ease.
My guys are
brilliant.
Very spot on, thank you.
Amazing. So the department said that it does not collect information on the number or proportion of students in each state and territory who've completed Year 12, went on to attend post-school activities. Now, in an answer to a question on notice from Senator Wong, and this is back in 2006, and I think it was Senate Debates, 8th of August 2006, page 186, the then Minister representing the Minister for Education, Science and Training was able to provide this granularity and refers to data from the department's student-selected higher education statistics dataset. I'm just curious to understand when did the state and territory level data on the subject stop being collected?
Senator, we might have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, that was well before our time in the department. I'm sorry. We'll have to take that on notice.
I've got it with me if you want to have a look at it.
No, sorry, you asked the question, when did it stop? Just because we probably weren't in the department.
Okay.
Between 2006 and now, we really have to take that on notice to understand that data collection and when that data collection might have stopped or changed.
Okay. Because as the 2006 answers show, in late 90s and early 2000s, enrolment in vet courses of Year 12 completers was stable at 35 to 45% across the country. And according to the answers that I received through SQ 25-00718, the percentage going to TAFE has been around 10% for the last few years. So, you know, have TAFE enrolments for Year 12s collapsed, and what could be the potential factors impacting that, especially in the past 20 years when we saw it stable at 35 to 40%, but now it's at 10%?
Senator, first of all, my department's not responsible for vet or TAFE. So in 2006, we probably did have responsibilities for that. We don't have responsibilities for TAFE or vet. Due up the department that was on yesterday, they'll have that data rather than us. We'll be able to access it, but I don't have responsibilities for skills and training. So we're happy to see what we can take on notice and help you with your question, but we don't have that access or that information in our department necessarily. It would be our colleague department that could help us.
Do we know when that responsibility sort of shifted, or?
Since 2006, there's probably been 7 or 8 machinery of government changes. The latest one was 2022. Where DUA was established as a department and skills and training became the responsibility of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
No worries. Well, yep.
If I can add to that, Senator, in addition to what Mr Cook has said in terms of skills being in with DUA and the other portfolio, what we do see is vet in schools, which often is an indicator about whether a student might go on to further vet studies or further university. We have seen an increase in the number of students participating in vet programs while still in schools. So that participation is upwards to 27% these days. And that's the highest it's been since we started collecting that data in 2006. And the rest of it, Senator, if we can just take that on notice, that would be great.
So sorry, you said that's the highest since 2006?
Yes.
So
since we started collecting the data in 2006.
Okay.
And this is just around vet in schools.
Vet in schools. And so is there a correlation with students who are taking up vet in schools to then be going into TAFE? Because if we're seeing 10% currently enrolling in TAFE, where's the other 17% who have done vet courses?
Sure, because, well, as you also know, Senator, there's many more vet providers than just TAFE providers. In fact, I think the majority of vet providers actually are not TAFE providers. But again, we won't have that data. It would be the other, it would be DUA that would have that data. We'll take it on notice and see if we can assist.
Yes, because I'd love to know what the department thinks is causing that collapse in TAFE enrolments, and whether that's contributing to the housing crisis or skills shortages that we're seeing. But yeah, if you could take that on notice.
We'll take it on notice, and again, we'll probably have to defer it to DUA because they've got that responsibility rather than us.
No worries, I'll follow up with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Chair.
Senator Kavassett, you have the call.
Thank you. I just wanted to finish up a little bit on the questions that I was asking in relation to thriving kids. We were talking about impact to teachers and to workload, and I just want to get some clarification or your insights of what you're understanding. And I note that it's a matter for the states, but obviously this is where the funding comes from and where the budgetary impacts are seen. What measures are going to be in place, or what measures are you expecting from a budget control perspective to ensure that, you know, there isn't workload creep, capability constraints, and also the confusion for schools as to where their expenditure goes, you know, as, you know, they take on more responsibility for that early identification role? Because I think that's kind of the reality, isn't it? They will be taking on more responsibility. They're already doing some of it, but given that this is how it's going, it will be more.
Yeah, Senator, very happy to assist. I'm just being a bit cautious because the budget doesn't come from this department.
I understand, but you have oversight. I understand all the different layers. You explained that to me last time. I get it. I have.
As in, it doesn't come out of the education portfolio, it comes out of the health portfolio. So
Correct,
I can't comment on expenditure oversight. That's their job rather than mine. But I'll just see whether Mr. Brighton can assist in terms of... But
there are impacts, is what I'm trying to say, that creep through both back to you.
And we do provide support through national student support, and I think Ms. Rocha said it was $50-something million or something that we provide, as well as states and territories. But I'll see whether Ms. Brighton can help.
Senator, the Thriving Kids model expressly calls out that their model is not about providing or putting additional administrative burden on teachers and early learning educators. It expressly calls that out in the model.
But do you actually think that that's not going to happen, like genuinely?
Well, it's been a really important part of the discussions, and I'm sure that...
Haven't people in those discussions expressed concerns that what I've just articulated will happen?
That's why the Thriving Kids Advisory Group,
so that answer is yes, people have expressed...
Sorry, Senator, we just got to let Ms Bryden finish.
No, but I'm just... It's very much a yes or no answer, yeah.
Well, I don't know until I hear Ms Bryden's answer. Ms Bryden.
Thank you. The Thriving Kids Advisory Committee included educators and included representatives from the early childhood sector. It was a key feature of discussions about the roles of those different professionals, and the model that same group came up with and presented to the government was that a model that would not add to the administrative burden of school teachers or early childhood educators. Right. It's featured as part of their model. Senator, once those negotiations are finished and those designs are being worked through, I am sure and I'm very confident if schools see themselves picking up a role that was not intended, that will be something that they will remedy and work through.
Okay. So just to clarify, there were concerns articulated that may have been dealt with, but there were concerns articulated that an additional burden could be placed on teachers and schools.
The whole nature of a working group, Senator, is to work through advice to government, and that's That's what that working group did.
I don't know why it's so hard to... I genuinely just trying to ask whether that is something that people articulated. I understand what the purpose of a working group is. In the working group, while they were working through it, were there concerns articulated that that could potentially occur?
I think what Ms Brighton said is the principle, Senator, was that there would be no additional burden placed. We have nothing further to add.
I know that's the principle. I don't understand why someone won't just answer, yes, that's what... Yes, some people did express those concerns, but we're working towards that not occurring.
I wasn't in the working group, so I can't share that.
Senator...
Or the group tried to develop something to ensure that wouldn't occur. Yes, that concern was expressed. However, what we're working towards or what we're building, plans to ensure that doesn't occur.
So, Senator, my department, with the support of 2 state departments of education, did what we call a deep dive presentation to that advisory group. And as part of our deep dive presentation, we flagged these sorts of issues. And the working group have worked through their model and developed a model that expressly responded to what we flagged in our deep dive.
Right. So the answer is, I will say it, yes, it was flagged, and a lot of work has been done to ensure that hopefully that doesn't happen.
We always flag around any initiative that we're putting in place issues around workforce.
Why can't I get a simple answer of yes?
Well,
I could have finished this question like 4 minutes ago. I'm usually a very calm person. I'm getting very frustrated that just a very simple question that I've asked, for some reason, is going around in circles.
Senator, we've answered your questions in the way that we think is appropriate.
Okay. Well, I think it's appropriate when someone asks you a question, if you can, to say yes or no to that question.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. I'm just going to finish on this because I can see it's a disappointing conversation. This is my concern. Thriving Kids is a Commonwealth program. It's designed to move children off the NDIS. To do that, one of the alternative mechanisms will be to provide services through schools. As a part of that, there will be an expectation that teachers are involved in identification and referral. This obviously puts an additional burden on schools. That's precisely why you're in the conversations with the states now and are providing $1.4 billion in funding. That we wouldn't be having that conversation about resourcing unless there's an expectation that there would be additional demands on those schools. So it raises a number of issues. Additional pressure on teachers, an expectation from families, role confusion, capacity constraints, and the concerns that I've already articulated about teacher burnout. And I am really concerned about this. I've done a lot of work in the NDIS space on committees as well, and I've seen the importance of ensuring that early intervention for children occurs at absolutely the right time and the impacts when it doesn't. So I'm concerned that at this point in time, we still have no real clarity about how we're going to deal with these things. Like, am I wrong or am I right?
I think I'll just say, Senator, that there's a lot of opportunity to do really great things with Thriving Kids and really to help the families that you're concerned about and the education settings that you're concerned about in your question. That's the idea of it. We know that families have to jump through a lot of steps around diagnosis to get assistance through the NDIS, and that's one of the big challenges there. So the idea is to provide support to children who have mild and moderate support needs whilst maintaining access to the NDIS for those with more significant needs, and to figure out how to provide those supports in more natural foundational settings where families feel more comfortable, where children feel comfortable. There is, you are right, Senator, a lot of work to do, but the determination of everyone is to develop a model in coming weeks and months that works, that gives the benefit of providing additional support to families in natural foundational settings, that brings allied health to those places in a way that works to help children with those additional needs. And all of that work to operationalise the model is underway. So the officials next to me are doing their best to answer the questions. The work does have to be done to flesh out the model, but those are the principles of the model that we're working towards. It's designed to help children and families with mild to moderate support needs in those natural foundational settings.
Thank you, Minister. And I agree that the work needs to be done. And I'm concerned about additional pressure being placed on our teachers and children who need critical supports at critical times in their early education, missing out if we get this wrong. Thank you, Chair. I think Senator Price has questions on this one.
Sure, we've got about 4 minutes, so I can either break now and come back to a fresh one, or we can, if you'd rather that. Okay, in that case, it being 10:27, we will break for 15 minutes and see you shortly. Sure. I mentioned at the start of the session, no senator has reached out to me indicating that they wish to have a CARA here, so I believe the committee is in a position to dismiss them. So thank you for your service. But the rest of the program remains as is. We're returning to the schools portfolio, and Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you. I do have one quick follow-up question, apologies, on Thriving Kids that I did miss before I move on. Can we just confirm that the proposed $1.4 billion that is on the table for Thriving Kids is over the forward estimates? Is that right?
Senator, because again, that's the health budget, not our budget.
Yeah, I'm aware, but you would have knowledge of whether that's over the forward estimate.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
that's all I wanted to clarify. Yes,
yep.
Thank you, Tut. Okay, I wanted to talk about the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. Mr Cook, when we spoke before Christmas, you were pretty confident a new school funding agreement with Victoria would be signed shortly. Yep. And I believe there was an agreement signed, but it was an interim one or a short-term agreement. I can't remember the exact language. Am I correct to understand that there's still no bilateral agreement with Victoria?
No, Senator, that's not correct. And I'll get Ms Brighton to explain.
So there is a
bilateral agreement signed with Victoria, that's correct.
Victoria has signed?
That's correct.
Cool. When did they sign?
Ms Brighton can help me.
Senator, they signed in December. I think it was the 8th of December, Victoria signed a 2-year bilateral, and we are commencing negotiations with them shortly to do the remaining 8 years of the Better.
I was going to say, so there's no agreement there's no long-term agreement through to 2034 yet?
No, we've got a 2-year bilateral agreement which covers 2025, 2026, and we'll start negotiations with them in 2 weeks' time.
That covers 25, 26, and it was signed in December, when the whole of 25 was finished.
Yeah, it's just a technical issue, Senator. Our focus now is on negotiating the bilateral for the rest of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, which takes it through to 2034. So we're starting those negotiations soon with a view of trying to get that done within the next couple of months.
Is Victoria the only state that doesn't have a long-term bilateral through to 2034?
Yes.
And why is that?
Senator, Victoria, it's a matter for the Victorian government.
They didn't give you an explanation as to why they only signed a 2-year agreement with you?
Well, Senator, the negotiations are still ongoing with Victoria about the funding trajectories between the Australian government and Victoria, but that will be locked into the longer-term bilateral.
Was a long-term funding agreement to 2034 offered to the Victorian government?
The Victorian government signed the heads of agreement which committed the Australian government to a level of investment over 2034. We're working through the detail with Victoria about what that looks like, and we'll start that again in February.
I'm not asking about the heads of agreement. I'm asking whether a long-term bilateral funding agreement was offered to Victoria up until 2034, and I'll extend the question, did Victoria refuse to sign that agreement, or not agree to sign the agreement, or not return the agreement, whatever the correct word is?
Senator, the process is the Australian government makes an offer to a jurisdiction, the officials negotiate, and then if we can get to a point of agreement, that's when a bilateral is signed. Victoria weren't in a position to sign a long-term agreement last year, which included the funding trajectories that both jurisdictions would commit to, and that's why we've got some negotiations starting shortly again.
Okay, so do we understand why Victoria were not in a position to sign the agreement?
Senator, that'd be a matter for the Victorian government as to why they didn't agree.
I understand it's a matter for them. I'm asking if your department understands why, given every other state has signed till 2034. Did you just go, OK, we'll just sign for 2 years, doesn't matter? Did anyone go, why? What is the problem? Can we assist? What are the issues? Do we know why they were unable to sign an agreement until 2034?
So, Senator, we did all those things in terms of offering to assist. We had multiple meetings, but ultimately the Victorian government, whether it be through their cabinet, would have made the decision. We're not privy to those.
So you don't know why they were unable to do it?
It'd be a matter for them, Senator. No one's spoken to me from the Victorian Government as to why they did or didn't do it.
Okay, so in your discussions in relation to the bilateral agreement, did they tell you anything about why they couldn't sign it?
Not with me, Senator.
Or any person in your department?
Sorry,
by you I mean the department.
I'm just saying not to me, but we'll see whether there's any clarification.
The department.
Sure.
Senator, with all the negotiations, there's two dimensions. One's the reforms, and the reforms were mostly settled. The second is the funding trajectory. And that funding trajectory really is about at what point in time jurisdictions get to the required level of funding and what point in time the Australian Government gets to its level of funding that we've offered. If the parties can't agree on what those trajectories are, then those negotiations continue. So we got to the end of last year, we've signed a 2-year agreement, and we will restart, and through those discussions we anticipate in the next couple of months we will reach agreement with Victoria, which includes the funding trajectory, to get them to their full and fair funding level of 100%.
So your expectation that will happen in the next few months, did they tell you that?
Well, that's the timeline that I'm working to, because we have an agreement, that a 2-year agreement that expires at the end of the year, and we need to have a longer term agreement in place.
Okay, so they have made no commitment that they will do that. That's your expectation?
Well, all our negotiations are without prejudice, Senator, so we're going in with a view of what I need to land for the government.
No, I understand it's without prejudice. I'm just speaking in simple terms. Have they indicated to you that they intend to do that, or is that just your good faith expectation that they will do that?
I think they've indicated that they'll continue the conversations around that. We'll get a better sense of that when the next meeting is, which is at the end of the month, I think. That's right. So
they've committed to working towards that.
They've effectively committed to knowing that they have to actually have a long-term agreement in place, and the next conversation with them will be in the next fortnight, I think.
Yeah, 25th, I think it is.
I'm glad they've acknowledged that they need to have an agreement in place beyond 2026 to fund their schools. That's very good. Okay, so it's very clear then that under the agreement that Victoria has not agreed so far to lift its funding to the 75% standard. So does that mean that Victoria is already behind a state like New South Wales in terms of its commitments to school funding, based on the bilateral agreements?
So, Senator, each state and territory has a commitment that is negotiated between the Commonwealth and them, and it is agreed between the parties. The Victorian current schooling resource share is at 70.43%. Our very strong focus this year is to settle that pathway to 75% for them. That share that Victoria currently has is less than other jurisdictions like New South Wales.
Yeah. Okay. I have documents 1 and 2 to table, if that is possible.
You can distribute.
Thank you. And while they're being distributed, I'll just go to my question. On the 24th of March last year, the Prime Minister claimed that all states and territories were on a path to the school resource standard by 2034. In fact, it appears that that was not the case, and it appears that it is still not the case because there is no agreement out to 2034 with Victoria. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not correct.
It's not correct.
So, Senator, as of the 24th of March last year, all states and territories had signed the heads of agreement to either the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement or the Better and Fairer Full and Fair Funding Agreement. So, as at March last year, all jurisdictions had signed that heads of agreement. It's the detail about what are the specific reforms and the trajectories that are in the bilateral, but there is an absolute commitment from all the jurisdictions.
So what the Prime Minister was referencing was the heads of agreement, not the bilateral agreements.
That's correct. And the head agreement says that Victoria has signed that they'll contribute at least 75% of the SRS to government schools by no later than 2034.
But to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the heads of agreement doesn't settle the funding, does it?
So the heads of agreement, in terms of the way we normally do this, is the heads of agreement is a commitment for the overall funding goal and bucket, and then the bilat is the detail, what that looks like year on year.
But it doesn't settle the detail of the funding. It just says we're going to roughly do this.
But it says we're going to reach 75% by 2034, so Victoria has agreed they'll reach 75% by 2034.
Have you been given any indication that the reticence or the inability or whatever from Victoria to sign the agreement is based on the fact that they can't reach that 75%?
Well, they've signed it and saying they will, Senator, so we haven't got a sense from them that they're
Well,
not.
they haven't signed the bilateral, they've signed the heads of agreement. I'm asking the question in relation to the bilateral agreement. Is there any indication that the concerns are in relation to that figure?
No, Senator, because again, they've signed the heads of agreement. The bilateral is subsidiary underneath that, which says that they will reach, they've committed to reach 75% of the SRS by no later than 2034.
Okay. If they don't sign the bilateral, are they obligated to do that?
Yes, I think they're still obligated in the fact they've signed that, but Ms Bryden, just help me.
Yeah, so Senator, the heads of agreement at 75%, the bilateral, because it sets the funding trajectory, it's the bilateral that then we use to codify through the Australian Education Regulations what the funding shares will be. So we... the heads of agreement is absolutely the firm commitment, and it's really just about what the, if I can use the language of the curve, what the curve looks like to get Victoria to their required level of funding.
Okay. The Prime Minister also said, as part of the agreements, the provision allowing jurisdictions to claim 4% of SRS funding for indirect school costs, such as capital depreciation, will be replaced with funding on eligible expenses, as opposed to the capital write-downs. As it stands, is Victoria still claiming indirect school costs as a part of the SRS funding?
They are, Senator, and that will be renegotiated through their bilateral this year.
Okay. So that was allowed to continue in this 2-year bilateral?
Yes, Senator, because we are working through, as I've said before, those funding trajectories. But all parties to the full and fair funding agreement must take that 4% claiming to zero.
Okay. So why was Victoria given an extra 2 years to do that, as opposed to the other states?
Because it's conditional on additional Commonwealth funding. And for these 2 years, Victoria's share from the Commonwealth will remain at 20%. So other states and territories that are getting additional Commonwealth funding in return for that, they've agreed to reduce their 4%, as Ms Bryden said. Victoria, in this 2 period, this bilateral, the Commonwealth share remains at 20%. When the Commonwealth share increases, Victoria will be required to reduce their 4%.
So is that, in a way, providing an additional funding to Victoria that they might not, had they signed the bilateral to 2034, would that current funding be more or less than what they would have gotten had they signed the bilateral to 2034? In that
So I think
element.
The question you're asking is, would the reduction of 4% offset the additional Commonwealth funding? That's basically the question. I think my answer would be no, because it would be significant additional Commonwealth funding. But again, that depends on the trajectory. I'm sorry, Senator, but it really depends on the trajectory that's agreed with Victoria.
Okay.
So, if Victoria suddenly agreed to go to 75% in 2 years, of course, there'd be huge impact in terms of additional funding, but they're the things that we have to work through with Victoria.
And I think, and this is what I'm trying to understand.
Sure.
I understand finance, but I'm trying to understand how this funding model works.
Sure.
And for me, this is the fundamental issue. Like the heads of agreement, it is a lovely and important statement of intention, but the mechanism that actually controls the money is the bilateral.
In terms of the detail, that's right. Yep, correct.
And because Victoria hasn't signed the bilateral, it's not getting any more money. And effectively, school children, young people in Victoria are potentially being left behind because of that funding isn't there.
So,
because they haven't signed the agreement.
So a few things. They have signed a bilateral. I get your
No,
point. You haven't made a
I
10. They have
understand.
signed a bilateral. Just to be clear, there is a bilateral that they have signed.
There is a 2-year bilateral in place
right.
until the end of next year.
And as a result
end of this year, apologies.
That's
yes.
right.
Yeah.
As a result of the model and the way the model operates anyway, the model is indexed. So there is additional Commonwealth funding going to Victoria every year regardless. based on the parameters of the schooling resourcing standard, based on student numbers. That schooling resources standard is indexed by at least 3% every year, so additional Commonwealth funding will go to Victoria. I think the question you're asking us is... I'm sorry, I'm now lost. The question you were asking was the 4% component of that, and as a result of allowing that 4% because there's nothing...
That's one of the elements I was speaking to, but yes, that's not the only one. But I'm just trying to understand the overall impact of the fact that ongoing Victoria have not signed this agreement, and I acknowledge now we have a 2-year agreement that was signed 1 year into the 2 years, and hopefully, you know, we genuinely all hope that they will sign that bilateral before the end of this year to 2034. But I'm trying to understand what the impacts of that delay by the Victorian State Government, not by the Department, is having on the funding of schools in Victoria and on the education of children in Victoria.
I mean, just a couple of things on that, Senator. Obviously, these Better and Fairer Schools agreements are a $16.5 billion commitment over 10 years to fund every single public school student to the full Gonski standard. It is the first time that public school students have ever been on a path to the full student resourcing standard. That's what's been achieved by the March agreements. Under the previous government, public school students were never on a path to full and fair funding. They were never on a path to the full Gonski standard. They were never on a path to the full school resourcing standard for every student in every public school. So students are now on that path because of the heads of agreement that was signed in March. In the case of, which as the Secretary has said, binds Victoria to reach that standard by 2034. As at today, there continues to be increasing Commonwealth funding into Victorian schools under the regular arrangements. There's around 300 million more of Commonwealth funding going into Victorian schools. And I think it's important to also recognise that the reforms that are part of this agreement are really important to us and to Minister Clare in particular. And those reforms, I understand, and Ms Brighton will correct me if I'm wrong, have been agreed in the 2-year bilateral. So that means that Victorian students will benefit from the decision in those agreements to really invest in the early years with those early years literacy checks and phonics checks backed by small group teaching and tutoring, when we're able to find those students who have additional needs. So that's really important. So essentially what remains with Victoria, as the Secretary and Deputy Secretary have said, is finalising the trajectory of the funding and when the balance switches to 75-25, but the commitment is there, the agreement is there to do it, and again, for the first time ever, every single public school student in the country is on a path to full and fair funding.
Thank you, Minister. Could I just clarify one thing in your evidence? Now, you just said the heads of agreement binds Victoria. Can you clarify how this intergovernmental heads of agreement is legally binding on Victoria?
I was paraphrasing the advice of the Secretary who read from the agreement.
Well, perhaps if the Secretary can tell me how it is binding on Victoria.
Well, in the sense that Victoria's agreed to it and they've signed it, Senator. So
but how does it bind? Let's just say they don't do it. What happens next?
Well,
I, as an individual, sign a contract and don't keep to it, then I face commercial legal consequences. What happens to Victoria if they don't do
Victoria needs to have an agreement in place to get Commonwealth funding.
Sorry?
Victoria needs to have an agreement in place to have Commonwealth funding.
But if they don't, okay, I understand that. So I asked, how is it legally binding? What happens if they don't comply?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't indicate it was legally binding. It's the way a heads of agreement has always operated under successive governments between state and territory governments. They sign these agreements. When those agreements are signed, the money flows. If the agreement's not signed, the money is not made available to that state.
You're right. The minister didn't say legally binds. The minister said binds. So how does it bind? It just binds them because it's an agreement. Yeah,
it's an agreement.
And then they break it, and then they're not bound anymore.
It's an agreement, and the trajectory is the last part of that. And negotiations, as Ms Brighton have said, will recommence.
Yeah. So it's a statement of intention. There's no money that flows until there's a bilateral out to 2034.
No, Senator, that's not correct. Because there's money flowing now.
Yeah.
And so, as the Minister indicated, Victoria is going to receive an additional $300 million from Commonwealth as a result of the 2-year agreement that they have signed.
Okay. Okay, who would like to rotate? I do have more questions.
Yeah, I'll come back to you after Senator David Pocock.
Your time this morning. I've got some questions about the National Respectful Relationships Education Expert Working Group, which was announced in 2023. I understand when it was stood up, it had 8 members. Can you confirm how many members are currently on the working group?
Thanks, Senator, for the question. I'll just wait for my colleagues to join us at the table, and perhaps Ms Banerjee, are you in a position to respond to that?
Sorry,
Senator, while my colleagues get settled, the National Respectful Relationships Education Working Group, they have done a lot of work with the department on looking at a review of current approaches around respectful relationships, as well as developing the National Respectful Relationships Framework. That group was convened of a series of experts, and Paddy Kinsley was the chair of that group. That group is now moving into more of a sort of an implementation focus. So the nature of the work has shifted considerably from when they stood up and utilising expertise to where they're at now.
Thank you.
Ms Banerjee?
Senator Pamela Banerjee, Assistant Secretary, Wellbeing and Equity Branch. As Ms Brighton said, that the expert working group has been moving into a phase of implementation, advising through that process. There have been some members who have left the working group in the last little while for natural kind of personal reasons. So there has been, I think, 4 experts who have, who have left, and we are in the process of kind of considering the makeup of the working group.
What reasons were given by those 4 to leave?
I don't have those reasons here with me. I can take that on notice and come back to you.
That would be good. Who has left?
Again, I don't have the details with me at this stage in terms of the names, but I can come back to you on notice.
Maybe I'm sure there's maybe someone listening in who could find that while we continue. What does the recruitment process look like to replace them, and are you committed to having 8 members going forward, or what's the? That's a big. You're down to half. What's happening?
Yes, and there are state and territory education officials who sit on that working group as well, along with the experts. We are committed to filling those positions. As Ms Brighton said, we are going through the process of consideration. The process is basically we provide advice to the government, and they are ministerial, appointed by the minister's decision.
I think, Senator, if I could add to that, when the group was established in 2023, the nature of the work of that expert group has changed. So when they started, they were really doing the work around the framework. What does it need to look like in schoolings? Where do we need to strengthen? What are the gaps? And now we're in an implementation phase. Sure. The expertise will be different, and the calibre of people we've had on that work group has been pretty significant, and they've contributed a great level of expertise. So part of what Ms Banerjee's team will look at is what is the capability and skills we need to continue to shepherd this forward now that we're in implementation phase with states and territories taking it forward.
Sure, but I mean, I look at the list of the expert working group, and these are outstanding people who are really committed to this work, and so just really interested to dig into why half of them have left, and interested, can go through the names. The chair, as you mentioned, Paddy Kinnersley.
She's still on.
Still there.
Yeah.
Professor Buckskin.
No, he's not.
He's left.
Professor Buskin has been quite unwell, Senator. I'll just indicate that.
Okay. Chanel Contos.
She is. Yeah.
Heather Clark.
Yes, she is.
Associate Professor Michael Salter.
He's left, and that was from memory due to personal other commitments, but I can get that detail for you. Yeah.
Dr. Fiona Martin.
She's still on there.
Dr. Newton.
I don't believe so.
Katrina Marston.
She is, yes.
So you know all these.
I do, but I don't want to
answers.
kind of say something which is not accurate.
Sure.
So I will.
Okay. Well, maybe just on notice why the reasons that were provided to the department.
Yeah.
How will they be replaced and when?
As I said, that there is obviously we within the department consider the expertise that's required. We have also we seek input from someone like Ms. Kinnersley and others on the group if they have any other suggestions depending on where we are at with the working group and the work on the CRRE measure. And then we put forward nominations and suggestions for the Minister's consideration.
What's the time frame for that?
The work is underway. I would expect in the next perhaps couple of months.
Okay, a couple of months.
Yeah.
And how often does that group meet?
So the group, since its establishment, has met 12 times formally. And then in the last, since July, because we haven't had the chair's position established, because Ms. Kinnersley is kind of, she was the chair of the group. We haven't established a chair position following her tenure. The group has met informally twice. And when they meet informally, they do we share information about how the implementation of the measure is working. We talk about other initiatives such as the anti-bullying rapid review and seek their expertise on it, but it's not a formal kind of documented meeting.
So for 2025, I see that there were only 2 communiques, and so did they only meet twice last year?
Formally, the first half of 2025 formally, they met twice, and then the second half of 2025 they have met twice from memory, and that was informally.
And so there's no communique?
No communique for that.
Why is that?
Because it was an informal meeting. It was not chaired by the group. It was facilitated by the department.
So there's no minutes from those meetings?
There are minutes, of course, but they're not published.
And Senator, because we are 2 years into the $77 million investment in states and territories to implement respectful relationships, the first year was 23-24 and then 24-25, so about $40 million has gone to states and territories with the implementation of that, to support the implementation of that new framework, and particularly around ensuring age-appropriate, evidence-based teaching in schools around respectful relationships. The nature of, as I touched on before, the nature of that working group role is shifting, but we're happy to take any further questions.
So the working group hasn't met formally since the first half of last year?
Since July last year.
I understand that Monash Uni was commissioned to do a rapid review, consult with stakeholders, develop a national respectful relationships education framework, and that rapid review was delivered to the government in August 2024. Has that review been made public?
That review has, yes, as you're right, it was made available to the government. That review has informed the work that we are doing in developing a RRE framework. In terms of if it has been made public, I believe, sorry, there's a correction. The Monash, sorry, my colleague is messaging me about the membership of the group, so if I can
message
go back
faster.
to that. Yeah.
Message
is working faster.
And Senator, we're happy to take those questions on notice rather than...
Sure, but I mean, you must know if it's public or not. Like, that's a fairly straightforward...
The parts of that, there was a report and a review, and there's a report wasn't made public and the review was. I will clarify that.
Why wasn't the report made public?
Because the states and territories contributed to the report in terms of information, and there was some variation that Monash looked through So there were kind of elements of it that we have to kind of look into in terms of why it wasn't. And I'll come back to you on
but I
that
mean,
one.
you've had it since August 2024. That's a fair bit of time to look into it. Why? This is public money going into a report on a very important topic. Wouldn't it even help schools better develop their programs if this was public?
Of course. As I said, that review, the purpose of the review was to inform the development of the RRE framework, and the intention was always to publish the RRE framework. The framework isn't ready yet, so as part of that whole process, the final report of the Monash review will be released as part of the framework when the framework is developed and finalised.
Why that sort of timing? You've got the report, surely you release a report, allow people to look at it, and then when you release the framework, people can look at the framework. Because
it was part of the whole, the work on the framework, Senator. So I think the decision to publish was made that we will publish it as a whole package.
Is that decision of the department or decision of government?
The consideration was within the department.
Yeah. Well, Secretary, we've got a report that you're sort of just sitting on. Why can't this be made public?
Well, Senator, as indicated, it's part of the total package that we're developing as part of the framework. So we'll publish it as part of that framework as was indicated.
What's the public harm in releasing the report?
There's no public harm. I'm just indicating what we're intending to do. We're intending to release it as part of the total framework.
That's right.
Well, maybe on notice if you can provide that report, that would be great. Does the report include an evaluation of existing RRE programs?
It does not include an evaluation from memory. It does touch on what's available and what states and territories and schooling sectors are doing.
Does it look at the effectiveness of what's currently being done?
I will take that on notice in terms of whether it looks into effectiveness or not. But it did look into the programs that are out there.
And Senator, in 2027, we will be undertaking an evaluation of the Respectful Relationships measure. So that work's not due to commence in 2027. And one of the components of this work is a consent survey that the Australian Human Rights Commission have been working on with us. And part of their survey instrument is they are asking young people about their experiences of respectful relationships education in schools. It uses different language because that's not the language that young people use, but the Human Rights Survey has been piloted, and I think they're expecting to be in the field in sometime later in March.
Okay, thank you. I've got some questions about the funding agreement and the timing. You can see from the funding agreement with states and territories, the Commonwealth will be responsible for, quoting, providing a RRE framework to provide guidance in the delivery of RRE under this schedule. And the National Plan Implementation Tracker on the DSS website says that the framework is expected to be completed in 2025. What's the revised timeframe and why
so the framework, the draft framework has been developed. We're just going through, as you would with the material that will need to be published. We are going through the final kind of considerations in terms of the language and the presentation of it. So I think the timeline, I would say, in 2026, in the next kind of few weeks, months. Okay. The work is almost done. It's just the final considerations.
Sure. Yeah. But didn't you say earlier that $40 million has been spent?
That money, sorry, Senator, that money is part of the CRRE measure that the states and territories and the non-government school sectors are receiving to implement a variety of education resources and capability uplift in the schools to kind of deliver RRE, better RRE education.
But hang on, in the funding agreement, as I read it, it says that this framework will provide guidance for the delivery, but the states and territories are just delivering stuff without a framework.
No, states and territories, what they're delivering at the moment. So they have received the funding to look into what they need in their jurisdictions and in the schooling sector. They have worked through, for example, in some schools, they worked through that they need capability uplift, so they need more teacher training, etc. So they're doing that, they're commencing on that. The RRE framework, when it's published, will add to that work that they're doing and will provide that guidance.
But the bulk of the funding has been provided before the RRE framework has been developed.
Senator, if I could, if perhaps I could be of assistance with this. There's the RRE framework that the expert working group have been working on. In addition to that, amendments were made to the Australian curriculum, which aims to ensure that students receive more explicit education on positive and respectful relationships. Those amendments were made, and schools, states and territories and the non-government sector are implementing that new curriculum in the context of their schooling. So the framework is one part of the package, the curriculum amendments were another part of the package, the consent survey will give us insights into young people's experiences of that education in schools, and that is all about continuing to strengthen what students experience in schools around learning about respectful relationships.
Okay, but I mean, if you read the funding agreement, it says that should be informed by the framework. The funding was for 2024 to 28. We've started the 2026 school year, no framework. Without a framework, how's the government actually ensuring that RE programs do things like lift capacity in the schools that need it most, provide effective age-appropriate guidance on consent and relationships? How are you monitoring that if there's no framework?
Senator, the states and territories, and Ms Banerjee will correct me if I'm wrong, they are required to report on their implementation of this Federal Financial Relations Agreement. Yeah. And as part of that reporting, that's the line of sight that the Australian Government gets. As I said before, we will do an evaluation starting in 2027. Jurisdictions adopt the Australian curriculum or they adopt and adapt the Australian curriculum. I understand your concern about the framework and that we haven't published it yet, but as Ms Banerjee has said, the plan is to publish that. Yes, we've had some delays, it will happen this year, but it doesn't happen in a vacuum. There is work that we've been doing and then there's work that states and territories have also been doing.
But I mean, the context of this is that we know that what's currently being done isn't working, and so the Commonwealth coughs up a really significant amount of money, and I thank the Commonwealth for doing that. But then you tell me that your review and report hasn't even looked at the effectiveness of existing programs, and now I'm hearing that at least $40 million has gone to existing programs that haven't been evaluated. You don't even know if they will line up with your soon-to-be, hopefully released framework. This just seems, I don't know, like if we were trying to solve this problem, you've got a big chunk of cash. Like why are we spending it in this way with states and territories with such little guidance as to what is actually effective?
Senator,
sorry. I was going to say, Senator, states and territories are actually on the working group. They will be very much part of understanding what's effective. So it's not done in isolation with states and territories. I don't think they're waiting for a document to tell them what to do. I think they're very much part of this actually as it's being developed. So I absolutely take your point. The money's gone out. The framework is to inform to effectively how that money should be operating. But I'm very confident in saying that the states, in terms of their engagement on the actual group itself, will have a very good understanding of things that they might have to do differently. As Brighton said, there are curriculum changes, so there will be new resources that are being developed as part of that. We also have the hub around student wellbeing, which there's quality resources that have been developed to assist that, and part of that's about respectful relationships as well. So I hear what you're saying about is the, how do you say, the horse before the cart, whichever way it goes. But I'm absolutely confident that the work that states and territories is doing is being informed because they're part of these conversations going forward.
Okay, I guess just watching Senator Waters asking questions about this over the last few years.
Sure.
And I guess some of the things that we talked about in the Senate about just how critical this is. It seems like we're potentially funding programs that haven't been effective before we have a framework that is informed by experts. And then there's some real question marks about this expert group and why people are dropping off. So if you can take them on notice, but I do acknowledge that work is being done here and want to acknowledge all the work that Senator Waters has been been doing, and I've got a few more questions that I'll put on notice.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kibasik, you have the call, and then I'll come to Senator Nampa-Price. Just a reminder to senators, we're due to finish this at the lunch break, which is at 11:55. Senator Kibasik, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to the questions I was asking about the Better and Fairer Schools agreements and the issues with Victoria. I want to read from an article by Noel Towell that was published on Tuesday in the Fairfax Press under the heading States Accounting Tricks Shortchange Schools by $1.37 billion. The article says, the advocacy group Save Our Schools claims the state government used exemptions and carve-outs written into the agreement to reduce the money spent on schools by $671 million last year and $705 million this year, a total of $1.37 billion, leaving a funding shortfall of more than 14% on the minimum standard agreement to the federal and state governments. It goes on, but in a withering assessment of the deal, Save Our Schools said the Victorian government was claiming a series of deductions and offsets to significantly cut its contributions to the funding mix. The agreement allows the state government to reduce the amount it pays to schools by up to 4% of the schooling resource standard to reflect indirect funding of the education system through depreciation of capital assets or the financing of educational agencies. There's two problems. The first, and I covered that before, and I know Mr Cook and the department has indicated that, you know, the Prime Minister was correct in his statement given it was relating to a heads of agreement, but we know that the heads of agreements aren't binding by claiming all Australian schools are on path to full SRS funding by 2034 and would no longer claim indirect expenses, which we understand Victoria has again been allowed to do. And the second problem, it appears that Victoria is using that failure to shortchange Victorian schools and, you know, Victorian students by around $1.3 billion in just 2 years. Can you confirm if your understanding is that this is an accurate reflection or not? And if not, could you explain for me how it is not an accurate reflection?
First of all, I have no idea. So this was yesterday, based on data from a group that hasn't asked us to verify their calculations. So I just can't comment on their calculations. That would be unfair of both them and me. But you're right. I mean, in 2018, the agreement that was set in 2018 allowed states and territories to take 4% effectively in indirect costs. So that's been in place for 8 years or so now. First come into the agreement in the 2018 agreement, as you're aware. So we have indicated already that in terms of the 2-year bilateral, Victoria continues to be allowed to claim those 4% in indirect costs, capital, school transport, things like that, but that in terms of the bilateral negotiations we're having with at the moment, if they seek additional Commonwealth funding, they'll be required to reduce that 4% over between 2027 and 2034.
That's right.
But I'm sorry, I can't comment on the calculations because I just don't know.
Okay, so is it your understanding that their expenditure has reduced over that period, without speaking to the exact figures?
No.
Senator, perhaps I can go to Mr Davin and he can respond to that.
Hi, Senator. Chris Davin, Assistant Secretary of School Funding. As part of its work, the Commonwealth will estimate required contributions of jurisdictions in order for them to fulfil their obligations under bilateral agreements. And so we'll produce estimates as to the sorts of contributions that we'll expect jurisdictions to put forward. If it helps, I can lay out the per-student contribution for government schools for Victoria over 24, 25 and 26, if that would be helpful to you.
I would just like to get an understanding of whether it's actually come down.
It's increasing.
It's increasing.
Yeah. And
so can you give me, or if you're able to table it, the data perhaps over the last 3 years, whether you track that on a calendar year or a financial year?
Like calendar year, and I could read it out to you now if you'd like.
Oh, if you've got it there, I'm happy for you to table it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just the figure, thank you.
So 2024, sorry, just to be clear, this is estimated, so our estimations, Victoria will have their own.
Oh, right, okay. So it's your estimation, not the information that they've given you?
That's correct. It's our estimation.
Right.
That's right.
And how do you verify that estimation?
So when actual student data is provided during census period towards the end of a calendar year, we'll update our estimates with actuals, and then we'll use that as the basis for Section 22 reports, which is where a jurisdiction provides information on whether or not they've met their contribution under the bilateral agreement.
And has Victoria provided, when do you expect Victoria to provide you the actual data for, say, the last calendar year? So if we're looking at till the end of 31st of December 2025, when will Victoria provide those actual figures?
Later this year is my understanding.
When is later this year? Is that like February, March, April, May, June?
It does vary. I can have a look at that separately.
Yeah, roughly.
If I get this data off now, and then I could just look through my notes and see if I can address that other question, if that works. So estimated per student state minimum funding for Victorian government schools and Victoria's contribution for 2024 is $15,015. For 2025, it's $15,805, which is a 5% increase on the prior year. And for 2026, it's $16,398, which is a 4% increase on the prior year.
Okay, so that's per student funding.
Per student.
Right. And is that the entirety of the funding model, just per student?
So it's a needs-based funding model that's based on student characteristics and school characteristics.
Right, okay. So is there any other funding that goes to the schools outside the per-student funding?
For the purposes of the bilateral agreement and what we track, that recurrent funding is the numbers I've just quoted you, but it's important to note that there are other grants at a Commonwealth level as well as at a state and territory level that sit outside of the recurrent funding that I've just mentioned to you.
Yeah. And do we know if those have gone up or down in Victoria?
I haven't got any data on that, I'm afraid.
All right, thank you. That's all, thank you very much. And if you could table that document, that would be great. I've got another section on the knowledge-rich curriculum, but I just wanted to ask two questions about some stories that the News Limited papers ran over the last couple of weeks about activist material in primary schools. And you may or may not be aware, I have document 3 to table. We received a quite significant amount of communication and about the reports that the beloved cartoon character Bluey has been co-opted in relation to, I don't know what to call it aside from propaganda. I don't like to use the terms when I'm talking about classrooms. Allegedly, and this has been reported, that there's been a push by Teachers for Palestine in New South Wales to use this as a guide in classrooms, and I want to understand whether you're aware of it. And your response, given a couple of things, and I guess that these are small children and it's a classroom. And we've seen the events that we all saw in December last year, which were horrific. And noting that the character of Bluey is wearing a keffah, he's waving a Palestinian flag, and he's standing under a banner that says, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." I'd like to get an understanding of what your response is to that, particularly as the Prime Minister himself has called this period of time a very violent phase, and whether the department has had any discussions with the relevant agencies in New South Wales around New South Wales teachers using this as a classroom guide. And we're all entitled to have our own views and our own values and our own belief systems at home, and that's what makes Australia the country that it is. But what I'm very concerned about, and what my question specifically relates to, is using the classroom to furnish the views of teachers onto the children that they should be educating, as to the curriculum, not as to their own views.
Senator, thank you for the question, and we have spoken to New South Wales Department of Education about this. They have confirmed absolutely these materials are not endorsed by the department.
I'm glad to hear they're not endorsed, but they're being used.
If you just allow me to finish, Senator,
Yeah.
they are not endorsed by the department and must not be used in classes. New South Wales Education have been very clear that they reject all forms of racism and religious discrimination in their schools. New South Wales Education are involved in the Antisemitism task force that the Prime Minister has established, and the New South Wales Department has reiterated to its workforce its code of conduct and its expectations, and they've recently amended their code of conduct, particularly around hate speech. So from our perspective, New South Wales acted really swiftly as soon as this came to their attention, and New South Wales have acknowledged that staff must balance their responsibilities as government employees in the conduct of their work.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me what kind of consequences, if any, were faced by the teachers who effectively were attempting to indoctrinate the children who are not their own children, as to their own values and not to the educational curriculum?
Senator, that's a matter for the New South Wales Department of Education.
I'm aware it is, but do you have knowledge is what I'm asking?
No, I don't. But New South Wales public education staff are public servants, and there is a code of conduct that New South Wales Education would look at, as would we do if we were in the same situation.
Okay. Did they advise you what they're doing to monitor and ensure that materials are not being used? So they've said you can't, they were used, they said you can't use them, and they've told their teachers that. What measures are in place, to your knowledge, to ensure that they're not used? Or perhaps even for parents or other educators, what mechanisms are available to report the use of these materials?
Senator, that level of detail is really a matter for New South Wales. We did, given how swiftly they responded to this and how clear they were with their workforce, I think it's safe to say that New South Wales have these matters in hand.
You're confident that they're dealing with it appropriately?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My next group of questions before I hand over to Senator Nampijinpa-Price relate to the knowledge-rich curriculum. The Chief of the Australian Education Research Organisation put out a release with Dr Jenny Donovan warning that too many Australian children are not learning to read properly from an early age. She indicated that 1 in 3 Australian children now cannot read at a proficient level. Is that a concern for the department? Does it point to a systemic failure? Is this something that the department is looking at?
Senator, thanks for the questions. ACARA, they've been relieved today, but they will be able to answer any questions on the knowledge-rich curriculum on notice. But the government...
I think I did raise this with them in the last estimates, and they said it was a question for department.
ACARA develops the curriculum, not the department, Senator.
Pardon, I missed that, sorry.
ACARA develops the curriculum, not the department. So we're just saying, in terms of the curriculum itself, that's an ACARA responsibility on behalf of all states and territories in the Commonwealth. But I'll let Ms Brighton continue.
Senator, but to your question about what we are doing in response to these concerning statistics, the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement and the $16.5 billion additional investment in Australian public schools is expressly designed to lift the outcomes of all students. And so underneath that significant investment is a series of reforms around equity, excellence and wellbeing for learning, which is around small group tutoring, meeting the children where they're needed, where they're at, and supporting them to learn, so that the individual reforms that will be implemented in states and territories, like small group tutoring, is designed to address that specific issue.
Given the importance of reading, it's obviously a gateway skill to all other learning, and as that gap widens over time, I think we all agree with that it creates even bigger challenges. The Coalition called for intervention on reading to be at the top of the agenda for the next Education Ministers' meeting, and it's our view that we can't afford to wait to address this problem, because failures in reading compound over time. If a child loses, it's very hard to catch up once you're behind. And when it comes to reading, and it impacts all of your schooling. Has that been addressed, or will that be addressed at the next meeting of the Education Ministers? Is that an agenda priority?
So, Senator, one of the agenda priorities is actually looking at the reforms and looking at things. And I think we'll be asking states and territory ministers to indicate some of the things that they currently are doing. So Year 1 phonics checks, for example. I think Minister Clare released some data, or in a speech recently talked about the significant increase in phonics success in South Australia. And so there is an item on the agenda, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Brighton,
yep,
which actually is around reforms that will make a difference to student outcomes. And one of those reforms is not just the phonics check, but also the things that we're doing around small group tutoring, the maths or the numeracy Year 1 check as well. So that conversation, there will be a conversation between ministers about reforms that are working to improve student outcomes.
Okay. And so just to clarify, has reading been placed as a priority measure for the Education Ministers' meetings?
Well, reading in terms of literacy is a priority in terms of the Better Fairer Schools Agreement, so it's wrapped up in that part of it, Senator.
Yeah, so it is.
I'm sure there'll be quite a bit of detailed conversation around the things that are working in terms of supporting young children. Noting, of course, that the data around Year 3 students, I understand, has improved over many years in relation to reading. And so I'm sure there'll be sharing of information about what's happening in states and territories in that space.
Okay. Thinking about the knowledge-rich curriculum, I'm assuming we can all agree that a knowledge-rich curriculum is foundational to strong educational outcomes. And I'd like to offer as a rough definition of what that actually means. It's fair to say that specific clear facts are chosen in a selective way to build a curriculum that is coherent and carefully sequenced. Would you agree that that's sort of the basis of what a curriculum is?
Sure. I think in the old days, when I was a teacher, we used to talk about scope and sequence, which is effectively what you're saying. So the scope of what needs to be learnt and the sequence in which that has to be learnt over a child's time at school. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering, how do we do that then when, when all of this is delivered, across different streams, and you can't ensure that every kid gets access to all of this when they don't take the same classes, particularly, at different stages of high school? Like, how are we managing the delivery of that to ensure that all children get the same quality baseline necessary education, and that we're not losing out to things on the periphery?
Sure, Senator. That's actually a really good question, because as you appreciate, often schools are asked to cover all sorts of societal issues, importantly, and there's many things that schools should be delivering. In the implementation of the Australian curriculum, as you know, is a matter for states and territories, and states and territories approach this differently. In some states and territories, like New South Wales, they have very detailed syllabus materials which very clearly outline to teachers what they should be teaching on a year-by-year basis. In other states and territories, they develop very specific resources which they make available to teachers, lesson plans and things like that, and then they base their professional learning, their professional development around that. And so every state deals with it slightly different, but every state takes effectively the Australian curriculum, implements it either as is or modifies it around syllabus documents and provides support to teachers to assist teachers around that. Then in terms of the skilling of teachers, everything from what's happening in initial teacher education And as you'll be aware, there's new core content that we're asked universities to implement or to integrate into their initial teacher education courses. A lot of that's about explicit knowledge and making sure that's what's taught to our beginning teachers, but also then throughout the year, states and territories focus on professional development for teachers. New South Wales, for example, has called out, I think it's mandated for all of their professional learning, help me, Ms Brighton, to be on explicit teaching.
Indeed.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, that was a bit over, but that's trying to give you a summary of what's happening at a national
I'm just
perspective.
thinking through what you've said, because I think there's a specific concern, I guess, around cross-curricular priorities. I mean, how do we ensure that there is scope and sequence or knowledge-rich curriculum when you have all these broad thematic issues that are being delivered across a different range of classes? On its face, I guess cross-curricular priorities are probably inconsistent with a knowledge-rich curriculum. So how do we fix that? Because that's kind of like a square peg into a round hole, really.
Again, thank you for the question. I'll make a quick start and Ms Brighton will give detail. In terms of the way Australian curriculum is developed, you're right, there's the cross-curriculum priorities, but in terms of the scope and sequence, in terms of key learning outcomes, that's also very explicit outlined in the Australian curriculum. Yeah. So it says in Year 3, the following things are expected to be learnt and the outcomes that are supposed to be achieved around that. So it actually is in the Australian curriculum. The challenge then is translating that into what happens in a classroom. And I guess that's the earlier piece of work that I talked about, where states and territories take that, either utilise that information, develop more explicit syllabuses, or actual lesson plans to enable that. As part of that, there'll be coverage around how does some of these outcomes cover off on the cross-curriculum priorities that are being identified. But Ms Brighton, you can probably help me.
And Senator, if I can give you a really practical example about what's happening with that at the moment, is that education ministers in October last year asked ACARA to scope a review of the curriculum in the Foundation to Year 2 maths curriculum. And specifically that came about as because maths learning is cumulative and those early years is very foundational, and we were getting feedback about the numeracy knowledge that young people were developing. So ACARA has prepared advice to education ministers around not only the curriculum but the scope and the sequence, and importantly the resource and supports for teachers. Education ministers will consider that advice next week when they meet, and then ACARA will undertake the review of the curriculum with the view of having that done this year. And so that will point to what Mr Cook has just referred to as not only the content of the curriculum, the scope and sequence by which it would teach it, and then any additional resources that might be necessary to equip the workforce.
Thank you, Mr Cook and Ms Brighton. That's all.
Thank you. Senator Nampa-Jimpa-Price, just noting we are wrapping at 11:55. Senator.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary Cook, for your time and for the department's time. I suppose on the issues of on societal issues and knowledge-rich curriculum, it's a good segue. I suppose I have a few questions about nurturing national pride through our education system.
Sure.
So I suppose, Mr Cook, you'd be aware that in late January, the Whanokhiaro government in the Northern Territory announced that it was mandating the singing of our national anthem in the Northern Territory government schools. Specifically singing Advance Australia Fair at school assemblies and special events. And in her media release, the Minister for Education and Training, Jo Hersey, stated, "Children have been deprived of feeling proud to be Australian. The Australian National Anthem encourages a sense of national pride and instills Australian values on the next generation of Territorians." I suppose, Mr Cook, has your department done any analysis or survey work to examine the benefits of school children singing the national anthem at all?
No, Senator.
Has there been any sort of consideration?
No, Senator, on the basis that I think almost every school I've gone into, young children do sing the national anthem. It's not an unusual thing at all, but no, we haven't undertaken any research about the benefits of singing the national anthem, no. So I'd say, well, the department wouldn't have then put any policy papers together to government recommending mandating singing of the national anthem or in any government schools or anything like that, I suppose? So that would be a responsible of state governments because we don't run government schools. So as the Northern Territory has done, their own state minister, she develops policies for her schools. We don't develop policies for government schools.
Okay. I want to ask questions about Australian curriculum content for humanities, social sciences, from foundation through to year 6.
Sure.
Setting aside the inaccurate use of the Canadian appropriated term First Nations that appears throughout the Australian curriculum, is there a reason why the word First Nations first appears in the foundation year course, but it's not until year 3 that European settlement is mentioned, and not until year 4 that the British colony is mentioned?
Chair, it's a bit awkward because these are actually questions for ACARA, because ACARA develops the national curriculum, not us. So I know ACARA has been dismissed, but these are ACARA questions.
On notice for ACARA.
I'm sorry, Senator. We would love to help, but I can take you through the process. So the process is the Australian curriculum is developed. It's signed off by all state and territory and Commonwealth Minister, last signed off in 2021. The reasoning behind the national curriculum, that is an ACARA responsibility because they actually develop not the Australian curriculum, not this department.
Okay, I might still continue.
Sure. We'll see if we can help.
Yeah, I mean, within the corporate plan for 25-26, Department of Education's corporate plan, it states that its role is to provide strategic direction and national leadership of Australia's education system through early years, school, youth, higher education, international and research, and that the department's purpose is to create a better future for all Australians through education.
Yep.
And of course, your corporate plan also suggests that collaboration is an important part of our role as a steward of the education system. Together we provide strategic direction for the oversight of Australia's education system.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose ACARA's success relies on genuine collaboration with the education department as well.
Yeah.
So I suppose you wouldn't then be able to point out, is there a reason the history of British settlement is not being taught or, I suppose, mentioned at all throughout the foundation year 1, year 2, year 3 of a child's education?
So, sorry, Senator, no, other than, again, the process around Australian curriculum developed by ACARA, submitted to all state and territory ministers and the Commonwealth Minister, and the last time that the Commonwealth Minister signed it off as chair of Education Ministers' meeting was in 2021. Oh, was it 2022? I'm sorry, 2022. April 2022, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, so, and that includes that part of year 1 history content is examining the traditional toys used by First Nations Australian children to play and learn. But there's no priority of teaching children about the First Fleet, which is not mentioned until year 4.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator. I'll have to go back. All education ministers, including the Commonwealth Education Minister, agreed that that curriculum was appropriate when it was signed off in April 2022.
I suppose, well, so I suppose then to the Minister, is there any view to review any of this curriculum going forward?
As the Secretary said, the version of the curriculum that we're using was endorsed by the Coalition Government in April 2022, and then Education Ministers have been taking advice from ACARA about processes for updating the curriculum. As the Secretary said, they've been released, so questions would be appropriate for them. But more broadly, there are iterative reviews of the curriculum that have been agreed by the Education Ministers back in October. And the advice that we got was to start with the maths curriculum, and that goes to some of the challenges of dealing with numeracy in the early years and making sure we're lifting numeracy in the early years. So the first iterative review of the curriculum recommended by ACARA and agreed by education ministers has been focused on foundation to year 2 maths as part of the curriculum review cycle.
And Senator, sorry, just to quickly, I mentioned this morning in my opening address something that ministers will also consider, and they'll consider it next week, is looking at the Australian curriculum in relation to antisemitism, and a view about a proposal being put to ministers about reviewing the curriculum to ensure that understanding and the rejection of antisemitism is covered through the Australian curriculum as well. And so ministers will consider that next week.
And notwithstanding ACARA's role, does the department also have views toward, speaking to the issue of anti-Semitism in this country, and I suppose the increased tension between different sectors of our community, is there a view toward, I suppose, unity through national pride as well?
So Senator, we have developed, on behalf of all states and territories, a civics and citizenship hub. In that hub, Ms Brighton can help me, there's a whole range of materials in relation to information about Australians and Australian values, I'm sure, but Ms Brighton...
Democracy, social cohesion, racism, that hub is quite comprehensive in the supports and resources it has available to schools. And Senator, on your question on the curriculum, ACARA, as they lead the work on the curriculum, does have a series of working groups they convene with expertise and specialisation in different parts of the curriculum, and ACARA take advice also from those different working groups to inform their advice to ministers around the curriculum and any curriculum changes.
Okay, I suppose my bias comes from the fact that I'm the daughter of 2 former teachers, and one who was a history teacher. And I suppose the current curriculum certainly clearly seems to favour Indigenous and migrant history over colonial history. Is there a view to strengthen curriculum in terms of history for it to be taught in the round to contribute to a sense of national pride and unity at all? Within those advisory groups, consideration by ACARA, any of these sorts of conversations occurring, do we know, with the minister, the current minister at all?
So, Senator, there's the Minister Walsh already referred to the iterative reviews that happen with the curriculum. The other part of the curriculum is that it does go through a review cycle. So in addition to these iterative reviews that look at very specific subject domains, the curriculum will also go through a comprehensive review. And that review will go to ministers in 2032 is the next time the curriculum in its entirety will be reviewed. In the lead up to that, where there are specific issues starting to arise, then ACARA will take that advice to education ministers for their consideration.
I suppose a specific example in the curriculum content for humanities and social sciences from foundation through to year 6, First Nations is mentioned 71 times and diverse or diversity is mentioned 26 times. Of course, children can't appreciate Australian history without learning about our Indigenous heritage and migrant character, but British is only mentioned 12 times, European is only mentioned 6 times, and colonial is only mentioned 10 times. So, is it, and maybe it is a question for ACARA, but that imbalance appears to be quite prevalent, and do we know if there's any particular reason for that?
Senator, my apologies, that will have to be a question for ACARA. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I will hold those questions to be put on notice for ACARA, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. I believe we are now in a position to dismiss officials from schools and youth. Apologies, schools and youth. So thank you for your participation today. Noting that we will be returning after the lunch break at 1:15 to hear from the Australian Institute of Teaching and School Leadership Limited, and can I also ask that officials from Outcome 1 are close by. Thank you very much. The committee will now resume, and we are right on time, and I call the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership Limited and its CEO, Mr Tim Bullard. Lovely to see you this afternoon. Do you have an opening statement for us?
No.
Okay, great. In that case, we'll dive straight into questions, and Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome. Thank you for your time today. When we were asked before estimates, I asked some questions about teacher supply and demand projections and the work that was completed in 2024, in December 2024, apologies, which hadn't at that time been released. And I was told that, I think the words were, I think we're close to that release. I think just from the Hansard, we have that data in the data set, but we need to reach agreement with the jurisdictions about the publication of that data. Those discussions are currently underway, so the date of its publication will depend on how quickly we can bring those discussions to a resolution. I note data was published on the 16th of December, and while it gives some really valuable insights about the shape of the workforce in 2023, it doesn't seem to be supply and demand projections. Have those projections in relation to supply and demand been released?
No, Senator, they have not yet been released, and thank you for your question. I think we share the outcome of wanting to have good quality data around the supply and demand issues, knowing that workforce supply is a real issue for Australia. What I can indicate to the committee today is we've been in very productive discussions since we last met around the publication, and you will recall, I think, that we said it's not around the integrity of the data. The data itself is accepted.
It's about the agreement between the jurisdictions.
It's about how it could be published in a way that made sense and was meaningful for jurisdictions. So I can indicate there is a pathway forward to an agreement on that publication, but we are not there yet.
Okay, so my next question was going to be why hasn't it? So is it just nutting out with a couple of the different states, or is it one particular state that's a problem, or not a problem but yet to come to an agreement?
There were different perspectives on what what made sense to be published, and different jurisdictions have different approaches, but they also hold and publish their own data sets. And so what's really important is that when we're putting that data out publicly, that for jurisdictions it makes sense alongside what else they might have in play. And so there have been different matters or issues that different jurisdictions have raised, but as I indicated, I think we're now on a pathway to the publication of that data.
Okay, thank you. I guess the reason I'm asking about this is if we look at the website, the most recent information in relation to supply and demand is for 2023, which makes it very difficult for those wanting to design policy for a workforce moving into the future when we just don't have that data.
Absolutely, Senator. And I think I may have indicated at the last hearing that that's the 23 data, and that's been in discussion, as we know. The 24 data has continued to be processed, and so once we have agreement on the publication of 23, we're in the closing stages of having the 24 available, and I think we'll have a much smoother pathway to getting that published because we will have set the precedent.
Correct. So all the manner moving forward will be the same.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know no one likes to give a time frame, but rough, are you thinking sort of within a month, within 3 months? What's your hope in relation to when that will occur?
On the current trajectory, I would be thinking in the next 3 to 4 months we should have a resolution, yes.
Thank you. I want to ask specifically about Action 26 under the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, which relates to the graduate teacher supply, and the information provided on notice in Quan 25743. Are you able to tell me what the number of new graduates predicted to have completed all requirements for each of the years here on in through to 2031.
So if I understand that correctly, you're asking for the projected numbers from 24 to 31, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Under Action 26. Again, like the projections that we've just discussed, the graduate teacher supply under Action 26 has also been under active discussion regarding its publication. It's on the same pathway to the resolution of publication. So both of those matters have been discussed together, recognising that they are different data sets but interrelated. So those matters should be resolved in lockstep with each other.
Okay, so we'll have those numbers when the agreements are finalised.
Ms Brighton?
Senator, if it's helpful, we did see between 2023 and 2024 the number of students commencing ITE increase by 14%.
Yeah.
So that was seeing a significant uplift, and we are also seeing just the preliminary data for 2026 year. We have seen applications to study undergraduate ITE increase by 6.5%. So they are all really good signs we're starting to head in the right direction.
Oh, great. Are you able to table that data for us?
So
okay?
I can take that on notice. I've got annotations all over my piece of
lovely.
paper.
That would be great. Thank you. And I have a similar question in relation for projected demand for teachers in schools. Given the growth in the number of school-aged children, secondary subject enrolments and student-teacher ratios out to 2032 as well. So if you can provide that on notice as well.
We will take that on notice. I do recognise, though, that is also part of the data set that's under discussion. So, yes, they are
I've amended my question based on your reply to the prior
sub-elements of the same discussion, actually.
Yeah. And so I'll add to that on notice under Action 25, also projected number of teachers to remain registered but not attached to any school for each year out to 2032. And then also under Action 25, what was the projected number of teachers retained for each year out to 2032? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. That should cover it, I think, looking at my notes about what we cover in that data set.
Thank you. Okay. Are you also able to table the data for me under Action 26, if that would be okay?
Yes, we can take that on notice as well. So that's the ITE, yes.
Yep, wonderful. And if you have access to that now, that would be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
I will just note on that, so there is a time lag on that. So at the moment, as I said, that's the 2023 data with the 2024 data not yet complete. So the data set that we would have available, subject to the agreement, would be the 23.
Oh, okay. So that's what you have?
Yep.
Okay. So you don't have access to that other post-23 data, or you do have access but you don't have permission to share it?
In terms of the 24 data, that's still in process.
Yeah, okay.
So, there's a whole lot of work that goes on in the data team around making sure that the data is correct and cleansed. So there's an uplift of that data from other systems, and it goes through a clearance process to make sure that it's correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you. In an answer to a question in an answer on notice in relation to teacher retention, Quan 25791, the answer noted that the best guess is that there is a 4% attrition within 5 years of graduating. But there was also a comment, those who cease to be registered are considered to have left the profession. Although some may return in the future, not all teachers who continue to be registered are working in schools, as some may now be working in other sectors while maintaining their registration as a teacher and may or may not return to teaching in the future. And anecdotally, that's very common, obviously, for those who leave the classroom to retain their registration, and it makes total sense. So I'm just trying to understand, do you have a number on how many graduate teachers are still in the classroom 5 years after completing their initial graduation?
I don't think we have that number. I would need to check that, Senator. From memory, we track the attrition, so logic would dictate that what you're left with is how many are left. With the 1% attrition, as we noted in that question, on notice per year. So that at the end of that 5-year period, you would expect to have a figure, but I can absolutely check that for you.
And take that on notice, that would be great. Thank you.
Senator, if I could add to that, and AITS will come back on notice. We spoke a little bit before about the increase in students commencing initial teacher education and then the increase in applications. What we've also seen is a drop in the teacher-student ratio, which means that we do have more teachers in schools working with students. So even though there are teachers who continue to maintain their registrations and not teach, those student-teacher ratios that ABS produces does point to, again, some real studying to get some improvement in what we're seeing in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. Also, in an answer to one of the questions I asked last time, the response was, as I indicated, at the same time as the data suggests that we are going to have to find an additional 6,000 teachers to make up for the growth in population, and potentially another 17,000 teachers around attrition. We've got 41,000 teachers in initial teacher education. I understand that actions 25 and 26 are not part of the integrated labour market model, and you can't just add them together to garner shortages or surpluses in a particular state or territory. But I want to understand at a national level, is our current level of teacher supply sufficient to meet demand, or are we worried about meeting demand? And is there something we need to do in order to ensure we meet demand?
Senator, that actually goes to the crux of why this data set is useful, because what it indicates is that there are a number of parameters that policy can influence to positive effect. And what we know around the workforce challenge is there is no sort of, if you like, golden answer that is going to solve it. It is iterative interventions or policy approaches at different stages of a teacher's life cycle that are going to make that difference. So, as you've quoted, and I think it was numbers that we previously provided, the projection between 23 and 26 is that there's 41,000 new graduate teachers are going to be estimated to have completed ITE programs, which is really good news. If every single one of those graduate teachers became registered and entered the profession, then the workforce challenge would be wouldn't be that great. But what we know is that, of course, people do courses for other reasons. They go off and have other careers, and then once they've commenced, they may leave. So the data, the question that you've asked over the life cycle of the projections, which, as you've indicated, goes up until 2031, is what positive change can we bring about? For example, to have more people entering ITE courses, completing those courses, leaving those courses and choosing a career in teaching, staying in teaching or returning to teaching over their life cycle. And I would also suggest holding some of that workforce for longer so that maybe they're not retiring quite so soon. So on paper, yes, as you've quite rightly pointed out, you can't come up with that number, but what we can see is that we're in pretty good shape if we can encourage at each of those stages of a teacher life cycle more people to remain in the profession.
So basically we don't know that we can, but we believe based on patterns, if we maintain that momentum, then we should be able to meet the demand.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. And I guess the other thing that I was sort of thinking about based on the other answer before, if we're tracking attrition through lapsing of registration, but it's probably not the same thing as being in the classroom. So how are we tracking those that have left the classroom? Like the ones that we speak about that go into other professions, do something else, maintain their registration. How do we know how many teachers we actually have who have left the teaching workforce but still retain their registration?
Senator Danny Pinchas, General Manager, Teaching and School Leadership. We collect data through the Australian Teacher Workforce Survey to complement as part of the ATWD, to complement the data we collect from registration status. So from there, we can draw some analysis about both intentions to leave and the reasons that teachers are stating they are thinking about leaving, and then the shape and nature of employment, full-time, part-time, the changes there.
Yeah, so we're sort of tracking anecdotal things. We don't have a mechanism to actually quantify how many we have who are outside the classroom but still registered. Not in full through registration data, because that tracks every registered teacher, over 500,000, but through the survey, which gets 40,000 odd respondents, we have good analysis of that. Okay, and those 40,000 respondents, roughly what percentage of the workforce is that?
It's actually closer to, so there's 41,000 who've done the wellbeing element of the survey, but the survey itself had a response rate that was closer to 50,000, so that's reflecting around 10% of the teacher workforce, which gives you a very robust data set. And then through some analysis and extrapolation, we can draw some conclusions around the workforce in total. Yeah.
Thank you. And look, just sort of to finish this off, and I completely, acknowledge that everybody's doing their best and working hard towards a collective goal and the same outcome. But it sort of worries me a bit that we can't currently say at a national level whether the supply is sufficient to meet demand, and obviously we haven't been able to get to the bottom of how many teachers are actually in the classroom as opposed to being registered, and that's sort of 5 years after they complete their training. And then we have the additional challenge of us not having public data on workforce projections. So all of those things in combination, add to that problem and probably a compounding problem for us as we work to that same goal. And I appreciate, Ms Brighton, everything that you've said around commencing training and ABS data and the lag. But there is a fundamental concern on the ground that there aren't enough teachers and we don't seem to have enough data to solve the problem. So is there sort of something... Is there like work being done to try and sort of bring that forward and bring attention onto the fact that that is the current state?
So the question that we have when we're pulling together a national data set is around what can we collate nationally that's comparative and has integrity. Yeah. And it doesn't mean that at a state and territory level, at an employer level, there's not other data sets that they can pull in. So what we're hearing from some jurisdictions, especially those that are smaller, is this data set is most useful when augmented with some of their employment and other related data. So, for example, they'll have a register of how many teachers are available for relief so that they know that they are registered teachers but they are casual in nature, and that's making it on the ground, that's providing the ability to make more nuanced decisions, because they wouldn't normally have had necessarily access to all of the data that we are collating nationally and then pushing back down. So that's where the value lies. Over time, you could see that as data sets are made more comparable or more robust, that we could be drawing together other elements. One thing we know, for example, just to give an example, is that different teacher registration authorities collect your primary specialisation in different ways. So for some jurisdictions or teacher registration authorities, they will record what you left university with. you left with a maths major, therefore we assert you're a maths teacher. Other registration authorities require you to be updating that really regularly. So if you're teaching in a particular area for a number of years, or you've gone back and done an additional qualification, then that's reflected in the register. It would be really useful to have that level of contemporary data, but that also requires that the way that data is collected has parity across the nation.
Sure. And just one last question, Chair, before I finish off. I just want to follow up on some quans that I asked about teacher workload in Quan 25793, and that was on notice based on that most recent 2023 data. And it was around the medium number of hours per week spent by teachers, and in primary school we had 25 hours face-to-face, 6 hours admin for 31 hours per week. Secondary schools, 21 hours face-to-face teaching, 6.4 hours, and admin's tasks, a total of 27.4 hours per week. And in combined schools, 24 hours in face-to-face teaching and 6.4 hours of admin tasks for a total of 30.4 hours. I'm just checking that data is correct, because we do know about teacher burnout and teachers being overworked, and it seems to be an odd median. Is that different? If you can explain the difference for me, and I'm assuming perhaps there is a skew there for casual teachers and part-time teachers as well, but I would like to get an understanding of that.
So my understanding is that that is a report back through the survey that we run with teachers. Your question about how we collate that, I'm very happy to take on notice.
Thank you.
That will be a technical response,
sure,
which I think would be best answered by our data team. If you're happy to put that on notice, we can come back to explain how that's calculated. Yep.
Okay. And that's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr Bulletin, to your officers. You're dismissed.
Thank you.
And we'll just suspend for a brief moment as I call officers from Outcome 1 Early Childhood to the table, please. We are in Outcome 1, Early Childhood, and Senator Kovacic, you have the call, and then I'll be going to Senator De Lager.
Thank you. Thank you. Minister Walsh, I wanted to follow up on some material provided on notice, specifically question Quan 25745. Minister, according to the material provided, you were first briefed about the activities of alleged serial pedophile Joshua Brown and the sexual assault cases in Victorian childcare centres on the 19th of June last year, and received further briefings on the 11th and 30th of July. Is that correct?
The dates of the briefings by the AFP are as provided in the Quan, but I'm not disclosing what those briefings were about.
Oh, I'm not asking. I'm just confirming the dates of the briefings.
The dates in the Quan are correct.
Thank you. And the families found out about these assaults on the 1st of July 2025, is that correct?
I think that was when the press conference actually happened with the Victorian Police Centre? Are you talking about the Victorian? Because you've got a number of cases here that we're talking about. And that's why there's 3 separate dates. So is there a particular case, I think,
I'm not referencing a particular case. I'm talking about... So the Minister had 3 different meetings. The questions are to the Minister. The 19th of June is when you were first briefed, and there were briefings on the 11th and the 30th of July in relation to the activities of Joshua Brown, the alleged...
I should just assist by referring you to my answer that these are dates of briefings by the Australian Federal Police.
Yeah.
I haven't disclosed what the briefings were about. They did pertain to child safety issues.
Oh, okay. So you're saying they may not be related to this particular case?
I'm not.
You're not going there at all?
I'm not going to disclose what the briefings were about.
Okay. All right. And are you able to tell me when you first found out about the activities of alleged serial pedophile Joshua Brown?
I can. And my recollection was that it was prior to the Education Minister's meeting, but I just want to find my timeline.
And then I want to understand when the parents found out. My understanding is that families found out on the 1st of July, and I want to understand if that's accurate.
The communication with families was handled by the Victorian Government, including by the Department of Health. So the timelines were set by them.
Do you have knowledge of those timelines?
I'm sure we could provide those timelines to you.
Senator Kylie Crane, Deputy Secretary Early Childhood. The 1st of July was the public communication. That was when the suppression order was listed. Our understanding is that there was engagement with families prior to that. We don't have a timeline for that or which families and groupings and how that was conducted.
Because many families with children in impacted centres were suggesting that they found out through the media. That was part of the reporting at the time. So I'm trying to understand, you know, how much time there was between when government found out about this and the time gap between government and parents and families knowing about it.
So that's a Victorian government matter, Senator, where the only way we could find out is literally go and ask the Victorian government.
Sure. Minister, if it's easier, do you recall whether you found out before the Education Minister's meeting or...?
I found out before the Education Minister's meeting, yes.
Okay. Any time prior to the 1st of July 2025, were you aware which centres were actually involved in the allegations?
No, I was not briefed on which centres were involved before the information was made public. I'm just recalling that there was a suppression order.
Yeah, so the Education Minister's meeting was the 27th of June, and then the public disclosure was on the 1st of July, which is when the suppression order must have been lifted, I'm assuming. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. At any time prior, did you seek information about which centres were involved?
My recollection is that, and I think I'm on record on this in previous estimates, is that around about a week before the Education Minister's meeting, both Minister Clare and I were in a meeting with the Victorian Minister who indicated that there was a sort of a serious set
I
of...
do recall that, yes.
Set of incidents.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
And that was the level of the briefing that we had.
Yeah.
And that it was under suppression. And, you know, broadly I was aware that a suppression order would lift and that the details of that would then be made public.
Yeah.
And then the details were made public.
Yeah.
And the operation in relation to that offender has been handled in the way that it has by the Victorian Government, the Victorian Department, the Health Department, in relation to that sort of dreadful situation of families having to get tested for infectious diseases, and of course by the police. So that's broadly my recollection, Senator, of the unfolding of those events.
Would the department have any records that sort of help firm those timelines? Do you have anything in relation to that?
Sorry, Senator, timelines
any supporting evidence in terms of the different meetings that occurred? You wouldn't be required to have that information. Were you involved? Was the department involved in any of that at that time?
We weren't involved in the briefings, the AFP briefings.
Okay.
No.
All right.
That's the question. If that's the question, we weren't involved in AFP.
Or any subsequent briefings. So I'm trying to work out if that was sort of it was about a week before the ministers' meeting, the Education Ministers' meeting, which was on the 27th of June, and there was a 19th of June AFP briefing. Do we know, was that offered by the AFP or the Victorian Government? Or obviously it wasn't requested by the department, or otherwise you would know. Or was it arranged in some other way?
Which briefing?
The 19th of June briefing.
I think, Senator, we can seek to provide more information about the briefings, but in general, when I was asked these questions by your colleague, I obviously said, you know, I wasn't going to provide details of briefings.
No, I want to get an understanding of who triggered the briefing. That was the first one for the 19th of June. And then on what date was the first offer or request for the briefing made? And also, was Minister Clare also briefed on the 19th of June? So I'm happy to take that on notice. So that's the entire context of what I'm trying to understand.
The department can correct me, but in general, those sorts of briefings, you know, I become aware that a briefing is required via the department. So the department may have further information about that.
It really depends on the individual cases, Senator. Sometimes the briefings are offered by the AFP to ministers. In this case, I'm sorry, I don't know. So I think we will take it on notice so we can provide that information to you.
And then also, prior to the 1st of July 2025, were any other ministers made aware of the case or the cases that were made public on the 1st of July? Because what I'm sort of trying to get an idea of timeline and where things fit, because it appears that, the government and the minister were aware, at least in general terms, about the Joshua Brown allegations prior to the 1st of July, which is when they were publicly
in general terms, yes,
released. And we infer that because the evidence about not being briefed on the centres and the discussions with the Victorian minister, and we know that that happened before the Education Ministers' meeting, which was on the 27th of June, maybe a week before. And we know that there was a briefing from the AFP on the 19th of June, though we don't know the contents of that meeting, and I'm not asking you to provide them, but I'm just trying to understand that that is a correct timeline.
I think that's accurate, Senator, and on the basis that, as you know, all that's under the timing of the suppression order as well. So
I know
the
there was a suppression order, there's no question about that. I just want to understand it.
I believe you're accurate.
So what I'm trying to get a sense of, it looks like there was probably around a 12-day period, and I'm happy to be corrected, that the government had this information before it became public. and I want to understand what happened during that time. Like, was it an opportunity to generate policy options, to prepare for a response, develop a stakeholder communication plan, to engage with families? What was sort of what were the actions that came once that information came to light, noting the necessity of protecting the fact that there was a suppression order?
So, Senator, my understanding is, as a result of the general knowledge that ministers were aware of, there was actually a special early childhood ministers only meeting called.
Yeah.
And the focus of that meeting was on child safety.
And when was that?
So that was, I should know, in June, wasn't it?
Yes. No, August. The special purpose week.
We'll have to find the date.
Okay.
I mean, my recollection, and Ms Crane may assist and may need to assist on notice, but there were two EMM meetings on child safety. So one in which it was a standard meeting, but child safety was the top priority in the education, early education portfolio, and then there was a standalone child safety meeting.
So 27th of June is when the meeting was held, where it was agreed there would be a special purpose early childhood meeting, and that special purpose childhood meeting happened on the 22nd of August. So at the 27th of June meeting, there was significant discussion as a result of child safety in reflection of an understanding of some of the developments that were happening in the Victorian case.
Okay. So I'm trying to work out what period of time the department and the government had between becoming aware and the suppression order being lifted, and at what point in that time most families became aware, because there is a concern around families who feel that maybe they didn't find out soon enough, that there was a period of time or a lag in time before they found out, or perhaps that government officials knew before they knew, and what was occurring during that time. So are we able to go back to that point, like what was the government and the department doing between the 19th, the 27th of June and the 1st of July, when different levels of awareness as to the allegations against Joshua Brown became prevalent?
Senator, perhaps I can answer that from two angles. I'll address the EMM on the 27th of June first, because there was substantive items on there around child safety. You might recall that ASICWA had done a child safety review and discussion around the recommendations from that review, which came from another case, was a significant part of that particular meeting, and decisions by ministers at that meeting. In terms of the department's involvement, and I think we have answered some of this on a previous Quan, we became aware of the matter on the 20th of June, not the details of the matter or who it was, but as part of that we were asked to provide data, which we would do as part of investigation. So the data that we provided would have formed what the Victorian officials then used to determine which families needed to be contacted or where this individual worked. So from our perspective, our role is, if with Victoria, is supporting them or any other official that's undertaking their investigation. That's the extent of that with that particular matter. The rest of the work that the department will have been doing was responding to the other recommendations and the child safety actions that had come out of ASICWA's review.
Okay. So I'll finish up with this and maybe one more. Were any other departments informed during that period before the suppression order was lifted, like PM&C or Finance? Do we know?
We don't have visibility of it, and we didn't advise any other.
You don't know. Minister, do you know?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Do you know whether any other departments were informed before the suppression order was lifted, say PM&C or Finance?
No, but I think I need to reiterate to you that we, both Minister Clare and myself, as previously said, were briefed in very, very general terms, not the name, not the nature of the offences, not the extent of the offences, because of the suppression order.
So did you find out all of those details when the suppression order was lifted?
That's correct.
Oh, so you had no knowledge of all the details before the suppression order was lifted?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Delega.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have questions in relation to childcare, affordability, access and flexibility. Just give you a moment to come up to the table. I'd like to just ask some questions about the latest childcare subsidy data and how, and particularly how much has the average family saved because of cheaper childcare, and how much is that per year?
Thank you, Senator. I'm Tristan Reid, First Assistant Secretary of the Evidence Reform Division. The average family, based on average income and average fees in the childcare system, has saved approximately $3,500 a year, or over the first 3 years of implementation, about $11,400 through the cheaper childcare changes.
Wow, that's fantastic. While we're talking about this, can I ask you information about the impact of the fee constraint condition for the worker retention payment? For example, if there's a difference in fee growth between services that have applied for the wage funding and those that haven't, and if you could talk me through it.
Yeah, sure. So one of the conditions of the worker retention payment is that there's a fee constraint on services that apply. So the fee constraint was 4.4% for the first year and then 4.2% currently. Our administrative data shows that services that have signed up and have an active worker retention payment grant have increased their fees on average for 3.5% in the first year of the program, compared to 7.1% for those that are not signed up to the WRP. So about half of they've got about half the growth in fees compared to those not in the program.
Thanks, Mr. Reid. And as you'd be aware, on the 5th of January, Labor's 3-day guarantee took effect, guaranteeing eligibility for 72 hours of childcare subsidy per fortnight, or 3 days per week for all children that need it. Can you give me some examples of how the 3-day guarantee can help families with the cost of childcare?
Sure. I might call Astle Torsha to the table, who might have a little bit more information, but essentially the 3-day guarantee provides more subsidised hours of care. So families that previously didn't have access to subsidised care or had access to a low level of subsidised care can now access 72 hours a fortnight, or essentially 3 days of care a fortnight, regardless of their activity level. So it just gives that guarantee of places and subsidised hours. But I can give you some cameos. Okay, so I might refer to Ms. Astle Torsha to give some cameos on family outcomes.
Thank you, Senator. Paris Astle Torsha, Assistant Secretary of the Childcare Subsidy Branch. The department has modelled a few cameos to sort of map out the benefits for families as a result of this measure. So as part of modelling who will benefit from 5th of January, the department modelled that around 66,700 families would be better off come 5 January in the 26-27 year. And of that group, families earning between $50,000 and $100,000 a year would be around $1,460 better off per year. So that looks at the modelled cohort and the financial benefits that would come across different income bands. We've also looked at, what the maximum sort of benefits could be for families who are now accessing the 72 hours of care. So, for example, a lower income family who earns $90,000 a year with one child in care could save up to $230 a week on childcare, which is pretty significant.
Absolutely. Thank you for that data. And Minister, I know that many families in my home state of Tasmania, they understand the importance of access to high quality early childhood education and care. And I do note that your recent commitment to build more early learning services in Tassie, and that these new services are in addition to the Australian government funding a critical service at Lady Gowrie in Latrobe. Can you tell me what this means for Tasmania?
Thank you, Senator Delega, for the question. And we have been doing a lot to invest in quality early childhood education to support children and families across Tasmania. And one part of that is actually through a big agreement that we signed with the Tasmanian government as part of our Building Early Childhood Education Fund. We also signed an agreement with the ACT government, and just this week I was able to go and see the site of a new childcare centre that's going to be built as part of that fund here in Canberra. We know that in Tasmania there are a lot of children in a lot of areas who don't have the access that we would like to quality early childhood education. Indeed, some parts of Tasmania are underserved. Some of this was brought to our attention by someone who's very well known in these rooms, which is former Senator Anne Urquhart, now the member for Braddon, who invited me down to the Latrobe region to learn about some of the challenges there. We heard there about a significant issue where there was going to be a closure of a service and a new centre opening several months later, so there was going to be a 6-month gap in the provision of services to families. And that would have been really disruptive for the children, but also for the parents and their ability to have their children in quality early education and work as well. So we were able to work with the member for Braddon and also the Tasmanian Minister for Education, Joe Palmer, as well. And the Commonwealth is providing Lady Gowrie, which is a great not-for-profit provider, with a grant under the Community Childcare Fund of $334,000. It's a great outcome for that community in Latrobe to have a quality not-for-profit provider delivering early learning. And that Lady Gowrie service is opening an interim service soon. And in relation to the agreement with Tasmania as part of the Building Early Education Fund, we will deliver 6 not-for-profit early learning services across Tasmania. That's a $25.5 million investment through that $1 billion Building Early Education Fund. And the Tasmanian government is also providing an additional $5 million as well. And the projects will be at Westbury Primary, Rosetta Primary, St Mary's District School, Bruny Island District School, Bothwell District High School and Huonville Primary School. And really great that these services will be located at schools, co-located. Good for children to help them get ready for school, to see the big school that's there. Early childhood education is great for getting children ready for school. Even better when it's co-located with the school. Great for families as well to help them deal with the double drop-off. So this is a big investment in children in Tasmania. We know that quality early childhood education is good for children, it's good for parents, and this is going to be great for our Tasmanian communities as well.
Thank you, and as Latrobe is my hometown as well, I drive past and see the progress on Lady Gowrie, and I know the community are going to be so relieved to have that urgent support, so there's no gap and people can stay and work. So thank you, Minister. Just for the department, I do have some questions, Chair, if they still have some time, about closing the gap, if I may. Can you give me an update on the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children that are attempting CCS-approved care, and to tell me how that compares with previous years?
Good afternoon. Alana Winslow, Assistant Secretary, Early Learning and First Nations Priorities Branch. In the latest available childcare subsidy data in September 2025, we did have 68,150 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in receipt of the childcare subsidy, and that was a 4.73% increase on the previous year's data.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. And with the ANAO's report audit on the Closing the Gap in Early Childhood and Schooling, it highlighted some concerns in relation to the preschool reform agenda and its alignment to the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Can you talk me through the issue and what the department is doing to resolve the matter?
So with respect to the ANAO findings, the reference is made to negotiations of the preschool reform agreement were with respect to negotiations several years ago, and there is work underway under the work currently in the preschool reform space to actively engage our relevant First Nation peaks and partners, including SNAIC, National Voice for Our Children, and also the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Commission. So we certainly have been working actively and in partnership on the current negotiations under the PRA. I'm not sure if Mr Reid wants to add to that, but...
No, that's right, yeah. So we I guess, considered lessons learned from the previous consultation process with the previous PRA process, and, you know, I guess picking up best practices through things like the school agreement. And so for the extension of the PRA, we engaged really constructively and closely with our First Nation peak organisations, and, you know, we are doing that now with an ongoing preschool reform governance arrangements as well, where we have membership of First Nations peaks on those governance bodies.
Thank you, and just focusing on that, the working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in partnerships with governments to drive community-led early childhood care and development. Can you give us an update on the work for early childhood care and development policy partnerships?
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to answer that question. So we have now been running in partnership with SNAIC, the Early Childhood Care and Development Policy Partnership. It is a joint initiative with all governments and First Nations peaks that work in the early childhood space, and we were pleased by the findings in that ANAO report that you mentioned around the strong partnership that mechanism has been able to establish and demonstrate. And we have, in the MAIFO process at the end of 2024-5, we did have a second term of funding allocated to that policy partnership. And I think in recognition of the maturity of the partnership, we have over time been able to demonstrate how it is supporting better outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. It was responsible for commissioning research to further build the evidence base around effective models of support for First Nations children, and also the optimal hours of care for First Nations children with respect to early childhood education and care. And the research commissioned by the partnership was provided to the Productivity Commission inquiry into early childhood education and care, and in part, along with other evidence considered by the inquiry, did inform key recent changes that were talked about earlier in this session, including the increased in subsidised hours of care for First Nations children under the changes that came in this year. So it has been able to generate evidence and inform policy, and it is working across all relevant portfolios in the early childhood space, including to address issues like the increasing engagement of children in health, but also social services. So it is a broad whole of government initiative.
Thanks very much, and I do look forward to hearing about this each estimate, so look forward to talking to you again soon. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. I'm coming to Senator Payman, then Senator Kabasic, and then Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I would like to ask if the committee is okay with me tabling an email.
You can distribute that one, but the committee will need to make a later decision on tabling.
No worries. So on 17th of April 2025, during the 2025 election campaign, Labor candidate for Durack in WA, Karen Wheatland, announced that a re-elected Albanese Labor government will invest up to $5 million towards building a new childcare centre in Muckenbudin. What work has been done to honour this commitment since the election? Perhaps the Minister can take it.
Thank you, Senator Payman. So, yes, that is a commitment. and it's part of our Building Early Childhood Education Fund that is building services in underserved areas, including in Western Australia. And we are working with the Western Australian Government on those commitments. And Mr Smythe may provide further details.
Sure, Minister.
Yeah.
Nathan Smythe, Senior Responsible Officer and Deputy Secretary for the Building Early Education Fund. Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, we've been actively engaged with the Western Australian Government in relation to that election commitment, as well as the two other election commitments that were made in Western Australia. We're yet to reach a final agreement with the Western Australian Government. I've also had discussions with the local council in Mukinbudin as well in relation to the need for services in that particular area. So those discussions are ongoing, but the commitment remains, Senator.
So we can say that you've received input or action from the Shire of Mukinbudin?
I've had some discussions with them around the commitment, yes, Senator.
Can you tell me when those discussions took place? Because the CEO wrote to us in September of 2025 expressing that there hasn't really been any update. And for me, for a West Australian senator to bring these questions forward to an estimates to get an update for a local shire, you know, does that justify? It doesn't give us that confidence that there's been work behind the scenes, and that's why these questions are being brought to you.
I understand, Senator. Can I take on notice the exact date that I met with the Shire? But it would have been around, from my memory, around that September-October period that I actually met with them and had a discussion.
Minister, have you received any correspondence from the Shire of Mukinbudin on this issue?
I would not want to provide you with incorrect information, so I'll take that on notice, Senator
Yes,
Payne.
please do. Thank you. Is there a rough timeline you can provide to the people of Mukinbudin to see when this commitment will be honoured?
I wouldn't like to preempt the negotiations that are going on and the reaching of an agreement at this particular point in time, Senator. But I think I even have a meeting with Western Australian officials lined up for next week as well.
And you said there's a few commitments. Can you outline which other areas within Western Australia a commitment was made aside from the Shire of Mukinbudin?
There were two. There were Marrickul and Mundaring, as well as Mukinbudin. There seemed to be something with the M's, I think, in Western Australia, Senator.
Well, we often in WA feel very neglected. So given the $1 billion Building Early Education Fund has spent most of its existence, you know, there hasn't been much progress. It's sitting idle. When is the government planning to start actually getting the ball rolling around childcare deserts?
Well, Senator, I would not, I suppose, classify it as we haven't made any progress in its sitting idle. There's been substantial amounts of work that's been undertaken over the last 6 to 7 months in relation to the Building Early Education Fund. We've undertaken 2 market soundings for small providers and large providers. We've entered into 3 Federation funding agreements with South Australia, with Tasmania and with the ACT. We have ongoing negotiations with other jurisdictions around those Federation funding agreements. We are also negotiating the election commitments that were made by the government and incorporating those into those Federation funding agreements. And just on Monday of this week, we opened our large provider grant round, and we will shortly, subject to the Minister's agreement on timing, open a small provider grant round as well. So I would say that there's been substantial progress made. In addition to the investment dialogue for Australia's children, where we've reached agreement in relation to how we will go about agreeing to particular projects, co-investing funding for integrated hub centres that are based around ECECs as well. So there's been quite a substantial amount of work that's been undertaken.
And yet we still don't have a timeline, just even generally. I mean, let's not specifically talk about WA, but generally, is there a timeline of when the funding that's been committed will actually roll out and we'll see the funding reaching the very childcare deserts that we're seeing?
Well, Senator, the Treasury will make a number of payments in relation to Federation funding agreements next month. We will also see contracting for services once we've undertaken appropriate assessments of grant applications that we receive through the small and large provider rounds. So funding will start to immediately flow out of those as well. As you would appreciate, construction projects take time. They have to have the correct approvals in place. People have to contract particular construction firms, etc. So it doesn't happen in an instant. We want to take a methodical and well-charted approach to the way that we undertake this money. It's a substantial amount of taxpayers' money, and we want to do it in an appropriate manner.
Absolutely. I'm not asking it to be rushed, but everyone's waiting to see the progress. But appreciate you guys taking on notice, getting back to me about Shire of Muckaboot. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Payman. Senator Hodgins-May, we'll swap you around.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to start off with one of my favourite questions that I ask repeatedly, but I'm keen to know if anything has changed since December on whether the department has prepared any advice, any modelling, any costings on the Productivity Commission recommendation of an Early Childhood Education and Care Commission to the government.
No, Senator. We
Senator.
have not done any modelling.
And perhaps the fact that this was a key consideration and recommendation of the Productivity Commission report, and we have heard in our evidence to our quality and early learning inquiry, this has been recommended by multiple stakeholders. I'm just wondering why the department hasn't taken on board consideration of that proposal.
Senator, ultimately that is a decision for government. I think in terms of what the Productivity Commission has recommended, there are a number of other elements in there, and government has taken steps on a wide range of those, some of which we've spoken about at the table today and in past sessions.
Thank you. So perhaps then to the Minister. Minister, do you have any explanation as to why you haven't requested that advice, or is it something that you are considering requesting of the department?
So in relation to the Productivity Commission review, as Ms Crane said, we're implementing the findings of that review, the recommendations of that review in a number of ways. One of the main focuses of the review was on the workforce, another was on affordability, another was on access. And so in relation to the workforce, obviously the 15% pay rise that is paying dividends in stabilising the workforce. In relation to affordability, we've done a number of things, including our cheaper childcare reforms that save the average family $3,500 in fees this year on what they would otherwise have paid. Capping the fees, the fee growth of services at 3.5%, and introducing the 3-day guarantee, which is really important.
I'm aware of the others. I'm specifically
and then in
asking
terms of the Building Early Education Fund to expand, access to services in areas that are underserved. So we are implementing the Productivity Commission recommendations. In the work that we are doing. You're referring to a recommendation in relation to an early childhood education commission. I think I've answered this question to you before in various settings, and our focus is on safety at the moment. Our focus is on the workforce, our focus is on affordability, our focus is on access. We're taking action on all of those things, but we have always said and continue to say today that a commission could be part of future reforms.
Thank you. It does seem that could assist with each of those different areas that you've identified, the establishment
Well, we're
of
already
the commission.
doing them.
well, I've got questions about the efficacy of some of those and the ongoing nature of them coming up in my next round of questioning. But I'm encouraged to hear that it still hasn't been ruled out, and I'll keep asking until we get some confirmation of progress on that. I've got some questions next up about the in-home care program. Don't know if you need any personnel change. In-home care providers originated from the greater flexibility and choice in childcare elements of the Australian Government's Stronger Families and Community Strategies back in 2000. As you'd be aware, these providers provide care to children who can't attend centre-based ECEC, such as children of shift workers, children in rural areas, as well as children of families with complex and significant needs. Minister, to start off, does the Labor government still consider the in-home care as an important pillar of choice for early childhood education and care in Australia?
We continue to provide support to that program. So in-home care services provide a flexible form of early childhood education taking place in the family home. It's targeted to assisting parents who are unable to access other approved care types, and we continue to support that program.
I've received a significant volume of correspondence in recent weeks from in-home care providers who are currently preparing the families they serve for significantly increased out-of-pocket costs from March due to the long overdue gender undervaluation reforms. Has the department done any modelling, or do you know how much this might cost on average a family accessing in-home care services given the current hourly in-home care rate cap?
I'd have to take on notice when we've done modelling on the impact of the Fair Work Commission wage increase. You mean that? I'll have to take on notice whether we've done any modelling. We've definitely considered the impacts of the Fair Work Commission on the sector and the different sub-care types in the sector. I think I previously said that we are considering the impacts, and the government has said it is considering if and how to extend the worker retention payment to those subsectors, but no decision has been made in relation to that.
Yeah, if you could provide on notice any modelling that you have got, that would be appreciated. Look, providers have told us that it will be easily upward of $1,000 per week passed on to families from March. I suppose, Minister, do you think that's a reasonable sum of money for families to be expected to find to keep this critical service?
I haven't seen that data, Senator. In relation to the worker retention payment, obviously this is a $3.6 billion commitment. It's focused on the 15% pay rise and the gender undervaluation payment decision, as you know, has come out because the government put gender equality as a goal of the Fair Work Act. We continue to work through the gender undervaluation decision, and in relation to in-home care workforce, I think Mr. Reid's taken that on notice. I understand that there is work underway to figure out how to assist that sector to best support the workforce in relation to pay rises, and maybe Ms. Crane, who has further detail on that. But I understand some work is underway. Yeah.
I think in terms of what Mr. Reid has said around providing what we can on notice, we would do that. Just Unpacking one part that the Minister and Mr Reid said, that there are different employment arrangements under in-home care. That, of course, has been partly why we've needed to go and do more work on this. So in terms of the considerations for government, we do need to think about the differences in what that looks like.
Yeah, thank you. And these providers did notify me that they'd provided this data to the Minister, so I will ask them to perhaps resend that over in relation to that sum, that $1,000 per week. And it was my understanding that in-home care providers aren't actually eligible for worker retention payment currently. Is that correct? Yeah, they're not. Yeah, so that's probably less relevant. And I suppose the consequence of passing this cost on to families is actually more gender inequality, particularly for women who are being forced to decide whether they now need to stay at home instead of participate in the workforce. So I think it is a very pressing issue for many, many families across the country. Can the department please tell me more about the urgent advice they're preparing? Are you preparing? Did you say you are? And does this include potentially increasing the hourly cap for in-home care?
We are preparing advice for government on the impacts of the Fair Work Commission and how that can be best dealt with. I think in relation to the hourly rate caps, I think the important thing is that any changes to those kind of CCS settings are kind of evidence informed, and we are undertaking a service delivery price that will provide really good evidence on the cost of delivering care between the different sectors. And so I think the service delivery price would be a key piece of evidence that could inform future changes to any of the CCS settings. So the work we're doing currently is really how we can best support those sectors in relation to the Fair Work Commission decision to increase the award rate.
Do you think that will happen in time for March, when these pay increases are going to...
Changes to the program? I mean, I think changes to the program would be unlikely by March, just because of the time it would take to implement changes to the program to develop guidelines. I couldn't put a time frame on it, but we are actively considering the impacts and providing advice to government for in-home care and family daycare sectors. But yeah, as Ms Crane pointed out, there are complexities to those sectors in how you could extend the payment in its current form, primarily due to the employment model for a lot of those providers.
So in the meantime, we can assume that there's nothing going to be put in place to stop that cost being passed on in March. There's no stopgap that's going to be in place for these families that are concerned about this.
There's current settings that would subsidise costs in those sectors. Childcare subsidy primarily subsidises significant costs for those sectors, but I couldn't put a time frame on any changes to existing programs.
And just out of interest, what's the current hourly cap of the IHC program based on?
I'll get that for you, sorry, 1 second. It's 30, I won't guess.
It's $39, but I'm keen to know what that sum's based on, how that's being derived.
$39.80. Well, it was... The initial rate was set at the time the childcare subsidy program was implemented, and it's been indexed since then with CPI. I would have to take on notice the things that went into the initial setting of that hourly rate cap back in 2018 when the childcare subsidy system was introduced, and all rate caps are indexed with CPI.
Yeah, thank you. If you could take on notice whether it takes into consideration any of the overheads of IHC providers in addition.
I can take that on notice and
Thank you. So, Minister, IHC providers have detailed evidence that the hourly rate of $39 is nowhere near enough to cover the costs of skilled and qualified educators. I think this is on top of a lot of evidence from the IHC review, the ACCC and the Productivity Commission that you've already got at your disposal. I'm interested to hear if you've got any comments on why this hasn't been addressed and why we're in February, that these changes are going to come into place in March, and these families are going to be faced with this funding gap and the potential need to return to home to care for them and educate their kids when they don't have this in-home care. They're priced out of in-home care, essentially.
I just refer you to the work of the department, Senator. So The program continues to be supported by the government. There is work going on in the department around the program and wage issues and arrangements in the program. We continue to support the program, including through the childcare subsidy.
Yeah, look, I just say that many of these families don't feel like they're being supported. They are telling us about the need to unenrol their children. They're drafting resignation letters. They're warning that educators' jobs might be lost. So I'm not sure how much comfort that brings to these people, and just urge the department and you, Minister, to prioritise a solution to this for those families who are feeling immense anxiety as March rapidly rolls around. Do I have time for my next block, or do you want to rotate the call, Chair?
You've got 1 minute, so why don't we rotate and I'll come back
let's do that. Thanks.
Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you. So I just want to go back to the questions that I was asking before about the timelines in relation to the Joshua Brown allegations and briefings. If I could please table documents 6 to 13, if that is possible. Minister, on around the 20th of June, and there's some things on social media between the 20th and 23rd of June, but I would suggest it was on the 20th of June, you visited a childcare centre with Minister Clare in the Melbourne electorate of Maribyrnong. I'd like to get an understanding of whether you were briefed by the department for this visit, and did that brief include whether this centre was an affected centre, and whether you'd sort of thought about whether it possibly was, given the briefing you'd received the day before, and did you ask the department to check either with its own data or with the Victorian government as to whether it was an affected centre?
I'll await the document because you'll have to jog my memory, but Ms Crane can assist. Yep.
So, Senator, we would provide for any visit that's there information around the sorts of supports that the Australian government provide or compliance action that we've undertaken. We wouldn't have access to some of that, just in a broader sense, around what other things might be happening in a state or territory. And in terms of even that timeline that you've talked about, at that stage, the phone call that I took was on the 20th of June. We hadn't received the data request at that stage to even know that there were any services picked up, nor would we have known the nature of what the actual incidents were around that.
Okay. So could you take me through what... So the department, just to clarify again, the department found out on the 1st of July when the suppression order was lifted, all of the detail in the same time that the minister did, is that correct? In terms of the individual and the nature of the allegations, yes. What about which centres were affected? So on the 20th of June, I was advised that there was a serious matter under investigation, not what it was or who it was, and advised that there would be a data request that comes. That data request came through. We would provide it off the back of that, but we had no detail of, as I said, who the offender was or what the allegations were or other things. We became aware of what they were when they came out. And my other question is, or the question that the main part of it is, were you aware which centres were affected before the 1st of July or not? Because we hold the childcare subsidy data, we will have been asked to provide the data about those centres, a broad range of centres, whether they're an exact match to the ones that were there or not. So they would have been in scope of the data request that we provided back to the Victorian Government. And what date did you provide that back to the Victorian Government? I would have to take that on notice. So the request was made to you on the 20th of June? I was verbally advised that a request was coming. It would have come through either that day or shortly thereafter. Okay, and is it normally like within a day or within a couple of days that you would provide that data, I'm assuming?
It depends on the extent of the data.
That's right. Okay.
But we'll, and I know Ms Crane's mentioned this, Senator, but to be clear, we had no information at all that the data request was linked to then what was announced on the 1st of July.
Right, so you were just, a data set was requested from you and you didn't know what the basis or what the reasons for that request were?
Other than to the extent that it was supporting a matter that they were investigating, which is standard process for why they would request things from us.
And that's something that may have happened over time. Was there anything unusual about this data set request?
Certainly not in what was conveyed to me over the phone about it being, it was urgent, the urgency of it is what was conveyed.
Of course, Victorian officials are obviously under the same suppression order, so the ability of providing us any information other than requesting data was the limitation of what we were all faced with here.
Yes, what I'm trying to understand is what was known when by whom and for how long they knew it.
And because this was all let out of Victoria, it was the Victorian Police, the Victorian Government, the Victorian Health Department that was notifying parents. The Commonwealth had no role in that at all.
Sure. So to summarise the evidence so far, the Minister was first briefed by the AFP on the 19th of June. We don't know what the contents of those briefings are and we accept that at this point. But they were general, but whatever was told, it was serious enough to trigger an Education Minister's meeting and put child safety at the top of that agenda, I'm assuming that was the trigger.
Sorry, Senator, to clarify my earlier evidence, there was a meeting scheduled for the 25th of June already.
Yeah.
Ministers decided to ensure that child safety was a significant part of that meeting, and there's a communique where ministers agreed. Out of that meeting, they agreed there would be a special meeting of early childhood meetings in August.
Right.
And so the 25th of June one was already scheduled, but Ministers Clare and Walsh made a very strong point of making sure child safety was covered in more detail than was going to be covered. Decisions came out of that, and then the special purpose meeting was in August. Just to help, I think I said the special purpose. Yeah, so I'm just correcting my record from it.
So, and then the department, a data set was requested from the department on the 20th of June. You knew it was urgent, but you didn't know specifically what it related to, apart from that it was urgent.
That's correct.
And the department assisted with the data request. And then families in general, including those families that horrifically had to take their little children to precautionary STI testing, found out from the 1st of July or thereafter, but there may have been some that found out before the 1st of July.
That's correct. And they were notified by either Victorian Health.
Yeah, and we don't know that because that was Victorian Health that did it.
That's correct.
But we also know that there are some families who found out after.
That's my understanding, yes.
I guess my question, Minister, is I think, and I'm just trying to remember, I think there's some public commentary, Minister, that you said you became aware of the Joshua Brown case before the Education Minister's meeting on the 25th of June. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
So I'll go through what I can tell you again.
Yeah. I just want to try and get that bit because you said that you found out on the 1st of July all the details.
Yep, I'll go through it. I'm happy to go through it. So about a week before that June Education Ministers' meeting, both Minister Clare and I were told that there was a significant issue by the Victorian Minister. We weren't given names.
No names, locations, or childcare centre details, right?
Correct. There were a range of child safety issues that were out there, and obviously it's, the Quality Authority's job, the department's job, our job to develop, responses to that and policy around that. So in relation to the June Education Ministers' meeting, and I think you've tabled the transcript of that, we heard various reports and made various decisions at that meeting to expedite work and get new work done. ahead of that August meeting. So that's what happened at the Education Ministers' meeting. The suppression order was lifted on the 1st of July. I was briefed by the department on the 2nd of July, based on information that had become available once the suppression order was lifted. And then we extended a briefing to the Shadow Minister, the then Shadow Minister, and I think the Assistant Shadow Minister, but certainly Senator Duniam on the 3rd of July. Okay. So that's the order of events. And then in relation to briefings that I've received from time to time by the AFP, you know, those details are there. The dates of briefings are there on the record. And again, I think we're agreed that I won't disclose about that. But I think that's the package of information. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get a sense of from you is, you know, there is some concern that perhaps the government or the department sat on information for a period of time that families should have perhaps been told earlier. Are you able to sort of take us through any actions you took or any pressure you may have put on particular agencies to ensure that, losing my concentration, on different agencies to ensure that families were notified as soon as practicable?
I think it's a couple of things are really important, Senator Kovacic, and you know, everyone is concerned in this about children and families, and your concern is, you know, absolutely understandable. And, you know, the children and families affected by this have been at the top of absolutely everyone's consideration about this. It really just goes to roles and who's handling what, I guess. And essentially, in Victoria, this was a criminal matter that was being handled by the Victorian Police. And as you'll remember, there was a significant health response and a significant response from the Department of Education. So sort of what I can say is that when we as a Commonwealth are dealing with any matters that involve parents that are within our remit, we consider that foremost above everything. And I think that's what the Victorian government was doing in the way that they timelined their response and the way they dealt with information.
So was it a view then that it was a matter for the Victorian government to expedite rather than for the federal government?
It was our view, and a correct view, that the Victorian government was putting considerable effort into figuring out how to support families through it, and stood up a communication response and a public health response to all of that. And I think, you know, it's appropriate that was handled by the Victorian government. I mean, what we have been focused on, and happy to go through this, and you may have more questions about it, is really how do we do everything we can as a Commonwealth government and working with the jurisdictions to strengthen the sector, to keep children safe. And so our focus has really been on that policy response, and delivering that, you know, over $200 million package, the biggest set of changes that's ever been made to the sector, as it should have been, in response to these sorts of concerns.
And I guess I just sort of go back to that timeline and everything that occurred, and I acknowledge what you're saying. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what interventions were made, if any, by anybody to try and expedite the communication to families once an awareness of this came to government, whether it's state or federal, but our questions here are federal, because really there's a public view and the public outcry after that 1st of July date when the suppression order was lifted, where so many shocked families were finding out publicly. And my understanding and from the publicly available data that just a few days after that 1st of July date, we had around 1,200 families across Victoria being told that their children had to undergo a precautionary STI check, so not before the 1st of July but after. A few days after that, yet again, yet another 800 families were also told that their little children had to undergo those same horrific checks. And it seems from public reporting, and that's why I'm trying to get the timeline from you, that as at the 1st of July, when the suppression order was lifted, government was actually not able to tell families or all families involved about the timeline and if their children were impacted, and could not reliably say, you know, where this person had worked or when he had worked there, so they couldn't actually know if their children were impacted.
Senator, you know, we're all in agreement that this is absolutely, you know, horrific, and that this was every parent's worst nightmare.
Without question.
And I think, you know, the Victorian government had to do a whole lot of things that really are a matter for them in how they did that, in terms of balancing the suppression order and the court proceedings with the really important issue of how to communicate with families. On the issue that you raise around families being notified, one of the terrible things that occurred is that there was an initial tranche of families who were notified because the authorities had an understanding of where this offender had worked. It later emerged, Senator, that Victoria Police were having to use search and seize powers to go into services to find rosters of where this alleged offender may have worked, including, you know, finding paper rosters. And that then led to another tranche of families having to go through the dreadful circumstances that we're talking about, of having to have their children tested for infectious diseases. One of the responses that we have made is to set up the first ever nationwide register of early childhood educators,
I'm aware.
Which will start in just a couple of weeks' time and is on track. And that's really important because I think when you look at all of this, you know, the average person would think, shouldn't we know who's working with children in those settings and where? And so this is a big decision. It's on track. And for the first time, we'll actually have the information that could have assisted in the response to that if it had have been stood up, and indeed is an important tool in the first place for regulators to use to understand what's happening in the sector and to try to prevent these things from happening in the first place.
Yeah. And look, I get that, and I think, you know, we understand what the intention is here, but regardless of roles and responsibilities, and I acknowledge this, primarily there are Victorian government responsibilities here, but there are accountabilities federally as well. I just want to give you the opportunity to give us a sense of what actions you took once you found out, and particularly once you became aware that perhaps you were finding out before the families, as it was becoming obvious through the public narrative that so many families had not found out. So what were we actually doing to expedite the process of ensuring that all the families that had affected children found out as soon as was humanly possible?
Yeah. I mean, the understanding that I'm getting is that the families were notified before the suppression order was...
They weren't. Publicly, families came out and said they didn't know. They found out through the media and then they started contacting the centres. And
so
I guess...
think that goes to... I mean, I'll see what information the department has about that timeline, which was, of course, managed by the Victorian government. But again, that goes to some of the need for reform of the kind that we're talking about. And I think when you ask about my action, Senator, and I hope you'll listen to the answer, all of our focus and attention has been on strengthening the sector to help keep children safe. I mean, nobody is looking away from this. And the package of reforms that we have in place was agreed by all jurisdictions, of all stripes. It was supported by the coalition, it's been supported by the sector, it's being implemented on time. And our response is really the policy response that is needed to strengthen the sector. And it has absolutely been informed by these horrific experiences, including the experiences of those families who were initially left off because services were working on a paper-based roster system that is completely inadequate when it comes to high-risk settings where children are involved. So I hope you will go to the package of measures that we're putting in place to strengthen the sector, Senator, which are substantial. For the first time in a couple of weeks' time, there will be mandatory child-safe training so that educators and services are able to better detect and prevent this sort of thing from happening. For the first time in a couple of weeks, of course, as I said, we have the first ever nationwide register of early childhood educators. We have banned the devices in services that are used in this horrific sort of crime. We are trialling CCTV to see if that would assist and what guardrails need to be put around it. We are providing more information to parents about the services, conditions and breaches so that they have that information to make informed decisions than has ever been provided before. We have tripled the penalties that providers face if they fail to keep children safe. We have amended the laws that structure the system, the national law and the family assistance law, for the first time to put child safety and wellbeing as the paramount consideration of that law. So the policy response to this, in addition to the previously announced measure of amending our ability to withdraw CCS funding from those providers who we think are not doing the right thing, has very much been driven by the horrific experiences of these families, and that has been the scale and the intent and the focus of our response, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Bassick, I'm well overdue to rotate,
Yeah,
so
go
I'm just
for it.
keen to give Senator Hodgins-May a 5-minute block before we go to the break, and then I'll come back to you to finish.
Thank you. And just if I could make a note to the Minister, I did listen to the Minister in full, and I have to each of your responses. Thank you.
Senator Hodgins-May, I'll interrupt you at 3 to go to the break.
Sure, thank you. Look, I've got some questions about the worker retention payment. Since last estimates, we have, of course, welcomed the Fair Work Commission updates to the Children's Services Award, as we've already touched on today. This was obviously a really long time coming for our incredible early educators in a heavily feminised industry. However, we are concerned about the staggering of this pay increase over several years, with still no commitment to extend the worker retention payment beyond this year. The United Workers Union has raised concerns about a very real pay cliff for those hardworking educators, and that majority female workforce will be facing right before Christmas this year when the worker retention payment ends. Minister, will you commit to extending the worker retention payment to cover this gap?
Thank you, Senator. Whenever you ask me these questions, of course, I say that I'm proud to have represented the early childhood educators before my time in Parliament with the union that you're talking about. And there is no doubt that those experiences that I've had of talking to early childhood educators for many, many years makes me very determined to support them and invest them and value their work. And I'm part of a government who is doing exactly that. Of course, prior to the gender undervaluation payment decision, the government made a decision to support a 15% pay rise and to fund that with the worker retention payment. It has been life-changing, and as you say, there is more to come as well, and that is through the gender undervaluation decision. In terms of any decision to extend the worker retention payment, that is a matter that we are working through, and we will have more to say about it. The phasing of the gender undervaluation payment includes a 5% pay increase in March and a 5% pay increase in June. And I do want to make it clear that the government welcomes applications for the worker retention payment to cover those gender undervaluation increases from those providers who are not already covered. Of course, 80% of services at least are effectively already covered for those first two parts of the gender undervaluation pay rise because they've signed on to the worker retention payment, and we are still accepting applications for that for providers who want to be covered for the first two parts of the gender undervaluation payment.
Thank you. So presumably the United Worker Union has consulted with you on this and raised similar concerns to those that I'm raising today around that gap that is going to exist for these workers who have taken up the benefit of this this wage increase and are now going to have it reduced towards the end of this year, right before Christmas, as I indicated. But at this moment you're saying you can't make a commitment that you will extend it beyond the end of this year.
What I can say is the government values the work of the early childhood educators. It's why we did the 15% pay increase. It's why we backed it with a $3.6 billion commitment.
But if you value them, would that then involve in continuing it?
You just cut me off.
Do you value them to a point, though?
You're still cutting me off.
Senator Hodgins-May, if you could just let the Minister finish her answer, and then I believe that will take us to the break and we'll return to you. Minister?
I think I'll have to start again because I lost my place. So we value our nation's early childhood educators. It's why we took a commitment to a 15% pay increase. It's why we've backed that with a $3.6 billion pay rise. And we don't want to see our nation's early childhood educators go backwards, Senator Hodgins-May.
So then I'll take that as a you will extend.
We are still working through how we deliver on the gender undervaluation payment, and those are matters that we are still working through.
So we might expect to see something in the May budget around providing that security to these incredible educators.
As I'm sure has been said on many occasions during these estimates, unable to talk about matters that may be coming before budget.
And just very quickly, just to round out this one, if that's okay, Chair, has the department provided any advice to the Minister in relation to this, the impacts of this pay cliff in November if the worker retention payment isn't extended?
Senator, anything to do that might be a budgetary matter, we can't talk about because it's covered under Cabinet Conference.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The committee will now take a brief suspension, returning at 3:15. We will be continuing with outcome 1, early childhood, at that time.
Perhaps to the Minister first. Minister, will the government commit to increasing the ISP subsidy rates, or has the government decided that this is not a priority?
The inclusion support program is a priority, and since we came to government, the ISP is supporting more children than ever before. The most recent data was around 26,000 children being supported, compared with around 15,800 in 2020-2021. And since we came into government, we've provided an additional $336 million to the ISP on top of what was budgeted for it. And that includes almost $60 million in the last MyEFO. So the inclusion support program is extremely important to us. It's important to services, it's important to families, and it's important to children who need some extra assistance to be able to participate in early learning.
It's great to hear that it's a priority. I suppose just back to my question, will the subsidy be increased as per the Productivity Commission recommendation?
We've provided sort of hundreds of millions of dollars more, but to the program.
But will you be increasing the subsidy?
I'm not sure what you mean. If you want to rephrase.
So, I don't have the figure of what it's at the moment, but my understanding is that it hasn't. The actual subsidy amount hasn't increased. I can't remember if it's in over a decade or nearly 2 decades, and I'm wondering if that actual amount is going to be increased per. Maybe the department can respond.
Senator, perhaps refer to the earlier response from Mr Reid around the service delivery price. So one of the things that is gathering from all across the sector, so large, small and all sorts of delivery modes, is what the reasonable cost of delivery is, and understanding that inclusion is one of the parts of that. Once the department has that, that would inform any decisions for government around what they might do around policy settings, and that would include anything that sits within the childcare subsidy at the moment.
So we're waiting on the SDP to consider increasing the ISP subsidy amount.
I wouldn't clarify it like that. Again, the government gets to make decisions at any time around that. What I would say is that in terms of advice from the department, the service delivery price is one of the key mechanisms that the government has commissioned work on to inform any of the future reforms that are going on.
And can the department advise what proportion of the cost of employing an inclusion support educator is currently being borne by providers due to the frozen ISP funding rate?
Senator, how individual services actually use it to provide additional hours is up to each and every service. We have no visibility of what that looks like.
So you don't track that at all?
We don't have access to that data, and nor are they required to provide it to us.
Thank you. Given the inclusion support program is intended to be demand driven, can the department provide any guarantee that all eligible applications will be funded in full this financial year?
Senator, we work within the guidelines that are there. It is a demand-driven capped program. As the Minister has indicated, additional funding has been provided to cover that demand.
So sorry, do you have an idea of the size of the current or projected funding shortfall that won't be covered?
We don't anticipate there's a shortfall.
You don't anticipate any shortfall?
There hasn't been in the past, to the best of my knowledge. So we have been able to meet the requests that have been made to us.
Okay. Oh, sorry. It was my understanding that in 2022 to 2023, around 6,000 services accessed inclusion support, while approximately 9,000 didn't. I'd be interested to know if the department can provide updated figures and advise whether it has assessed whether cost pressures or administrative delays or perhaps other reasons are discouraging services from enrolling children with additional needs.
Senator, To the extent that the program has been reviewed and ISP has been picked up in a range of programs, commentary on that would be in those reviews themselves. The feedback from services and providers over the life of the program, apart from some of the matters that you're talking about, largely go to the use of the portals, administration processes, things like that, where we are able to address those without a change of policy or decision from government. We have done so. To the question around the number of services, it is a very small minority of services that would not be eligible. They have not been rejected because we have the funding has run out. So if there are services out there, I'm not sure where the other figure came from, that's certainly not because they applied through a process and were rejected.
Okay, I suppose it seems like 6,000 accessing, 9,000 not, and I will get some clarity on where those numbers came from and perhaps pop a question in on notice in relation to that. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Following the transfer of the Inclusion and Development Fund management from KU to Deloitte, can you outline what benchmarks the department has in place for application processing times, and has there been any increase in waiting times or service disruptions since the transition?
Michelle Caro, First Assistant Secretary, Early Learning Programs. So the KPI that the department set is around 15 days for business days for the applications to be assessed. And as of the 6th of February, Deloitte's managed to get those days down to 10. So the current number of days for an application to be assessed is below the current KPI. And for anything that's time sensitive or particularly urgent, the KPI is 5 business days, and that's what's being met for applications.
Okay, and so there'd be no service disruptions since the transition that you're aware of. Good, okay, thank you. That's all I've got on ISP. How much longer have I got in my block, Chair?
You're at the conclusion there, so I might rotate and then I'll come back to you. So Senator Kavasic, you have the call.
Thank you. Mr Cook, I want to ask about the recent CPI data released by the ABS in relation to childcare.
Sure. Just bring up the relevant officer.
Excellent.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Are you able to give us any insights on why childcare costs in the 12 months to December went up by 11.2%?
Sure, Senator. Mr Reid will be able to help us in great detail.
Thanks, Senator.
Excellent.
So childcare CPI, as you know, measures the out-of-pocket costs for consumers, and so there are a number of things that can drive those out-of-pocket costs. Fees are one of them, but I would say that from our administrative data, we know that fees are growing at a lower rate than they have in the long-term average, so they're growing at about 4.7% over the last 12 months against a long-term average of about 5.2%. But they, fee increases do contribute to the childcare CPI, but there are also other contributing factors such as family income. So higher family incomes mean lower subsidy rates. So as family income grows, and we know that they are growing higher than WPI in the childcare subsidy cohort, contribute to growth in childcare CPI as well, and other factors such as higher usage and different, a different makeup of costs like lower aged children and things like that. So there is a number of factors that can drive up childcare CPI. Increased fees are only one of those.
Okay, so are you saying that part of the reason that the fees have gone up is that families are earning more money, so their subsidies reduced?
That is one of the reasons why childcare CPI has increased, that's right.
Do you have any data suggesting what proportion of families are in that?
No, we don't. It's really difficult to try.
Would it be more or less than families that have been exposed to fee hikes?
So are you asking whether we can...
Is it more common for the reason for the increase to be because fees have gone up or because families have increased their income?
We cannot quantify what the impacts are. I might ask Mr Smith whether he can add anything, but we can't quantify, we can't attribute how much family income contributes to CPI versus fee increases. We haven't been able to do that.
You just know that it's one of the factors?
It's one of the factors.
Okay. My concern is that CPI is the lived experience of families, of people, meaning that in December 2025, parents were paying 11.2% more than they did a year ago. So what I'd like to understand is how that has occurred, particularly given the worker retention payment was intended to cap fee increases at either 4.4 or 4.2% per annum. So how does that happen if we've got a 4.4% cap and now it's 11.2%?
So the good news is that fees are growing at a slower pace than the long-term average. So fees
I don't think that's something that families are feeling. I think families are feeling the 11.2% increase year on year.
Can I just helpfully intervene just with a common sense issue, Senator, that I had to have explained to me? So the 11% is not fee increases. 11% is not the same as fee increases. I'm not saying it's a fee increase.
I said it's an increase in the cost of childcare for parents. Yeah.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll leave you to your line.
Yeah.
And in terms of worker retention payments, Senator, those services that have signed up to those worker retention payments, Mr Reid gave evidence earlier, which would say their fee increases are much, much, much smaller than those that aren't signed up, and I think it's around the
3.5% for those within the program versus 7.1% for those outside of the program. But as I said, fees are only one contributing factor to the childcare CPI. So, for instance, it could be higher income. So families' incomes are growing at a higher rate in the childcare subsidy system than the general population, and that is contributing to an increase in childcare CPI.
Sure. Is the department able to provide the data or table the data to evidence that families are earning more and that's why childcare is costing more? Obviously, this flows into the CCS rate, so we must have that access
Senator,
to that
I
data.
can give you that information now. My name's Artie Smith, Assistant Secretary, Early Childhood Data and Preschools Branch. We, just as Mr Reid explained, we use the WPI to project family incomes, but we have now looked at Services Australia data through the administration of the CCS system to look at incomes from families that receive the CCS, and it is growing faster than the national average. Recent data has found that family incomes for 25-26 were 11% higher than expected for the CCS families. So that has driven that family income increase has, like we said, driven an increase in or decrease in the level of subsidy that those families receive, and that therefore gets passed on as additional out-of-pocket costs for those higher income families. So across the board, we are seeing CCS families receiving more income and growing, their income's growing at a faster rate than the national average.
Okay, and are you able to table the specific data on that over the last 12 months, please?
Yeah, certainly. We probably... I'd have to look at what periods we have it over, but yes, we can definitely look at tabling that.
Okay, thank you. So the ABS has deemed that this is cost of living, the childcare increases. So I'm trying to understand, you're talking about it being an increase in incomes. So is that an issue with the way that the ABS is measuring cost of living, or is that just an anomaly between the two different calculations?
The key difference is that there are two ways in which we measure out-of-pocket costs for families. The ABS measures out-of-pocket costs by looking at a standard basket of goods of the things that families would buy every month, and they track that over time. So that's one way to measure out-of-pocket costs. We look directly at the out-of-pocket costs that are charged to families through the CCS system, and that does show a similar pattern to the ABS's metric. We don't think there's a problem with the ABS's metric. I will say that the ABS has recently moved from a quarterly CPI collection to a much more frequent monthly CPI collection. Those monthly changes or those monthly data points are now directly observed about what CCS families actually experience in terms of costs, and there is more variability in the month-to-month data than we had previously in the quarterly data. So I would just say there's some caution about looking at the changes every month as we get this new data series from the ABS. We're not quite sure exactly what is a meaningful difference.
So are you saying there's a problem with the ABS data?
No, I think that's just a new, more frequent data source that provides monthly estimates as well as quarterly estimates.
So wouldn't a new, more frequent data source be more accurate?
It might be more accurate about monthly changes, but we know that CCS usage is highly seasonal, so that there are periods and fee increases and out-of-pocket expenses are highly seasonal. That does mean through particular periods of the year we see, typical fee increases.
They're not saying 11% increase over a short period. They're saying an 11.2% increase over a year. That's not seasonal.
That's right. Yeah.
So how is that an anomaly?
I'm not
seasonal?
So I'm not saying it's an anomaly. What I'm saying is that you've asked about the ways in which we might measure out-of-pocket costs.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that there are recent changes into the ABS's methodology about assessing out-of-pocket costs that we're still looking at. There's only been 2 monthly releases so far of that, and so we're still looking at what those changes look like over time, and do they match the information that we receive directly from the CCS administrative data from Services Australia.
Sure, then if you're able to table your data then and your assessment of out-of-pocket costs, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is the department aware of any particular behaviour by operators in the sector which could lead to part of this discrepancy?
Discrepancy, sorry, could you...
The increase in the variance. So we've got a fee cap of 4.4% or 4.2%. The CPI data is saying 11.2. You've indicated earlier there are a number of factors. Is one of those factors, or are you aware of one of those factors being any particular behaviour by operators? So are there operators who are increasing their prices?
So there are definitely operators. I mean, all operators will increase their fees, regularly on an annual basis usually. But we know that compared to the long-term average, at an aggregate level, operators are increasing their fees less than they have been, and that's partly due to the worker retention payment fee constraint policy.
Sure.
But not all services are in the worker retention payment, so we know those services who are not in the worker retention payment, which is about 20% of services, just over, are increasing their fees at double the rate that services within the worker retention payment are, so that would be having an impact on the aggregate level of childcare CPI increases. But, as I said, there's just many factors. So it does not measure the increase in fees, it measures the increase in out-of-pocket costs, and that could be for a variety of reasons, such as increased hours. It could be that there's a higher level of higher-cost children in the system.
I wanted to ask you about increased hours. So are you seeing, and that was the rest of my question, are you seeing centres increasing their hours? So if a centre changes their hours from 10 hours a day to 11 or 12 hours a day, but then, a family is obliged to still have their child, registered for that full day. They're not requiring the 12 hours. Are they having to pay that additional couple of hours, even though they actually don't need it?
So that circumstance could occur. I'm not sure whether I definitely don't have any data at hand that says that is a common... I don't think that is a common issue.
Would you be able to...
But we can look at that and see what data we can provide.
If you could look at that and provide it on notice, whether you're seeing any patterns in relation to increased in daily hours.
Yeah, I'll have to see what data we have that could... but, let me take that on notice.
Okay,
and
thank
provide
you.
What we have.
The worker retention payment, what was the take-up of that like? You mentioned, or someone mentioned that I think it was Mr Cook, that not all centres are on the worker retention payment. Do you have some data on the take-up of that? And
about 80% of services are signed up to the worker retention payment, and about 205, that covers about 205,000 educators are covered by a worker retention payment grant. So a pretty significant take-up, but it's not 100%.
Okay. Is the department happy with the way the worker retention payment is operating, and is there any intention to make any changes to that?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Is the department happy with the way the worker retention payment program is operating, and is there any intention to make any changes to that policy?
So I think it's fair to say when the worker retention payment was rolled out, there were some teething issues with the administration of the program that caused some backlogs and some delays for providers who applied in the initial stages. I am pleased to say that the backlog has been cleared essentially, and new applications are being processed very quickly. There is still a need sometimes to request additional information from providers, but I think all the administrative issues have been resolved now, and we are processing applications quickly, and the feedback we get from the sector is overwhelmingly positive about the program and the impact that it has had on staff retention, the ability to recruit staff. We're at record numbers of educators in the system now, over 273,000 educators in the system, which is a pretty big growth over the last 12 months of over 5%. So I think we would say the worker retention payment is working well and working as expected. In relation to any changes to the program, that would be a decision of government.
I'm aware it would be a decision of government. I'm just wondering whether there are any, when you create a policy, whether there is advice as to how to make that better, I guess.
So over the 12 months we have made some amendments to the policy. So we've made a lot of administrative changes to the way we process and assess applications to make that, the external facing interactions between government and the providers much more efficient and effective. So changes have been made there, but there have also been some policy changes. So for instance, we did some analysis of the services that hadn't signed up to the program, and into the second year of the program we altered the fee constraint policy that enabled more services to sign up to the program, so to capture some of those services that had exceeded the first year fee constraint but not exceeded the two-year community fee constraint, to allow them into the program, and that has been successful in getting more providers in. But we have made some changes to the policy over the life of the program, but any kind of future significant changes to the policy parameters would be a decision of government.
And what percentage of workers does the program cover, do you know?
So the one thing I would say is the number of educators covered by the program are estimates based on self-reporting from providers. So the program design doesn't necessarily require us to know exactly how many educators are being covered.
Oh, really? Just that a centre... So you could have a centre register and they could have 20 staff and only one is covered, and that would still be calculated?
All educators are covered through the payment, okay. But services essentially self-report on the number of educators that are covered. So the payment mechanism isn't designed. It is designed essentially on the charged hours of a service, so it's not paid based on the number of educators. But when the program was first designed, we estimated that approximately 200,000 educators would be eligible. Obviously, there's been some growth in educators since then, so it'll be a little bit more. Yep. And we're currently at 205 or 209,000 potential educators covered. So we would, nearly all, not quite all, but nearly all educators, and we've exceeded our initial expectations of the number of educators that would be covered by the program.
So what percentage, just to go back to my initial question, what percentage of workers is that?
I'd have to probably...
Sorry? Senator, without doing the calculation, we don't have the figure here, I could say right now we have 209,342 that are already covered. There's another 960 who are on applications that are with the providers. They've applied, they're in the assessment process. So those two figures together are those that have applied for the worker retention payment, and the current employment numbers as at the last time that they were taken were around 273,000.
Although not all of those would be eligible. Sorry.
We'll get to that in just a moment. 273,800, and we know that obviously family daycare and in-home care are not eligible at the moment. So we don't have a percentage to give you, but just in terms of Mr Reid's comment around the vast majority are covered at the moment, between what we're seeing coverage of and those numbers and taking out the ones that are not eligible at the moment, there's a decent coverage.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to Senator David Pocock and then Senator Hodgins-May. Senator Pocock.
Thanks again for your time this afternoon. I'm interested if there's a policy position on the frequency of assessments at early learning centres. And particularly
by state regulators, is that?
Yeah, sure. And whether or not centres should be reassessed following egregious or repeated breaches?
Sure, Senator. It's a very good question. It's something that's got a lot of discussion happening at the moment across states and territories. As the regulator, Ms Crane's leading all those discussions, so I'll hand to her.
Thank you. So, Senator, there isn't a policy per se, I think, to the start of the question. In August, at the Education Ministers' meeting, all states and territories agreed that they would do the assessment and ratings on an average every 3 years, with a more frequent visit for those that are working towards. I can get the exact wording of that a little bit later. And so that's the initial assessment and rating, and obviously the reoccurrence of that over time. In terms of the question about re-ratings, that can be done at any time requested by a service, and certainly if they've failed on one of the standards or are working towards, they can go do that work and then ask for reassessment. And ministers have asked for a range of advice on other policy options. One of those does go to what happens when something has happened at a service, and should a rating be suspended or otherwise altered. That's part of a live policy conversation with states and territories at the moment, but we'll come back to education ministers for advice.
Okay. And based on what you've seen, do state and territory regulators need more resourcing? I guess two ends of the spectrum here in the ACT. One centre that's had a number of breaches and had no reassessment. And I was talking to another excellent not-for-profit who's been begging for a reassessment because I think it's been 5 years, and they just want to be able to say, we're still obviously exceeding expectations. So is there a need for more resourcing? I mean, I think looking at the ACT data, they only did 54 assessments last year, which is 14% of services.
So, Senator, the decision on resourcing and how those resources are deployed is a matter for each state and territory. That's not something that the Commonwealth has involvement in. It's not something that we provide funding for. That is the responsibility of states and territories. So those decisions go to the ACT government.
Okay. Thank you. And I understand fines for breaches of the national law have been tripled.
That's correct.
Since the... how many jurisdictions can actually levy fines?
I would have to take that one on notice, Senator. I know there are a number of jurisdictions where I understand they may not have the required legislation or mechanism to recover. Others do. We'd have to go and gather that from the states and territories. We don't have visibility of that.
I mean, here in the ACT, they can't actually impose fines, and they've said it would be very expensive to set up that system. So what's the point of tripling fines at a federal level if it's state and territory that has to not only just do the inspections but also levy the fines, and they're saying, well, we can't actually levy fines. So
I might just, a point of clarification, the law under which the state and territory regulators operate is not federal. And it's called national law, but it actually isn't Commonwealth legislation. It is legislation that is passed by the Victorian Parliament and then mirrored in other states and territories. So in terms of the decision to increase, that was a decision by education ministers who have oversight of that, and that change was then passed through. So all ministers at that table need to have a consensus decision in order for that national law to be changed,
Sure.
of which the ACT is part of.
Sure, but I mean the federal government made a lot of the fact that they had tripled fines, and I'm sure most parents would be pretty shocked to read the fine print and it says, well, actually you live in a jurisdiction where they can't fine. They literally can't fine an early learning centre. So how come that wasn't part of the discussions that jurisdictions actually had to sign up to be able to levy fines?
Senator, that's more a question for the ACT Minister. The ACT Minister was part of the agreement to triple the fines. Mm-hmm. So if there's mechanisms that she has to deal with in the ACT government, that would be something that she'll have to work through. There's not much we can offer you on that because she was part of this decision-making process.
And this can't be something that's worked out through funding mechanisms. Obviously, the Commonwealth is on the hook for multiple billions of dollars.
Sorry, which bit? That the ACT government needs to find a way to
for early
fine?
learning.
Sorry, you've lost me.
Well, so it's a federally funded... The Commonwealth is coughing up the subsidy. Surely through that there's a way to actually say, listen, you've all got to be on the same page. We need to be able to levy fines. No?
the national law is a law that is effectively owned by the Commonwealth and all the jurisdictions together. We come together as education ministers and make joint decisions. We made a joint decision to triple the penalties. I think Ms Crane's taken on notice trying to figure out what the situation might be in ACT around that. When you describe them not being able to do that, that would not apply, that would not relate to the national law, but must relate to something about ACT that we're not, that we need to have a look at, because it would be ACT specific in relation to the Commonwealth Childcare Subsidy and the lever that is. There's been a couple of really significant changes on that front. We do see that we need to be able to use that lever of Commonwealth Childcare Subsidy to drive quality and safety in early education and care. We passed legislation last year to be able to withdraw Commonwealth Childcare Subsidy from providers on the basis of quality and safety. Interestingly, astonishingly, that wasn't the case before that legislation was passed, and we are now using that legislation. And so we are, we've put a number of services on notice that unless they improve their standards, that we will withdraw Commonwealth Childcare Subsidy. And then in relation to seeking agreement with states and territories and how we work in together, these education ministers' forums are a collective forum where we go and make decisions together. That's how it works. I think on child safety and quality, in August last year, when the education ministers, emerged from a big meeting on this, everyone was on a unity ticket about what needed to happen. And there are many instances, I think, where something can get figured out in a jurisdiction and then shared with other jurisdictions and then become the practice overall. So that's effectively the way the system works.
Okay. I guess I've been concerned sort of watching what's happening at a federal level, and I commend you, Minister, for a lot of the work that you're doing there. But because of this split between federal and then state and territory, the state of play in the territory is that independent MLA Thomas Emerson put forward a motion to release a whole bunch of data relating to early learning, and was sort of opposed by the government. They said he was wasting time. They said there was nothing to see there. Finally, the motion went through, and they've had to comply with it. And we've just seen some extraordinary breaches of faith and behaviour. And so I guess one sort of example to highlight why I'm asking these sorts of questions, a centre here which changed management in August 2022. At the time, they were exceeding the NQS, including for staffing arrangements. But the government's website, the Starting Blocks website, shows that there have been 5 enforcement actions issued for this service in the last 2 years. It doesn't say what they were for. Then the documents that Thomas Emerson MLA got released from the last 5 years contained 49 documents for this centre, which include serious complaints to the regulator, reports of significant harm to children, and compliance notices. One of the centres with the most documents here in the ACT, and it includes a complaint from an educator at the centre in 2023 who'd been there for 2 years and said the centre was operating below their required educator-child ratio almost every day, and staff were being denied morning and afternoon tea breaks. The doc also shows that the centre's nominated supervisor was barred from working in the sector in 2024 for conduct that was considered grossly negligent and likely to cause injury, repeated dislocations of a child's jaw because of limited to no supervision. And yet the centre is still rated as exceeding the NQS. If you're a parent, you're trawling through these docs, you're seeing all this stuff, and then you go to the website and they're still exceeding. That's not a system that's working. So how does the Commonwealth force the ACT government to actually get with the program here?
I'm happy to answer some of that. I think Ms Crane was going to jump in first.
That exact scenario that you've just outlined is one of the reasons why education ministers have asked us to have a look at what happens when a service has had those things happen or others. At the moment, there isn't a relationship between that and that status of an assessment and rating. So I think it's a very valid question, and I'd ask the same thing as a parent myself. And so then that's, what is it? Is it do we suspend it? Do we do another assessment and rating? So I think the transparency of this, not just through documents but through the Starting Blocks website, is trying to make sure that actually it is surfaced in the first instance, and then the other actions that education ministers have asked us to do goes not just to transparency, but how do you make sure that that's accurate, that a parent can actually look at that and trust what they're seeing on it.
And so there's no way for the Commonwealth to say to states and territories, if you have a centre that changes hands, or if you have a centre that has a compliance notice against them, there has to be a reassessment within a certain period of time.
All education ministers would have to agree to those processes or changes. That there are obviously things at the moment that go to transfer of ownership and what happens with that. But if there was a change to that process under national law, all education ministers would need to agree to that. Now, the Commonwealth may propose something, but it does require all jurisdictions to actually agree to do that before anything can be passed.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just on notice, if you could provide a bit more detail on the status of jurisdictions' ability to levy fines. I just find that wild, that jurisdictions that are effectively regulating an industry can't fine them under the law. So
I think it's only ACT, the best of my knowledge, Senator, but we'll take that on notice and come back to you on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Will we call that quick? Nothing. Senator Hodgins
5
may.
minutes.
It's longer than that. Senator Hodgins may.
Thank you. I've got some questions about obscene profits of for-profits, and wondering if anyone needs to change, or we'll just get started and we can see as we go along. In 2024, a small group of large for-profit childcare providers made more than $122 million in post-tax profits, money that went to shareholders rather than being invested back into wages, conditions or service quality. Just following on from Senator Pocock's questioning. For example, G8, $67 million and Nest, $15 million. To put this into perspective, the total combined profit of this group of for-profit providers is greater than the top-up the government gave to support children with additional needs in the last budget, and could pay for the consulting project that was outsourced to Deloitte more than 11 times over. At the same time, the government introduced the worker retention payment with a fee cap, recognising that public funding should come with conditions to ensure that it actually benefits workers and families. Does the minister agree that when providers are making tens of millions of dollars in profit off the back of our children, that there is a clear case that public funding isn't being fully translated into better pay conditions and quality of care?
So the way that we know that the worker retention payment is going into wages is because we've required providers, including those corporate providers, to enter into enforceable arrangements that effectively guarantee that the funding is going to wages, and that can be through individual flexibility arrangements, or it can be through collective agreements. And so, 80% of services have signed up. Many of them are services that are part of those corporate chains. And unless Mr Reid has anything to add to that, we are confident that the funding that we're providing is going into wages through the WRP. There were some other
example.
parts to your question.
I'm
which
talking about the CCS in general, not just the worker retention payment. That was just one example. But it's clear that the CCS is lining the pockets of for-profit providers and lining the pockets of their shareholders rather than being reinvested back into quality, back into better conditions for our incredibly hard-working educators. And I know you've said that you've worked with these educators. And if you look at this and you look at that $122 million leaving the sector and going into the pockets of private shareholders, how does that make you feel? And do you think that that is reasonable and something that parents should, and educators and families should reasonably expect to happen?
And there's a lot in both of your questions there. So I think I've dealt with the part on wages, unless you want me to go to wages again.
No, it's more the taxpayer money through the CCS is.
What we're concerned about is that Commonwealth funding delivers quality early childhood education, and that whether a provider is for-profit or not-for-profit, that they put the safety and wellbeing of children first. And we have made a number of changes to ensure that that is the case. One of them, which has been advocated for by many advocates for children, is to put safety and wellbeing as the paramount consideration in the law that governs the childcare subsidy. And that has been part of allowing us to do what I was just describing to Senator Pocock, which is to look at those providers who we may have concerns about, whether they are putting profit ahead of child safety and quality. And we are now able to put those providers on notice and withdraw Commonwealth childcare subsidy if that's the case. And just a couple of things on that. We are using those powers, so we have put around 60 services on notice that they're at risk of losing their Commonwealth childcare subsidy. And I think more broadly, the kind of sector that we are driving through that and many other measures is a sector where, whether it's for-profit or not-for-profit, in order to succeed, safety and quality has to be at the heart of everything they do.
And I think that's the problem. We're just seeing headline after headline still. I know that there's cracking down on individual cases, but when you zoom out and you look at $122 million leaving the sector, that's taxpayer money leaving the sector and heading offshore, heading into the pockets of people who don't give a rat's about our children's education. I know I come back every estimates and raise this, but it's leaving the sector. It's not going into improving the quality and the standards of our early childhood education and care system. And I just don't know how any reasonable person or parent can look at that and say that's okay.
I mean, these are your feelings and your assessment.
They're your feelings as someone who's worked with educators that feels that this is...
talk over each other in these segments. It's very hard for me to monitor it as chair if I can't hear anything. Senator Walsh, if you want to provide an answer.
Well, I'm not sure what the question is. It was a statement of your feelings about this. What was the question?
Are you concerned about that scale of public money leaving the sector, not being invested back into improving quality conditions in our early learning system? Does that concern you?
I am concerned to be part of an early learning system that is shared with the states and territories that drives quality early childhood education for our nation's children, because quality early childhood education is a game changer for children, and it's good for families, particularly mums returning to work, and it's good for the economy. We are driving safety and quality in everything that we do. And that includes the way in which we are approaching for-profit providers. I am concerned to ensure that early childhood education is affordable for as many families as we can draw in to affordable early childhood education. That's why we did our cheaper childcare reforms that will save families $3,500 on what they would have otherwise paid. It's why we've capped fee growth in the sector, and where we've capped it, it's now operating well below the long-term average, and it's at around 3.5%. It's why we introduced the 3-day guarantee of childcare subsidy for every child who needs it, irrespective of what their parents do. I am concerned for quality early childhood education to be accessible to families in our outer suburbs and our regions, and that is why we have implemented and are implementing the $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, including announcing 3 of the first agreements with that fund to build services in places that need it. We know that there's more to do on all of those things. The work on quality and safety will never end. We know that affordability is work that we need to keep doing. We know that ensuring that families have access to services where they live and work is a project that we'll continue to work on. But we are putting safety and quality at the heart of our work, and we have done that literally by making it the paramount consideration in the law that we are responsible for.
Thank you, Minister. I'm aware of those that list of things, and trying to drill down into this particular issue. And so I suppose to say, beyond price caps, is the government considering stronger funding conditions, such as requiring excess or super profits to be reinvested into wages, into staffing levels and quality improvements?
No, Senator.
And has any advice been prepared by this? Any advice on this being prepared by the department? Or?
The only thing I would add is that the service, I know we spoke about this last estimates, but the service delivery price again is going to provide really detailed evidence on the cost of delivery, and that is also looking at the role of profits in that, and so that will provide the government with some evidence in relation to the true cost of delivery that might help better inform future policies that could go to the issues that you're raising. That's the only thing I was going to add.
Thanks, Mr Reid. Evidence from the Hidden Lever report shows a link between improved pay and working conditions and better service quality and child outcomes. Given this, why wouldn't you be looking at ways to require the reinvestment of those super profits into improving pay and conditions?
Senator, I think there's been coverage now a bit on the wages side of things. The worker retention payment is a response that is flowing back into the sector, and there is a requirement that all of that go to wages, and we're seeing that in the evidence around the number of workers who are coming into this sector, they're staying in this sector. All of the indications are that investment is working, and it is working for attraction and retention for the workers that are delivering these services.
So then, thank you. On that basis, I could safely assume that the department hasn't assessed how much of the $122 million in profits made by these providers could have been used to lift educator pay or improve conditions for the workforce if it were reinvested. That's not something that's been undertaken.
Not in the way that you've just articulated. Mr Reid has covered off the service delivery price and its role in this.
Okay. Look, I'm bringing forward questions from the sector, from parents who are really, I think, uncomfortable about continuing to subsidise a system where public money props up profits instead of improving pay and conditions. And I know that we're moving some way towards paying our educators better, but there's still a lot of work to be done in conditions and quality, and that's just $122 million that isn't going to where it should be going.
And $3.6 billion is going to wages because we took that commitment to the election,
and I look forward to hearing if that is continued.
And people voted for it, and we are implementing it.
I've just got a question on Under the Roof report. Last time we were here, you recall, I was keen to see a CEQA's rapid assessment of safeguard practices made public, and I wondered whether any more thought had gone into providing that.
My answer is the same, because the Education Ministers meeting that we spoke about last time is occurring next Friday, and it'll be a decision for Education Ministers as to whether to release that report. And I said last time my disposition is absolutely towards release, and that's the position I'll take to the meeting.
Terrific. And is it possible to share any more about the agenda of that meeting?
We wouldn't normally put an agenda out beforehand. The communique will come out a couple of days after, Senator. So the agenda also can change over the next week or so. So we're finalising the agenda at the moment. The communique around that will come out after the meeting on the next Friday.
And can you indicate whether perhaps you think safeguarding practices will be part of that?
Yeah, in relation, so I paused, Senator, because I wasn't sure what the practice was in terms of making agendas public, but in general, child safety and our progress on implementing the national child safety reforms will be a big part of the agenda, and the ASEQA review will be a big part of the agenda as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. I've got some questions on beef, but how much time have I got left, Chair, just to...
You have about 7 plus 6, about 2 minutes. We're due to move on at 4:15. Senator Kovacic has another block, so if you want to indicate to me...
I'll do a couple of the beef ones.
Yeah, why don't you do that, and then I'll go to Senator Kovacic and then we can move
Minister's favourite acronym. In the 25-26 budget, $2.3 million was committed over 2 years to develop a business case for the Commonwealth to build, own and lease ECEC services. Can you please provide an update on where this is up to?
Sure, Senator. Mr Smythe can help us with that.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. That business case was completed by KPMG in collaboration with the department, presented to the portfolio on the 19th of December. Then a follow-up synopsis that was given to us as well earlier this year. It's now under consideration by government.
Okay, and sorry, do you have an expectation of when that will be completed? Sorry.
That will be a decision by government as to the business case has been completed, but government is now considering that the business case.
Okay, thank you. And beef was announced in December 2024, over a year ago, promising an additional 12,000 places for children in the system. We're only now just seeing agreements materialise, representing, I think, 4.3% of overall funding and just over 500 places. Are you confident that the government's on track to deliver its promise of 12,000 places and 160 centres?
They are the metrics that we are working towards, Senator, yes.
And so would you say you're confident of reaching those metrics, or
at this stage, yes, we are confident that we are on track, Senator. Yes.
Okay, that's encouraging. And Minister, are you similarly confident that we are going to reach those targets?
Yes. So we've announced agreements with 3 jurisdictions: South Australia, ACT, Tasmania, and I think it was Monday this week that the large provider round was opened up after quite a considerable amount of work that Mr Smythe has done and already spoken to about how to best engage the sector in that, so that can be acquitted fairly quickly. We'll then have a small provider round as well. Okay. Some of the other agreements that haven't been announced yet are quite well advanced, and so we are making good progress, and I would add that this is something that the Commonwealth, to my knowledge, has never done before. It is work that we are doing in response to some of the Productivity Commission concerns and recommendations, including the fact that not-for-profit providers often struggle with the capital outlay associated with getting started. So
I know I'm going to get cut off soon, so I've just got a quick follow-up on it.
So we're really pleased that it's on track.
Great. And when will the grants for the rest of the sector, for example, ACOs, be opened?
We are working through those elements at the moment. We'll be providing a brief to the Minister shortly, and then a decision will be made as to when those rounds will be open. Senator.
Okay, and are you able to provide, beyond capital expenditure, what funding is being committed to support ongoing operational costs in underserved communities where services aren't currently viable? Is that something you can provide now or on notice?
It's probably best that I would get Mr Caro up to talk about CCF-related funding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Ms Husso? Oh.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, beyond capital expenditure, what funding has been committed to support ongoing operational costs in underserved communities where services currently aren't viable?
I guess there's kind of two elements. You mean in relation to the building fund or in relation to the separate program? Which is
let's do building fund.
Yeah. So in relation to the building fund, nothing's been committed at the moment, but it has been announced that there will be $10 million or up to $40 million across the period of the building fund to support services who will need operational funding as part of that investment.
Okay, so $40 million for OPEX.
For operational.
Operational,
yes. Okay.
And I think that, yeah, what specific operational support mechanisms are being considered? So ongoing subsidies, staffing support, etc.
So that's still being decided in terms of the guidelines. They'll be issued shortly that will outline exactly what the requirements and what the criteria is for that funding.
Okay, thank you. I'm sensing that I'm out of time, so I will wrap up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Senator Kavasic, I'll hand the call to you, noting we are due to move to the next section in a few moments, but you have the call.
As quick as I can with my questions. Mr Cook, I just wanted to ask about the quarterly data tables published by the department regarding the childcare subsidy.
Sure.
The data set entitled Quarterly Reports on Usage, Services, Fees and Subsidies. So it's quarterly reports on usage, services, fees and subsidies. So up until December 2024, the department published data about prices in childcare down to the level of what is called the Statistical Area 3 or SA3, which is the geographical area used by the ABS, which has 30 to 130,000 people, and aligned with local government, etc. But since December 2024, those data sets are now under review and it hasn't been published since March 2025. Can you let us know when that data will become available?
Mr Smith will help us, Senator.
So we recently received legal advice about the release of that data. The data was deemed to be what is called under the Family Assistance Law to be protected information. And that meant that because we were releasing small geographic area information in which there might be a limited number or small number of services, that it could be reasonably thought that we could identify individual services in that information. The government has recently passed an amendment to the Family Assistance Law that expands our ability to publish that information. The Secretary has been given the power in that legislative change to assess that we can release that information because that information would be otherwise accessible in other formats like public registers of providers either on the Equal website or other registers. We're just in the process of working through the results of that legislation and expect in the next quarterly release we will be able to not just update that table for the next set of information but also provide the historical information and release all of the information we were unable to do before.
What were the circumstances around the legal advice? Like when was that obtained and what sort of triggered the advice?
I would have to take on notice when we got the advice. It was before my time in the job, but we were seeking. We routinely share information about the CCS at various scales with state and territory partners, with other organisations to do analysis. We also share information with the Australian Bureau of Statistics to inform some of their data analysis. Through the regular processes of our data governance arrangements, we routinely look at whether or not we have the right legislative authority to share that information. On review, we found that we were unsure whether or not a certain provision in the Family Assistance Law covers.
So it was a department's own review?
Exactly,
cool.
Okay. So we sought advice to clarify that process, so internally triggered. We obviously want to ensure that we are covered by the law in our disclosure of information.
Does that then affect the legality of previous releases?
So we don't think it, the legal advice we received was that it didn't necessarily affect the legality, but we wanted to ensure that we were protected.
Okay, got you.
So it was probably from the abundance of caution we sought to change the legislation and to give clarity to delegates when making the decision to release that information.
So it was more of a risk decision rather than something has gone wrong and we have to stop doing this?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kabasic. In that case, I believe we're in a position to move to the next part of the program. So I'd like to thank officials who are here for early childhood. You're now free to depart. And I call the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority. Do we need a moment to change officials? Yeah. Okay.
I won't repeat it.
Okay. I think, have you got a copy? We'll check that senators have a copy and we'll get underway, and I'll start the call with Senator Kabasic.
Thank you very much. If I'd also be able to table documents 14 to 16. I want to ask about the Productivity Commission's report on government services, which was published on Tuesday evening, and specifically about the policy matters that might be contributing to the results that we've seen there. The safety data in particular is of concern, and if I could sort of get an understanding of where we're at in sort of what our next steps are there.
Sorry, Senator, in terms of our...
So the data that was released on Tuesday evening, the Productivity Commission's report on government services and the safety data contained in there. Are you familiar with that?
We are.
Yes. Does the CEQA have any advice, guidance, position on that? No?
So thank you, Senator. So the data that is given to the ROGs for children's safety actually comes from a CEQA.
Yes.
And so we provide them with the data about such things as breaches, serious incidents. We always, underneath that, we work with all the regulatory authorities and the governments about the data, because it's their data that we host for them.
I understand you host it, but I'm wondering what... So is there, given the increase in the concerns around safety, so are we just sharing the data, or are we doing something about it? What is in place to actually go, well, there's an increase in child safety risk, what are we doing about it? Or child safety incidents?
Okay, so Senator, I'll give an example. For example, with serious incidents, we do a regular, every year, we do a deep dive into serious incident data that we receive. We do a report to governments about what the serious incident data is telling us, and we work with providers to understand the circumstances of serious incidents. For example, serious incidents can be anything from a child's injury, illness, an asthma attack, so that may necessitate an ambulance arriving at the service, to a child falling over, to a child missing from the service. We look at the data, we do an analysis, we do a report, and then we do further resources and information to the sector. So, for example, we know that over 80%, I think it's about 86% of serious incidents involve little boys ages 3 to 4 in the afternoon falling over, and we do what we a sort of making sure that both regulatory authorities and approved providers understand the circumstances and what they should be doing to prevent those sorts of serious incidents. Okay. For breaches, we report on the number of breaches per 100 services. We know through our analyses that we've done over a number of years that it's more likely that high quality services are going to report serious incidents. With breaches, we know that more breaches happen in long day care, because long day care are typically services that operate for longer periods during a day, longer time periods.
What makes sense.
Exactly. And it wouldn't be surprising to anyone on the committee that in doing this type of analysis and ensuring that we do resources that are very specifically targeted at prevention, making sure that everyone is aware of, the risky times and risks, that we're trying to improve quality. But one of the things about breaches that we can say is that we have given to ROGs an explanation to always say that we don't want services, and particularly approved providers, to prevent their staff from, making sure that things are transparent and accountable, so that regulatory authorities can move in very quickly and undertake the action that's necessary. So breaches can be everything from, they fail to have wear gloves when they're serving food, to poor fencing.
So the increase in breaches or the increase in issues is because more things are being reported? Is that sort of...
We do believe that is one factor, Senator. Okay. Absolutely. And also, we did a...
And a lot of that, and some of those, apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt, but some of those things being reported are quite minor, but they're still being reported.
Absolutely.
Right.
And we did a national decision tree, which this was in feedback from regulatory authorities and services, that some services staff were unsure about when to report, and we've seen that it's more likely that we'll have serious incidents reporting since the national decision tree came out, because it really stepped through what has to be reported, the time frame it has to be reported, when in doubt, report. And on the other side of the coin, with breaches, we know that regulatory authorities are doing far more checks and being very proactive about moving quickly when there's any concerns raised.
Thank you. I just wanted to run through a couple of the statistics from document 14 that has been tabled or shared. In relation to serious incidents, which I understand includes death, injury and emergency service attendance, lockouts and similar, in 2021-22 we recorded 15,162 serious incidents at centre-based daycare, and the most recent data shows that it's now 19,959, an increase of 32% on the 2022 numbers. And I note your evidence that, there is, an increase in reporting as well. But could you tell me what are all of the factors or, the key factors that you see driving that increase?
It's a good question, but it's a complex answer. One, of course, is that we're year by year, we see a 6% growth in early childhood. We see more children attending. We see more families using long day care. The other factors, I guess, that we would see would be a greater awareness and better training of staff. We know that regulatory authorities are expanding their own resources and their own staff. there are jurisdictions over the years that would, not necessarily take a breach action, but we're moving more to consistency and not being in any doubt. So regulatory authorities are more likely to use a breach now than, say, they would have 5 years ago. And that, of course, is because ministers are saying that child safety and being, tougher on ensuring that approved providers are really stepping up to the mark and improving. Can I ask my colleague, Mr. Bennett? If he's
of course, yeah, please, yeah.
Thanks, Senator.
Please,
Craig Bennett, General Manager, Policy and Regulatory Systems. Yes, a lot of interrelated factors. One part of that, as Ms Sinclair said, is that, there is greater amount of regulatory activity from regulatory authorities. The other way that serious incidents actually get reported to the regulatory authority is through, that could be notified through directly by parents and communities to the regulatory authority, or to the provider, who then has an obligation to notify of those serious incidents. As you can imagine, Senator, in the sort of recent climate, parents are much more engaged in these questions, so the likelihood of those sorts of reports coming through, and not even likelihood, those numbers are increasing as well. So, but I would still go to that point that yes, that what we do know is, and we can actually put a number, you answered, Senator, that some of those, for example, serious incidents may not be that major or have a sort of breach associated. One thing that you will find in the data in ROGS for the first time, which we advocated for in the interest of transparency and to give the more accurate picture, is the the proportion of serious incidents that actually result in a compliance breach, and that number is just under 8%. So the others, it's not to say that something serious didn't happen, Senator, but it actually wasn't sort of attributed to some sort of failure, for example, of the approved provider.
Yeah, and I guess that's sort of part of, the sort of background to the questions that I have, because some of the data is very alarming when you look at it and you go, wow, what is going on? Like, there seem to be a lot. And I think in a similar vein, in the serious incident category, I think where children are locked out or locked in, taken away or unaccounted for, that's gone up by 59%. Which is 1,973 incidents, I think, in 21-22, to 3,128 incidents in 2024-2025. So again, if I were to ask you why that is happening, would it be a similar answer? And to either of you, I'm happy just to hear your thoughts on that. Yeah, so I'm truly just trying to get an understanding of why we are seeing such a spike in these serious incidents.
So, Senator, we do publish the analyses that we do of this data, and so when we looked at, for example, a child missing or being unable to be found, for example, as a serious incident category, we found that it was the vast majority of cases were of children in outside school hours care who failed to attend the service.
Oh, okay. So is that considered a lockout?
No, that was the category of child missing.
Right. So they didn't turn up and it was classified as child missing?
That's right, because they should have turned up. And so...
is that, sorry to interrupt you, is that still counted that way even if their parents have notified they're not coming?
No, if the parents notified they're not coming.
So it's just if the parents have not turned up or the child hasn't turned up and the parents forgotten to notify or something's transpired, it's categorised as child missing.
That's right.
Do we know what proportion of those incidents is something like that?
It's very high.
Very high.
For that category.
Yeah. Would you be able to provide that on notice, just so
Absolutely.
we have that? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So then I'm looking at... on document 15, there's a section called confirmed breaches, where a provider, like in general terms, fails to abide by conditions or other legal requirements. And in 2021-2022, there were 17,933 confirmed breaches in centre-based daycare. And that figure has now risen to 26,382 confirmed breaches. Again, that's a 47% increase on the 2022 numbers. Do you have some insights onto what's causing that significant increase?
Senator, I think that it's a combination again of regulatory authorities being very active and not tolerating what they would have given a caution for perhaps a couple of years ago. They're being very active in going straight to compliance action and forcible action. There are a number of categories of breaches, and there's a number of regulatory tools that a regulatory authority can use. But I think the important thing is that they're assuring parents that they're onto it and that they will not tolerate, lower levels of non-compliance.
But I guess that probably then indicates that there was a higher level of non-compliance occurring before, which is still a high level that wasn't captured, if that's the case.
I'm not sure that we can make that conclusion because, as I said, we are the sector is growing rapidly.
Okay, so you think it's more so to do with the sector growth and the regulatory environment. So how do we manage that then moving forward if we move to a universal childcare model? Has there been any consideration of that? If the current sector growth is seeing this significant increase in confirmed breaches, then what happens when that grows even further?
I think that, as the Minister indicated earlier, the high focus on high quality, ensuring that there are a number of things happening, including the National Workforce Register. So we know, for example, that if a service has a very high number of staff who are transient, there's no consistency. When I talked about multiple factors that could lead to situations where there's a serious incident or a resulting breach, we know that when educators don't have a very strong relationship with children and they know the child well, that's more than likely to do it. We also know that there is a factor that as services grow in size, so it's more likely that we're going to see both serious incidents and breaches in services that are very large. And again, more children, more incidences of children hurting themselves. We also know that we have a focus on supervision, active supervision, because one of the things that is internationally recognised for high quality, we've got to have consistency of educators.
I'm aware of all of that.
So all of those are factors that we know.
We do know all that, but I guess how do we manage for that if part of the upkick now in these serious breaches is because of the growth as the evidence indicated in the sector, and we will have even greater exponential growth? How do we manage for that? Like, what do we do? And are we prepared for it? So just sort of like, I think we have a focus on all those things now. I don't think the sector is not trying to do those things now. So obviously there is some kind of attention there that is seeing these breaches still occur.
I think that there's a couple of things before I ask my colleague Mr Bennett to talk about, but the growth is not the only reason or the major reason. It's one factor.
What are the other factors?
Well, as I mentioned before, the high turnover of...
Okay, yeah, so... Yeah. Okay. But the high turnover of staff, let's use that as an example, if we have an incrementally faster growing sector, say with universal childcare, won't that be an even greater movement and changeover of staff as the sector expands?
And I think, Senator, one aspect of that to go to, I won't reel off all of the reforms that are happening right now, but one of those in particular, yes, some of them are new initiatives, some of them are regulatory in nature. One of them that is regulatory in nature but is actually specifically about capability building is the introduction of national child safety training. So this is about how do we equip the current and future staff to be able to deal with these issues. So yes, we're broadening who child protection training needs to be rolled out to, but also child safety training, something that's broader than that. This started with ASIC been doing some work with all governments in rolling out last year what we call National Child Safe Culture Guide, which includes resources and information for the sector and also online safety. But this new mandated National Child Safety Training, which will have to be undertaken by everyone, whether that's someone who's a person with management of control, more at that sort of board governance level, or your educator or volunteer, will be coming online from the 27th of February, foundational, and that's just one of those aspects of which is really equipping that sector for now but into the future. So,
do you expect the confirmed breaches will then sort of drop after that rolls through the system?
I mean, one other aspect of that is we are creating more rules and regulations. So, you know, there is the corollary of that is that you're actually going to have, you know, we don't want to see any of those new laws breached at all, but it would be foolish to suggest they won't be. So, but yes, better equipped staff, what you might see more is more incidents reported, better calling out of things, better sort of reporting behaviours and so forth, because some of that training goes to exactly that. It's about identifying the right things that need to be reported, which can seem to have this, you know, almost perverse thing of having increased serious incidents, but actually that's a good thing because it's being reported to the regulator.
Yeah, of course, Chair.
Signals that a service can't meet essential staffing requirements. They can cover two broad areas, either staffing ratios or staffing qualification requirements. Obviously a red flag for increased risk, reduced stability and greater pressure on the quality of children's daily experiences. Can you please share what percentage of long day care services hold multiple or ongoing waivers?
Thank you very much, Senator. So, there are a couple of things that we can drill down to. One is that the vast majority of waivers relate to the inability to get an early childhood teacher. So that was something like over 83% of staffing waivers relate to the early childhood teacher. The other proportion may be for staff for qualifications, and then the final very small percentage, I think it's less than 2%, relate to the number of educators who can do it. We report on that. The latest June 2025 figure for staffing waivers was 7.4%. What we're seeing year upon year is that waiver, that percentage is going down, is decreasing, and we, in our quarterly snapshot report that we do, anyone can drill down to find out exactly what percentage of waivers any particular service type has. And I think for long day care would have been...
Yes, thank you, Senator. I was just getting that number. So, yes, for the latest public figures that we have, which are for Q3 2025, so 1 October, the national centre-based number was 6.9%. Which was a reduction, I think as Ms Sinclair said, from 7.4% from the 3 months prior. Specifically for long daycare, the number is higher, that's 11%. And I can go into factors around that, but usually what I should say about waivers is they're typically for early childhood teacher requirements, so not about minimum staffing ratios, but about access to, or actually an early childhood teacher. So then the logic then flows that centre-based long day care centres is those environments in which they're more likely to be. So that would explain some of that. And we know things like preschools and so forth would have lower waiver use.
Thank you. And so, sorry, is that 11% going down as well? Was that down?
That 11%. I'll take on notice, these are public figures, but I'll take on notice, but I speak with a high degree of confidence that yes, like a general trend is a decrease all over, but we can give you exact figures on notice, Senator.
Yeah, that's good to hear that it's going down. Do you know if services with staffing waivers have higher rates of regulatory incidents or complaints or compliance actions?
Yes, Senator. That we had a question on notice, and we looked at that, and yes,
they do.
And it usually involves large sizes of services as well. So. Yes, there is. and we got that
We've
data.
got that, yes.
Oh, you've responded to that question on notice, okay.
We responded to that question on notice, but I did, when I saw the number, Senator, I asked the same question because the answer is yes. But it goes a bit to some of the size questions that we were responding to earlier, that because the waiver is typically likely to be in a centre-based long daycare centre, longer hours, greater cohorts of children, younger children, that, there's the logic then flows that, yes, they're more likely to have some sort of serious incident or so forth. So, yeah, I was curious about your question when we drilled into it, but yes, we have given you the numbers on those, Senator.
Thank you. Apologies, I haven't gotten across
No,
that.
I'm good.
Does your data include the level of detail around how many services with staffing waivers are for-profit providers?
Staffing.
Can we take that question
I'll
on
take that on
notice?
notice.
Yeah.
We'll take that on notice if that's okay, Senator. I'm just looking for that number, or see if we have
See if you've got it in the meantime. If you
sure thing.
find it in the meantime. And how? Sorry, I've just lost where my spot.
I do have that number, Senator, if you want to.
Please.
So number and proportion of long daycare services with staffing waiver by provider management type. Yes, so private for-profit is 12.3%. Private not-for-profit community managed is 8.7%. We've got it all broken down on our website. Catholic schools is 18.9%, but we have it all by all provider management types on our website. So
what was it? Sorry, 11 point.
For private for-profit is 12.3%, and that's against the national average I gave of 11%, and that's for long daycare.
So that's... Minister, do you have concerns that 12% of for-profit providers do have those staffing waivers in place?
So on waivers in general, it is good that waivers are on a downward trajectory, and we would think that that is significantly related to the investment in wages, which have helped attract and retain people in the sector. I would want a bit more information about what might be behind those sorts of figures in terms of the types of settings that they apply in. I'm just not sure what could be at play just hearing that in, right here today, but happy for Asequa to provide more information to both of us on that figure.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that too. If it is 12% and you are seeing correlation between more incidents occurring, I think, and a higher average in for-profits across the board, then also very interested for any extra information you can provide on that. Do we know how many temporary waivers are extended multiple times, effectively becoming long-term waivers?
Yes, that was a question on notice.
You've got that. You've responded to that. My apologies. We can move on if you've answered that. And do you know what evidence regulators require to distinguish between unavoidable staffing challenges and cost-saving behaviour by providers?
The regulatory authority, when a service provider applies for a temporary waiver, they must show evidence that they have done everything possible in order to, for example, recruit an early childhood teacher. The regulatory authority must be satisfied that every step was taken, and importantly, these waivers are temporary. And once that temporary waiver expires, the service provider must ensure that they have, for example, recruited an ECT, or that they have, the staff with the appropriate qualifications. It is a matter for the regulatory authority, and I know that more and more the situation has been that approved providers are doing everything they can, because the situation could be that their application is denied and that they would have to close a room, or they would have to cease operating if they haven't got the appropriate staff.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just on those questions I noticed, do you know when they were provided? We just hadn't seen them. So
it was after the October.
Okay, we'll have to go back through. And Who is ultimately accountable for ensuring the workforce settings are in place so that services don't need to operate under waivers?
It is the approved provider as the employer who should ensure that, their service is appropriately staffed. That we have worked with the department in looking at a model code for recruitment of staff, but we also know through the work that we did a number of years ago with all of the sector and all governments about our national workforce strategy that, typically the things that will ensure that the staff are appropriately recruited, inducted, supported, provided with, ongoing professional development. These are all factors that we know the approved provider, approved providers always do.
Okay, and if they don't, though, who regulates? Who's in charge if they don't? What's that policy? Who sets that policies?
So the indications that they're not doing it would be a high turnover of staff, and that's an indicator that the regulatory authority would want to know why. If they are applying for waivers, we know, doing the question on notice, that it's a very low number of services have more than one waiver in place.
And ASEQA collects the information around, like where there is a broader pattern of waivers, ASEQA collects that and provides it to the department, or what happens?
What we do is that we work with all the regulatory authorities because it's their data, and then we've always looked for patterns. And so in terms of risks, we've always worked with the regulatory authorities to say there are a cluster of risks that would necessitate more monitoring of that service. And I think the Queensland report in plain sight did a really good analysis of there are certain indicators that, for example, it's not just that approved provider has changed hands would necessitate a closer look, but complaints, breaches, issues that are raised, a high percentage of staff who are working towards their qualification and not fully qualified. All of those are, indications that an approved provider is not supporting their staff.
Okay, so you collect the data and then, so I'm just trying to understand the process. If there is a pattern, for example, around those 1 in 12, those 12% of for-profit providers that we've heard about earlier, who is looking at trends and making adjustments that are targeted towards those centres?
Yeah, to that, Senator, it is the State and Territory Regulatory Authority who is ultimately the regulator. So, and we have a data and analytics role in that. So we use what's called the National Quality Agenda IT system. It's the same system through which the National Worker Register is actually going to be rolled out. So we have a role in providing the data and analytics. What a regulator would do would be looking at that data. It could be looking at, they've got, like any regulatory scheme, indicators of risk. So it could be that service is rated at a particular rating, it hasn't had a rating in a certain time. You can look at, profiles such as number of waivers. Within a couple of weeks, Senator, they'll be able to pull up information about all the workers because we'll have a national worker register in that system. So we have that data analytics role, intelligence role. It's the regulator. The other role that ASEQA does have is that we bring together the heads of all the regulatory authorities quite frequently to meet and share information, intelligence, and to really problem solve. We have a role in national consistency, but child safety is a focus on that. So we have that facilitative role, but to answer your question in a much more succinct way, it is the State and Territory regulator.
Okay. It sounds like it could be one of those roles that an ECEC commission could effectively play to, I suppose, bring together some of those national and state territory monitoring and compliance activities. But look, I've got only just one more quick question before I'm wrapping up, if that's okay, Chair. And the caveat, sorry if this has already been asked, but in December estimates we heard that you were in the testing phase of developing the Educator Register. Do you have an exact date for the go live of the Educator Register?
I do, 27 February.
Great. Good. And do you expect that it'll be fully operational on day one? Or?
I'm more than expected.
Oh.
It will be. It has actually been mandated in law to be used by all providers in the country to be ready to actually put that information from 27th of February. The law actually prescribes a time period of 1 month for all providers to put that information in. But yes, we are people be listening right now who are ready to deploy that system, ready to go on 27th of February.
Well, that is a very positive note to end on. Thank you.
Senator Kovacic, and then we'll be moving on at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
I'll be very, very quick.
Thanks.
Could I just ask, this is about staffing waivers as well. If we look at service types, the ROGS report shows that 6.7% of services in 2021 and 8.5% of services in 2022 had a staffing waiver, and the most recent figure is now 9.2%. And we heard earlier that the number of educators was growing, but does this then indicate that this isn't keeping up? Like the service waivers, if the number of educators is growing up, we've only had a slight increase in the staffing waivers. Does that then mean that they're sort of out of pace with each other, or am I reading that incorrectly?
Staffing waivers are down in centre-based daycare just as a start, but Mr Bennett?
Are they? Because the data shows that it's...
I have an answer to that question.
Yeah.
So we've just noted that the data in ROGS is a year out of date, and we've notified them. So that is 2024 data, because we saw that number as well.
Yeah.
We've notified ROGS, and we're already in discussions with making sure they update it with the current number. So it is the trajectory is downwards, but I noted that with the same question.
I was about to say, Minister, I
taking steps to correct
see that.
that.
So, okay, thank you. And just... so those ROGS figures then feed into, so they might still be incorrect for my last question then. The ROGS figures show that there are some 10,600 parents whose primary reason for not working is because they cannot get a place. Is that data then correct? And that figure was 6,700 in 2022?
Sorry, Senator, that's not data that we give to ROGS. We only give the data that we have in the NQAITS, and we don't have any child-related data or parent.
Oh, you don't have any awareness of that data?
Sorry?
You don't have any awareness of that data?
No, that's not within our remit.
All right.
So, but the department.
No, Senator, we can take on notice where it actually comes from. My understanding is there's a survey that's conducted. It's not part of what the department or a CEQA does.
Okay. Well, if you could provide what information you do have on notice, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
That concludes our questions for a CEQA. Thank you for participating in our estimates today. The committee will now suspend for a few minutes as we have higher education come to the table. So senators take 5 while we do that shuffle. Thanks. All right, the committee's now resumed. And we are in outcome 2, higher education, research and international. We're also dealing with closing the gap, outcome 6 in this section. I will be starting the call with the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr Cook, in November last year, the Minister put out a media release saying more Australians will get a crack at uni in 2026, with the Australian Tertiary Education Commission allocating an extra 9,500 domestic places to universities on top of 2025 levels for next year. Was the interim ATEC involved in setting those additional places?
Yes, Senator. The Minister actually asked the interim ATEC to work with universities to effectively distribute those places for 2026.
Okay. If I would be able to table documents 20 and 21, please. Those documents are data from the Australian Conference of Tertiary Admission Centres. And I'll go to my question if you need the documents to reference. It shows that universities made 265,046 offers in 2026, compared with 271,097 offers in 2025. Rather than being an increase of 9,500, that is a numerical decrease of 6,000, which means we're some 15,500 places behind the target that the government has set. Australia's population grew by more than 370,000 people during that same time, according to ABS estimates. Would you be able to give me some insight or an indication of what you believe is driving that shortfall?
So, Senator, Mr Turvey will help me with this, but just to be clear for the committee, what you got there is data from, as you said, the tertiary admission centres.
Yep.
Many offers that universities make don't go through the tertiary admission centres. In fact, tens and tens of thousands. And so
what
you've only
percentage wouldn't go through there?
I don't know whether I've got the actual percentage. Mr Turvey, over to you, mate.
Senator David Turvey, Executive Director, Interim Australian Tertiary Education Commission. I don't have a precise figure, but from my consultations with the tertiary admission centres, their advice is it could be up to half.
Up to 50%?
Up to half of the offers. Not all institutions use the tertiary admission centres. They use for different type pathways, but the discussions I've had with the TACs have indicated that it could be up to half of offers that go through direct pathways rather than through a TAC. So that data is potentially only capturing up to about half of the activity.
Okay. Does that fit in with what you would expect to see in terms of the number of offers versus the number of placements? That seems like a lot, that half would be outside of that if that data is only showing us a shortfall of or a decrease of some 6,000 in that case.
So, Senator, there's certainly been growing in the old days when I went to universities.
Yeah.
Most offers were done through the TAC.
Yeah.
But there has been significant increases of just direct offers by universities, as you're aware. So this reflects that growing trend. My understanding, based on, I think, some work that Mr Turvey's done with universities, is that our understanding is that the offers that are made this year have increased compared to last year in total.
Senator, the discussions we've been having since those glide path agreements that you referred to before were made last year, we asked the institutions to provide us with updated estimates of their likely demand and what they're seeing in terms of student demand growth. So we've been getting information back from the individual institutions over the last few weeks. We're having discussions with them about that data. Certainly what that's showing to us is, if anything, there's likely to be more places. They're seeing more demand than what we agreed with them last year. So when I saw that data from the TACs, I was very surprised as well. It doesn't accord with what we're seeing directly from the universities.
Sure. Are you able to table that data for me?
It's not finalised at this stage, Senator. We're in the process of negotiating with the universities, getting their evidence about what their demand is. So it's not really in a position that I can actually table it at this point.
When would you expect that data to be finalised?
Within the next few weeks.
Okay. Well, once it's finalised, would you be able to table it then?
We can take that.
Okay.
We can take on notice. That's fine. Senator.
Wonderful. Thank you. I guess my thinking is we need a productivity boost to tackle the current challenges that we have with inflation, and on the basis that a more highly skilled workforce generally leads to greater productivity. Are you concerned that we're currently managing the number of placements and offers based on the skilled workforce that we require? And have you done any modelling or other consideration of the implications if we don't have enough placements?
Senator, look, I'm not particularly concerned given the demand that we're hearing from the sector. I guess there's a lot of things that you need to take into account in thinking about whether the supply in the sector is meeting demand for the economy in general, including the state of the economy and long-term trends. We are thinking hard about how the universities are meeting the needs of the economy and the skills needs, where skill shortages exist, but also the future trends. Also looking very much at how the higher education system and the vocational education system work together. So when you're thinking about demand and growth and how we meet skills needs, obviously the higher education sector is part of that, but also the vet sector is a huge part of that. Potentially up to half of the future skills demands will be met by the vet sector. So we're looking at those issues. Obviously the government set a target to achieve 80% of the population with a post-school education by 2050. And so we're analysing what the trajectory of the education profile would need to look like to meet that.
Okay. And you haven't had any response or concern from the sector more broadly in terms of their inability or ability to sort of meet the number of placements and the demand that they need?
Look, the conversations we've been having, I've been having with the universities and with the tertiary admission centres suggest that the current round has been pretty orderly in terms of the process of making offers. Universities make offers, they make second round offers often. Universities are obviously trying to attract students. That process seems to be going well. I'm not seeing any evidence from the sector that people are concerned about that. We have some institutions saying they're seeing stronger demand, others saying it's looking pretty much as they expected.
Okay. And in the data you were talking about before, are you able to sort of talk us through a little bit of what you're seeing? I know, once it's complete, you've taken that on notice, but just to sort of give us an indication of some of those trends of what you're seeing.
Look, so what we asked the institutions to give us was an estimate of their likely student load, new commencing student load in 2026.
Yeah.
And as I said, we had agreed with them a profile at the end of last year. Many of the institutions have come back and said, look, our demand profile looks pretty consistent with what we agreed at the end of last year, so they're not particularly concerned. A few institutions have come back saying that they're seeing stronger demand. But we're talking in the order of hundreds of places across a number of institutions. So it's not huge.
Yeah.
But there is signs of strong demand.
When was that request made of the institutions?
I would need to check the precise details. I know we flagged with them before Christmas that we would be asking for that information. I think we might have formally asked for it early in the new year.
Okay. And your expectation on when that might be provided?
So that's trickling in now. So we've got some of that information already. There's questions and follow-up that we're doing with the institutions. Mm-hmm. As I said, we expect, they're in the process of making offers now. They need some certainty.
Of course,
So we need to conclude that process in the next few weeks.
Sure. And then thinking about the comments you made about the admissions centre, can you share with me sort of, what evidentiary basis you have showing that significant decline of offers going through there, which is really concerning as a proportional figure if it's up to 50%. Is it fully accounted for by the increase in the direct offers? Like, is it like, one's down this much, the other's up that much, or...?
Look, mechanically, that would be what you'd expect, Senator. I haven't drilled into that, the TAC data in detail. I have been talking to the TACs and am scheduled to meet with ACTAC in the coming weeks.
Sure.
To get a better handle on their data collection and the way... They don't all collect data in exactly the same way. They collect different things across the institutions. So we're working with them to get a better understanding of the data and that whole admissions process, how offers are made, when they're made, multiple rounds of offers. That's one sort of information that we're examining with the TACs, and then, as I said, also the separate kind of engagement directly with the institutions which captures their kind of non-TAC offer processes as well.
Sure. Has any work been done to confirm whether the estimates before Christmas that were provided to you actually match up with the actual decline shown by the TAC data?
We haven't cross-tabulated the two, Senator, so no, I can't comment on that specifically.
Okay, thank you.
So, Senator, just also to help, just in terms of domestic load, the data that you've included includes postgraduate information, but if you look at just those students who are beginning their university courses for the first time, based on the data that we've analysed from TAC, those offers are up by 2.5% this year compared to last year.
Okay, thank you. Do you need to rotate the call, Chair?
Not for 5 minutes, but I can rotate.
I've got a separate block. Yeah, I'll do one more and then, I've got a separate set. So as it stands, just to clarify, based on what you were hearing before Christmas, there was an estimate of offers. We were either on track or growing, but we've seen a decline in the real terms in terms of the TAC data itself, but we can't cross-compare that because the non-TAC admissions we don't track, but you're comfortable that they're a significant portion and...
Certainly comfortable with a significant proportion, and based on the conversations, Mr Turvey has indicated that those direct offers have increased, and therefore it's our view that the total pool of offers that have been made has increased this year compared to last year.
Sure, and the TAC data comes from January and the other data, is that historic or...?
So the data that we've asked institutions to provide is their estimates of current enrolments for 2026. So okay. that's kind of real time, their assessment of their likely demand.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Mulholland and then Senator Faruqi, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Krasik.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions about the Commonwealth placements. I've got the right people here. So in relation to the Commonwealth PRAC payments, they started on the 1st of July 2025 for eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. Could you provide an update on implementation, and have all universities agreed to deliver the payment? Are any unis not delivering the payment, and if so, could you take us through those unis and why they are not participating?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Yasmina Yoldich, Deputy Secretary, Higher Education, Research and International. The providers have reported, so early feedback from higher education providers has been really positive, and there's a high level of interest in applications of CPP from potentially eligible students. What the providers are reporting is that over 77,000 applications have been received in the first 6 months of the program, and there's expected to be at least 68,000 domestic education students who will benefit from the program. This is the first time that the Australian Government has provided financial assistance to support students undertaking mandatory placements. I will ask my colleague, Mr Puckett, to provide further details in terms of how the program is rolling out. Thank you.
Sorry. Brett Nordstrom, Assistant Secretary, Higher Education Program Delivery. I'm happy to respond to a few of the sub-elements of your questions there, Senator. In terms of overall numbers, as Ms Yoldich has already mentioned, just under 78,000, I think it was 77,993 applications were received within the first 6 months of the program. I think you asked how many universities are delivering the program, if I heard you correctly.
And if any aren't delivering?
All universities who are able to deliver the program are delivering the program. The nuance in my wording there is just that I don't believe the Australian National University has courses that are in scope. Okay. So it's not that anybody has made a conscious decision not to deliver the program. In fact, it's probably appropriate to put on record the Department's appreciation, sincere appreciation from the support we have received from the sector to implement and deliver this program. Senator, we started with a bill, the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill that passed the Parliament in November 2024 and received royal assent, I think it was on the 5th of December that year. And then on the 17th of June 2025, the Minister for Education, following the authority that Student Support and Other Measures Bill provided, which was to insert a new item, a new provision into the Higher Education Support Act, a new purpose for which the government could issue grants to providers to support students for practicums. The Commonwealth Prac Payment Program was then established by the Minister on the 17th of June through amendments to the other grants guidelines, which formally established the program and the eligibility criteria that are in place. And then the payments to students were able to commence from 1 July with block payments that were given to providers to put them in a position to able to issue funds to students. So that has occurred from 1 July 2025. The only university that was not involved in that was the Australian National University because of the nature of their course structures, not because of a decision not to be involved in the program. And I should say that there was very strong collaboration and engagement with the sector between December and June 2025, December 2024 and June 2025, when we worked through the details of the amendments to the other grants guidelines and also to establish what we call the Commonwealth Prac Payment Program Provider Guidelines. All of that was done in deep consultation with the sector, and we were grateful for their assistance with that. They actually raised a number of issues to help us get that into a deliverable state for the sector.
Excellent. My last question about the payment is, of that 77,900, almost 78,000 applications in the first 6 months, do you have a rough breakdown of how many applicants were in teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work? Have you got that data?
We won't have that as yet. So the program receives structured reporting sort of end of March and end of September each year. We have some high-level indications from providers about the numbers of applications, but not yet the distribution of that across the fields of education. We won't have that just yet. But I should say for the record, of those almost 78,000 applications that have been received, we know that already more than 71,508 of those have been processed by providers, and of those, 58,509 have been approved.
When you say processed, does that mean it's been approved, or does it mean they've been paid, that they're receiving the payment?
Process means, so the 71,508 that have been processed means that the documentation has been received by the provider and able to be assessed.
Okay.
And then the outcome of that assessment was the approvals, which is the 58,509.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, I'm going to shift gears to the study hubs. So I'm not sure if I've got the right people up here. I do. Excellent, dream team, wonderful.
By random coincidence.
I'm going to give a shout out to the study hub at Strathpine in the seat of Dixon, and the study hub in Moranbah in the seat of Capricornia. Both of those study hubs I've personally visited. One's obviously a regional remote one, and one is in an urban area. Both were fantastic. I was blown away by visiting them, so I want to ask a couple of questions just about the study hubs. Could you please take the committee through where that election commitment is up to? So our commitment was to double the number of university study hubs across the country, and I've seen lots and lots opening. I know the ministers have been really busy, as have our various members across the country, opening them up. So could you let me know where we're up to with that commitment to double the number of university study hubs in our first term?
Thank you, Senator. I'll just provide a quick opening for this. So the commitment has been exceeded with the number of study hubs increasing from 34 to 71. And Mr. Nordstrom will take us through the detail of that.
Thank you, Senator. So in response to the Universities Accord, the government made the commitment to double the number of university study hubs, and further to Ms Goldish's point, since that time a total of 35 additional study hubs have been established, 20 under the Regional University Study Hubs program and 15 under the Suburban University Study Hubs program, which we collectively call the Study Hubs. Mm-hmm. And I'm pleased to be able to confirm that all of them are currently delivering services to students.
Excellent. There was even a chicken at the one I went to at Strathpine, a chicken as a pet for the students. It was an excellent place. Okay, my next question was going to be about the breakdown of the numbers, but you've already done that, so you've been ahead of me on that one. Now, I think you've probably covered the second question I was going to ask. So I'm going to shift gears to another topic. There has been significant focus on improving university governance over the last 12 months. This includes the work from the Minister for Education. It is leading with state and territory education ministers and an inquiry by this same committee. Could you take us through where some of this work is up to and what are the next key steps?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. As you mentioned, there has been comprehensive work underway to lift governance standards at Australian universities to ensure that they meet expectations that students, staff and communities have demanded. This follows consideration by education ministers on a wide range of measures last year, but also includes action where minister and government have gone beyond. On governance generally, the Expert Council on University Governance principles are being written into the Commonwealth Higher Education Regulation, the threshold standards. The principles provide clear guidance to strengthen governance and accountability in universities, drawing on best practice from the corporate and public sectors. There is an established process for changes to the threshold standards, and the Minister has asked the Higher Education Standards Panel to consider and consult on proposed amendments. We expect consultation to happen in the coming weeks. The Standards Panel will also consult on additional transparency and reporting requirements, which go beyond the Expert Council's principles and require universities to publicly disclose key information, such as consultancy spending. When enacted, universities will be required to report annually on compliance with these requirements on a if not, why not basis to TEXA. There's also related work that is happening, that is currently underway, which is the Vice-Chancellor's remuneration considerations of governing body and also consideration of skills matrices as well. So the department has commenced work on that, and I will throw to Ms Ryan to take you through the work that we're doing currently on Vice-Chancellor's remuneration.
Great. Certainly. Felicity Ryan, Assistant Secretary, Higher Education Policy and Engagement. The Vice-Chancellor's remuneration framework at the moment, the department is undertaking deep analytical work to understand how that could be structured and what that might look like. So that involves things like considering institutional complexity. It involves things like comparative markets, what are notions of work value, proxies that might be used for those measures, whether or not there is sufficient data available to be able to have robust confidence in particular measures, and if there is not data available, what qualitative buttressing might suffice to supplement the framework. So that work is underway. We are working closely with the Australian Public Service Commission and through the APSC, the Commonwealth Remuneration Tribunal, to help develop that framework. Just in relation to skills matrices as well, the department will be considering the ANU Council's skills matrix, and that is with a view to understanding how representative that governing body is. Of course, it is ANU because ANU is the only national university established under Commonwealth legislation, but jurisdictions across Australia would also be considering the skills matrices of the governing bodies of universities established under their enabling acts as well.
Thank you. And just lastly, how have you been finding the universities engaging with you in this work? Have you been finding that you've had good progress, good engagement?
From all of the discussions that we've been having, they've been very engaged in this piece of work. They see it as a priority piece of work, so we haven't had any pushback that I'm aware of.
We'd love to hear that. Thank you. I'll hand that back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fariki, you have a call.
Chair, good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to see you all. I have a number of lines of questioning and outcome too. I might start with job-ready graduates. Sure. On Monday, Caitlin Cassidy from The Guardian reported on new research that shows Australia is at risk of becoming an artless country. Thanks, of course, to the Liberals' job-ready graduate scheme that has turned students away from the arts and creative degrees because of exorbitant costs. But it's really shocking to see that some higher education providers have seen declines of more than 50% in undergraduate enrolments in creative arts degrees. And I guess not surprising since they're over $50,000 each now. Minister, I guess the question is for you. Does this concern you? And for how long will your government continue to bankrupt students through the Morrison government's cruel and punitive job-ready graduate scheme?
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. So I might ask Mr Turvey or the department to, after I've answered your question, just to go through some of the data that you've referred to there and check the data. Our focus in relation to that particular program is for ATEC to do the work to understand the real costs of teaching and learning, and Mr Turvey can speak to that work. The ATEC's job is to drive the long-term reform in the sector, and for that to be based in really good evidence on what the costs of teaching and learning actually are. More broadly, we are focused on opening the doors to more university students in general. We have a target of 80% of the workforce to have a tertiary qualification by 2050. It's only 60% today. And that is our focus, with a whole range of programs and initiatives that we are rolling out, some of which have been spoken about already today, including the university study hubs, funding more university bridging courses, of course rolling out paid prac as well, which is a great initiative to help people into degrees and staying in degrees. And of course, we've heard evidence already today that more students are going to university this year in more places than last year.
Minister, just a follow-up question. I think the data I have is pretty accurate. It was published in the Australian Journal of Education, and it does show very clearly where things are going south for art students. But you mentioned, the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. I guess I might remind you that the government's own commissioned universities accord concluded clearly that job-ready graduates' fee hikes require urgent remediation. It's already been a few years since you've been in government, and I do know that ATEC is going to look at just how much it costs, which could take a year. It has the way it is proposed at the moment in the legislation, it is not actually going to recommend to the government anything on student contributions, which could then take another year for the government to look into. So that's at least 2 more years. Do you want art students to suffer for 2 more years? I mean, where is the urgency? I guess that's my question. And could I actually get an idea from the department about how long it is going to take to have any decision on JRG?
So there's no doubt, Senator, that there's a lot of work to do to rebuild our higher education sector after 10 years of cuts and neglect. And obviously the first stage of that was the Universities Accord. We are really clear that that is a blueprint that is going to take time to implement, certainly more than one term of government. And we are implementing the recommendations of the Universities Accord, including...
Minister, sorry to interrupt, but not really. Urgent remediation. You could get rid of JRG today. There's a bill sitting in Parliament for you to do that.
Well, in terms of urgent... In terms of urgent remediation, of course, one of the concerns we had upon coming into government was a number of issues around HECS debt. And so we have focused on cutting HECS debt as a form of urgent remediation for students and recent graduates. $16 billion of student debt cut for more than 3 million Australians, on top of fixing the indexing of that HECS debt in our previous term, and fixing the thresholds at which people have to repay that debt. We're rolling out paid prac to teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students as well, because we want to help students with the cost of living as they are studying, so that they can effectively complete their degrees and stay in those degrees that are so important. So there's lots of work going on, Senator Faruqi. The Accord was a blueprint to get us to that target of 80% of the workforce having a tertiary qualification by 2050, and we're getting on with that job.
Could I just get a quick response from the department as to your estimation on when JRG might be looked into and a decision made as to what's going to happen with that?
Senator, that's a bit hard to answer because that'll be a matter for government. The work has begun around costing and pricing, and Mr. Turvey can probably talk about that.
When is that going to be completed? Just a quick response.
Sure.
Senator, we don't have a specific deadline to complete that work. I can talk you through the kind of detailed mechanics of the work that we're doing. It's certainly underway. I would imagine later this year we would definitely have made progress. Happy to explain the details of what we're doing.
No, that's all fine. I'm just looking at the urgency. Doesn't seem to be any urgency from the government. Could I move to another line of questioning, which is about the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism recommendations on higher education?
Sure.
So the anti-Semitism envoy has recently appointed Greg Craven to lead anti-Semitism assessments at universities, which will form the basis of report cards on anti-Semitism, which was one of the recommendations of the plan.
Sure.
Was the department involved in the decision to appoint Greg Craven to this role?
No, Senator.
Was the Minister of Education involved in Greg Craven's appointment to this role?
Happy to take that on notice, but to the best of my knowledge, Senator, no, he was not.
No. So who approved Greg Craven's appointment to this role? The minister wasn't involved in approving something that directly involved the department, higher education.
So, Senator, because the Special Envoy has her own office,
yes,
and this is, as the actual recommendation, or the plan says, this is a Special Envoy appointment in relation to...
I do know that, but it's about education.
Yes, but the Special Envoy engages with us, but the Special Envoy doesn't need to consult with us or approve our approval in relation to the work that she does. In terms of the task force, now that she's on the task force, there's a very close link to that. But just to reiterate, we were not consulted. No.
And as far as you know, the Minister for Education wasn't consulted either.
Look, I think it's probably fair for me to take it on notice, because whether he had conversations with the Special Envoy, I just don't know. But to the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. Greg Craven has previously called pro-Palestine campus protesters as mutant radical groups and has made clear that he sees no distinction between criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism. He has also said GO8 universities have genuflected to Trotskyist student unions. He has also been highly dismissive of Islamophobia, publishing a piece in September last year titled "The Case of Chronic Islamophobia in This Country is Undoubtedly Weak," and has said that the Special Envoy to combat Islamophobia's report engaged in some outright silliness. Does the department or the minister have any concerns about the lack of independence and the biases of Greg Craven in leading these assessments, which will inform the Special Envoy in producing report cards?
Senator, thank you for your comments. It's not my place to comment on an appointment that the Special Envoy has made and decided upon.
So it's not your role to comment on biases?
You're asking me for an opinion. It's not my role.
Okay. Minister, could I ask you, are you concerned about these massive biases of this person who has been appointed to a role and how that are going to impact these report cards?
So the appointment of Professor Craven was a matter for Ms Segal. What we have done is establish the Antisemitism Education Task Force chaired by Mr Gonski, and so that it is an explicit goal of the task force to do the work around delivering the university report card. There's a range of experts from around the country who are part of the education task force, the Antisemitism Education Task Force.
So, sorry, Minister,
so,
does Greg Craven have no liaison with that task force?
Sorry, Senator?
Greg Craven, the person who has been appointed to lead the anti-Semitism assessments, what role does he play in liaising with the task force? Is there any consultation, or are these how is it going to work?
He attended the last task force meeting and
Yeah.
provided an overview of the report card.
So he's there. Minister, are you concerned about all these biases and how they're going to impact these assessments?
From a government perspective, we are concerned to ensure that universities are safe and inclusive places for students and for staff.
And they can't be inclusive if there's a person appointed who's completely biased.
We're concerned about anti-Semitism in our universities. We are concerned about anti-Semitism more broadly. It's why we appointed the Special Envoy. It's why we have established the Anti-Semitism Education Task Force chaired by Mr Gonski. We want everyone to be safe in our universities. And we will continue to support through the department the work of Mr Gonski on the task force, and that includes delivering the university report card.
The report cards, among other things, will assess universities on whether they facilitate appropriate, rapid and effective responses to all protests in campaigns, displays of flags, imagery and promotional material within university campuses and buildings. What flags, imagery and promotional material will in effect be looked at under this report card?
Senator, these are questions for the Office of the Special Envoy. It's her project, it's not our project.
So the task force, isn't that responsible for the report cards as well?
No. Senator. The
So
Special Envoy is
not going to
responsible.
do any report cards or be involved in. So the role of Greg Craven coming to the task force, what does that entail?
It was to inform the task force of the work that he is doing with the Special Envoy.
Okay.
So the reports are being developed by him.
Mhm.
They'll go to the Special Envoy. They're
Mhm.
not task force reports, and so it was an information
Mhm.
session as opposed to the task force approving anything around here.
Okay. The Group of 8 Chief Executive Vicky Thompson has called this report card assessment, all of that, a blunt instrument to a much more complex problem. And in response to the Anti-Semitism Envoy's plan, Universities Australia has said the danger of such a power being abused for political purposes is high, and the chilling effect that such an approach would have on scholars and students is real. So does the department have any concerns about the impact of all of this on academic freedom?
Sorry, Senator, the impact of the report card, or
Yes, the Anti-Semitism Envoy's recommendations. This is what both GO8 and UA are concerned about.
Sure. Universities of Australia, as you know, are on the task force, and so they are an active voice in relation to the work that happens, including further work that might happen in relation to strengthening powers for TEXA, and also the work that we might be doing around the threshold standards around racism more broadly. I haven't had a direct conversation with UA around this, but
Is the department though concerned about academic freedom?
concerned in the sense of academic freedom is a
in the sense of
law,
what
so
UA and GO8 have raised, blunt instrument, chilling effect on scholars and students, and many others have said similar things, because the way anti-Semitism might be assessed would be conflated with the criticism of Israel, for instance, as one example.
So, Senator, until the report cards, I guess, are done, it's hard for me to say what that means for the sector more broadly. The report cards will be showing strengths and weakness, I would imagine, in relation to
You have seen the
those things.
criteria, though, for the report cards, haven't you?
Sorry, Senator.
You have seen the criteria for the
Yes, I've got them right here in
report
front.
cards.
That's right, yes.
One of the recommendations of the Antisemitism Envoy is to increase anti-Semitism training in universities. Do you know if that has started?
So, Senator, additional funding was provided to Monash universities to assist with that. That was the helping mission, I think, 1.2 million, was it? 1.5 million. Michelle can help because she actually has met with Monash to talk about this.
No, I'm meeting with them in a couple of weeks'
Okay.
time. So the work is, we're currently in conversations around the funding and the provision of the funding.
So has
Yes.
any funding been provided to any university on anti-racism training or Islamophobia training or training, cultural training for awareness training for First Nations people?
So the money hasn't been provided to universities, Senator. The anti-Semitism funding is to assist Monash with the program that they've already been rolling out in universities. So the program has already existed and it's been done by a
So
number
no
of...
other university has any program on anti-racism which could be
Well, this is
supported
about
by funding?
anti-Semitism, Senator. So this is about the response to Bondi. Very clearly in the budget papers talks about anti-Semitism,
So-
and that's what that funding is for.
Sure, but what I'm asking is, has any other university been provided with any funding for anti-racism training?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. that it
Racism
might
hasn't
be-
just started now. It has been ongoing. There have been report after report of rising Islamophobia, of how racism has been, how they've been targeted at universities. Have any funding been provided for
And
that?
that's exactly why the government undertook, through the Human Rights Commission, the Respect at Work Racism Survey to inform those
Surely you know
next steps, Senator.
that racism exists on university campuses. You don't need another report to tell you that. I'm quite sure about that.
Senator Faruqi, we're due to rotate the call. If you've
Sure.
got more in this block, I'm happy for you to continue, but can I ask you please not to speak over the witnesses while they're answering?
Yeah, I finished in this line, so maybe in the next
Okay,
round.
so I'll rotate and then I'll come back to you. Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you very much. So I want to ask some questions around the reporting about the CSIRO industry PhD or IPhD candidate, Mr. Sayazdi, I believe I've pronounced that correctly, who has been charged with terrorism-related offences related to a planned attack on Australia Day. Obviously, this comes at a very raw and sensitive time in the face of the Bondi attacks, and there will be a lot of concern around the community. Under the CSIRO IPhD program rules, what role does the Department of Education play in setting, reviewing or assuring the adequacy of vetting and suitability requirements for those candidates?
Senator, I'll ask Mr Puckett to help, but because CSIRO is not in this portfolio, I'm just not sure if we have any role, but Mr Puckett.
Hello, Simon Puckett, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Programs and Student Experience Division. We don't run that program, as Mr Cook just outlined.
Yes, but do you have any role in any of it?
Not in the CSIRO program in particular, but obviously we collaborate carefully with them. I'm happy to take on notice.
No,
if
I was
there's
just
any
curious whether
further-
you had, so who would vet those? So there wouldn't be any educational level vetting from you, so all the vetting would be done within the appropriate department, and that's it. You guys have no oversight at all?
That's right, Senator. So CSIRO would have their own program guidelines and other arrangements to vet their candidates.
So would they need to report to you or to participating universities in relation to any adverse incidents, security concerns or anything like that? Where would that go?
No, they wouldn't, Senator, have to report through to us. I guess I'm straying into a colleague's patch that used to be mine, but universities do have responsibilities under their university foreign interference arrangements and countering
So I was just trying to understand who has
arrangements.
ownership of that.
But I would stress the point in that case that it remains the university's responsibility to undertake those due diligence.
Okay, so it's in their remit and then they need to deal with that.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I'll go on to another set of questions in relation to the gender-based violence regulator.
Sure. Maybe I've got the wrong form.
Would you be able to tell me how many people are currently employed to work as a part of the gender-based violence regulator?
Yes, Senator. We've got that.
That's all right. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you go.
Thank you, Senator. Simon Puckett again, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Programs and Student Experience Division. I do have that data for you, Senator. I believe...
So 16.5.
That's right.
ASL, Senator. Just
That's
checking that my data.
Yes.
16.5.
16. Yep, thank you.
That's correct.
What categories of information regarding gender-based violence is the regulator currently collecting?
Apologies. So under the National Code, we asked providers to provide the department with their implementation plans for, to outline how they would respond to the code and implement the changes required under the code. We've now received all of those plans, and we're currently making assessments on whether or not they adequately meet the guidelines outlined in the regulatory guidance, and the team are working through that process at the moment.
Okay. And what are the current thoughts or plans on how the regulator is going to improve data collection about gender-based violence from previous data sets, databases or collection methods that have been conducted by other agencies?
I think I would start, Senator, by saying that this is our first time doing this work, so it's very new to us. So you're right to point out that it would be, it is part of our plan to improve the quality of the data we collect and the work that we do, but I would stress that we're really at the beginning of that journey, and it will take us some time. So I might take on notice specifically what data sets we might like to
And also
improve.
just if you're able to share and sort of noting that you're at the beginning of the journey, sort of what kind of tools and other methods you're thinking of using as well. So if you want to talk to some of that or share that on notice, that's entirely up to you. I'm happy either way.
Thank you. I'll take that on notice because I think some of that will adapt over time as we continue to assess the plans.
Yep, cool. How will the regulator ensure higher education providers provide the requisite data to the regulator? What mechanisms will be in place for that?
So, Senator, as I mentioned, we are working our way through the plans at the moment. We intend, I guess, we see ourselves working quite collaboratively with the sector at this point. This is the first time we're undertaking this process, but it's also the first time the sector is responding to the changes they are asked to make through the code. So the team will be working systematically through those that additional data we have now, and in the first instance, sort of reaching out and working collaboratively with the sector to get any additional information we might need. But of course, as a regulator, in future, there are a number of compliance actions we could take if
and what
we
would
felt that
those
was
compliance
necessary.
actions be, as an example? And again, if you haven't sort of gone
So
down
we could fine universities.
Yeah,
so there's penalty points in the so the bill outlines the requirement of the
so penalties if they don't comply.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay. And the regulator would take that action, or would a separate agency need to take that action?
The regulator.
The regulator? Cool, thank you.
So the bill empowers the regulator to undertake those actions.
Okay, thank you. Thus far, has the regulator shared any sort of good practice advice with higher education providers on what the expectations are?
Yes, in October last year, we published a fairly substantial piece of work on providing regulatory guidance to the sector. That was developed in consultation with a range of stakeholders and sought to outline the sorts of things that we would consider to be appropriate in terms of meeting their obligations. It was a fairly detailed document, but not prescriptive. So there's an opportunity for the sector, if they're already they have really great practice in place, and that they wanted to sort of continue doing that, there's scope for them to put those ideas forward.
Is that document published anywhere?
It is. It's published on the department's website.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. The code states that breaches of the code by providers can result in action being taken against them and the imposition of financial penalties, as noted, enforceable undertakings and court-ordered compliance with the code. Breaches of the code may also give rise to breaches of a provider's obligations under the Texas Act, which may result in the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency taking separate regulatory action against the provider, will the regulator be monitoring for breaches of the code and then reporting the breaches to TEXA, or will it be TEXA's responsibility to investigate breaches of the code independently of the regulator?
We are working quite collaboratively with TEXA, and so we will be sharing information as appropriate. Yeah, I think a benefit we've had in developing the way in which the regulator will work is learning from the experiences of TEXA.
Sure.
So we'll be working pretty collaboratively with them moving forward.
Okay, great. So it won't be just one or the other, you'll just work together and, yeah.
That's
and we won't have sort of like a duplication, it'll just be collaboration. On the 2nd of January, the department released a statement advising as follows: students and staff who experience gender-based violence are encouraged to speak with their higher education provider. If they have concerns about how their higher education provider handled a disclosure, report or support services, they can raise their concerns with the National Student Ombudsman. Are you able to tell me how many meetings have taken place thus far between the National Student Ombudsman and the regulator?
I would have to take on notice the number of meetings. I know myself I've met at least twice recently, but I would have to take on notice the actual number.
And how often are they sort of regularly scheduled meetings or?
There is a monthly meeting in the diaries, but there's also meetings as needed. So.
Yeah, as needed. But there's a set monthly meeting, and then as you need beyond that. Thank you. Has the regulator acted on any concerns raised with the Ombudsman and brought to its attention since its inception date on the 1st of January?
No, Senator. We're still, it's only been 6 weeks or so, so we're still in the process of still in the process of assessing those plans in particular, and that's the key focus at the moment.
Thank you. If disciplinary action can be taken by TEXA in response to a provider's failure to address gender-based violence, and if students must still have to report individual issues to the National Student Ombudsman rather than to the regulator, what unique role will the new regulator actually be serving in that space?
So I think the regulator will have a much more specific focus, obviously, on gender-based violence. TEXA can, but TEXA's got also everything else that TEXA's dealing with, everything from governance and threshold standards. I think the government, with the Parliament agreeing, made a decision that in relation to gender-based violence and the responses that were or weren't undertaken previously, there needed to be a specific regulator to focus on this, and that's why the regulator was created. It is, and I think it was actually a recommendation, I think, from the Senate inquiry that talked about some level of concern about TEXA's ability to respond to this in the past, and particularly the ability for TEXA to respond quickly. And so that's why the government and then the Parliament supported the creation of the regulator itself. As a side note, one of the things we're also now looking at from TEXA is how TEXA can be more responsive to complaints. Also, in terms of TEXA current legislation, individual student complaints aren't dealt with by TEXA. And so the Ombudsman, in combination with the regulator, is addressing some of those things as well.
Okay, right. Okay. And then how would that then feed into TEXA?
So again, in terms of, Mr Puckett said, so we work hand in glove really with TEXA in relation to the activity that we undertake. There's certain actions that we can take in relation to gender-based violence. TEXA can take a more holistic view around some of those things as well and actually place conditions on universities in terms of their registration that the regulator won't be able to do.
Okay.
And so there's a greater level, I guess, of impact that a TEXA condition could play, even though that we could still fine and put conditions on a university as well.
Okay. I just have one more quick question. Well, I think it'll be quick because I think you'll need to take it on notice before if the chair wants to rotate the call, because I have a different set afterwards. I've just sort of confirmed that the CSIRO IPHD program rules specifically list the Department of Education as the Commonwealth policy entity on their actual application form and the guiding document on process, on the project. It's called the Project Expression of Interest process, and and it says that the department oversees eligible internships policy, which is a critical part of the policy. So I'm not sure whether that's an error perhaps from the CSIRO or...
So I think policy is different to actually looking at vetting individual students, Senator, but I
Right.
take your point. We'll because this program was part of the total PhD initiatives that was announced by the government previously. So there's ARC PhDs, there's departmental PhDs, and there's CSI, that one, PhDs. And so the original policy of it absolutely came from this department. We took that policy to government, but then the ARC has a particular part of that, CSIRO's got a part of that, and we've got part of that. My understanding is we're not involved in the management of the CSI part of it, even though, I'm sorry, it sounds technical, even though we were the policy originator of the PhD industry work that's been developed. So we're happy to take on notice and provide clarification.
Of course, if you could, because you'll have a look, and,
Sure.
and it's actually got a number of links where it refers to the Department of Education's website. So that may be for different reasons.
Sure.
So.
Happy to take on notice and be clear on the explanation around that.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Freaky, you've got about 6 minutes and then we'll break.
Thank you. I've just got a quick question on the closing the gap outcomes. We did have a conversation about this a few months ago, and one of the goals in closing the gap outcomes is that by 2031, to increase the proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people aged 25 to 34 years who have completed tertiary qualification to 70%. I think last time when I asked this question about where was it at, you said that you were waiting on the results of the census to have new data. And I'm presuming you still don't have the results of the census, but I just wanted to know what kind of your goal is, because surely there's a goal. If you want to increase it to 70% by 2031, surely there's a goal that by the end of 2026, it should be this much or that much. So I just wanted to get an idea of what that goal is for the department.
Yes, certainly. So Jessica Moore, First Assistant Secretary, Policy Payments and Data. You're right, we don't have access to the updated census data. What I'd say is at the moment it's a multi-faceted approach to looking at ways to increase uptake of First Nations students in the higher education system more generally. There are multiple things that are happening in that space.
I know that, but I want to know what your goal is, because you can't not have a goal, a yearly goal. Like, how will you get to 70% by 2031? Surely it has to be a step process. You want to increase it by, maybe 65% by 2027 and then 2031. So what is the goal for next first?
Certainly. And some of that relates to the different policy parameters that we've put in place that have changed the way enrolments can occur for First Nations people. So First Nations demand-driven in the medical system, First Nations demand-driven more generally. Dr. de Crepney might be able to fill you in on the latest data in terms of uptake of First Nations in the higher education system. But I'm also conscious that there is a large program of work that ATEC is doing in looking at more generally, holistically, the higher education system and the pathway
Surely,
towards...
I understand. If you don't have a goal, just tell me, no, we don't have a goal. Like, I don't want to go through this rigmarole. If you don't have a goal, just let me know that, no, we don't have a specific goal. We're just looking at all of these things.
So, Senator, I think for individual programs we would have projections over time. So I think we'll take this on notice because we'd have to put some of those programs together. So happy to do that.
That would be really good.
Yeah, no, very happy to do
projections.
that.
Thank you. Yep. Today there was a 2025 Australian University Census on Staff Wellbeing released, and as far as I can see, pretty shocking findings, which the NTU described, shows Australia's universities are living in a tale of two workplaces, where senior leaders say they experience relatively low levels of psychological risk, while staff at every university in the study are working in conditions that put them at high risk. Some of the findings of the report for the census suggest that nearly 1 in 3 full-time staff are working 48 hours a week or more. Staff contributed an estimated $271 million a year in unpaid labour in this sample alone. Minister, I'm wondering if you've had a look at this report or if the department has. And What is going to be the response? Like, does something like this need to be referred to TEXA to be looked into?
So certainly, Senator, yes, I've seen the report, and those are obviously concerning concerning pieces of data. What I'd say is higher education providers need to comply with their obligations under a variety of laws, including the Fair Work Act, the work health and safety legislation, but also the TEXA threshold standards. And I know TEXA, who's on later tonight, would be able to talk to you further about some of the work that they've been doing with the higher education sector in the workforce obligations space, because certainly ensuring sufficient staffing complements for each course for the students that are taking is a requirement under the threshold standards. The other thing worth noting in this area is we've talked earlier today about the significant work program underway regarding higher education and university governance, and the Expert Council on University Governance, Principle 8, goes to this matter, which goes to governing bodies needing to be responsible for universities having a workforce strategy that is designed for fair and sustainable employment. Those, as we said earlier, those principles are going to be incorporated into the threshold standards, and that process is underway. So this is a body of work that we are kind of working on actively.
So this report will go to those
it goes to this broader issue.
Can the department take the responsibility to make sure that they do see this report?
Well, in terms of the...
Is it possible, or with Minister, could you take the responsibility of referring on this particular census to those, expert panel, to TEXA? Because often these things have to be
we can do that,
to,
Senator, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Chair, I just have a couple of very quick questions and then I'm done.
Okay, very quickly.
Very quickly. So you spoke about the governance issues at universities. This committee had a really in-depth inquiry into governance at Australian unis and found very strong evidence of the corporate rot that is set across universities. And I guess it's the, have you had any consultations? Has the government started any discussions with the department on any of the recommendations of that inquiry?
Some of the recommendations in that inquiry are dealt with, I understand, through the work that we're actually doing, Senator, including remuneration and things like that.
I think that was the interim report's recommendations. This is the final report's recommendations.
From memory, Senator, the final report's recommendations go to some of the TEXA work as well, so they would be best.
So you have already started that work.
We've looked at the report and it's feeding into the broader governance work that's happening.
Okay. And last question for you, Minister. I know that, as far as I know, the government hasn't formally responded to that particular report into governance at Australian higher education providers and its recommendations. Do you know when the government will formally respond to that report?
Thanks, Senator Freaky. So the government is considering the report and will respond in due course.
When was my question? What is due course? It's a pretty serious issue at the moment. So when is due? Do you have any idea of a timeline?
The government will respond when it has concluded considering the report.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The committee will now suspend for 1 hour for dinner break, so we'll be back just after 7 o'clock. We will still require officials from this section. Thank you.